world below is still lit up. Even from here, high above it all, you might be able to feel it. The glow of screens, the hum of traffic, the quiet pressure of things unfinished. And yet, for tonight, you chose something different. A calm night in a mountain observatory, far from the bright noise, close to the dark sky. You may still be carrying the day with you as you lie there. The tabs you closed but are still thinking about. The conversations that replay. The tiny alerts and pings that have stopped on the outside but keep echoing on the inside. Your body is horizontal, but part of your mind might still be at the desk or on the couch or staring at a phone. Up here, in this story, you've climbed away from that. You've driven the last winding road or taken the last narrow path until the town is a scatter of distant lights and the observatory is a quiet shape against the sky. You're not being asked to be productive or responsive or on in any way. You're just someone who chose a mountain and a night sky instead of one more scroll. That choice matters. You could have stayed in the bright rooms, stayed with the noise, stayed with one more episode, one more email, one more search. Instead, you reached for something slower, something darker, something that doesn't want anything from you. That's already enough for tonight. Nothing here needs you to perform. The stars don't need you to concentrate. The mountain doesn't need you to listen carefully. This is a place where you can drift in and out of the words, where you can follow the story of the night sky for a while, and then let it fade into the background if sleep begins to pull you under. You don't have to catch every detail. You don't have to stay awake to the end. If your thoughts wander, they can wander. If you notice you've stopped hearing the sentences and are only hearing the rhythm of a voice, that's perfectly fine. This is not something to do correctly. It's just something to rest inside. Think of this as lying back in a reclining chair in the observatory dome, or on a simple bed in a small high-altitude room with a wide window. The ceiling above you is solid. The walls are holding their shape. The door is closed. Outside, the air is thin and cold. Inside, you're warm enough, covered enough, held enough. Notice the way your body meets the surface beneath it. The weight of your head on the pillow, the way your shoulders sink a little more than you expect when you let them. The length of your back, the curve of your spine, the points where you feel pressure and the places that feel almost weightless. There might be places that feel tight or restless. That's okay. Just let them be exactly as they are without trying to smooth them out. You're not fixing anything right now. You're just noticing. The fabric against your skin, the blanket over you, the way the air touches any part of you that's uncovered. Somewhere in the room, there's a quiet stillness. Maybe a faint sound from outside, like distant wind, or the low, steady hum of a heater, or the almost silence that comes when a place is far from other people. Let your attention move out from your body for a moment, into this imagined observatory room, as if you're glancing around without opening your eyes. There might be a small table, a chair, perhaps a notebook left open with a few scribbled star positions. Maybe a pair of binoculars resting where someone set them down earlier in the evening. The window, or the open hatch in the dome, is like a dark, patient eye turned toward the sky, waiting for you to be ready. Come back to your breath, just as it is. Not changing it, not deepening it on purpose, just noticing the natural rise and fall. The coolness or neutrality of the air as it comes in. the slight warmth as it leaves, the tiny pause that sometimes happens between one breath and the next, like a small private rest. Your shoulders might still be holding something from the day. You don't have to force them to soften, but you can notice the way they're resting now, the way gravity is quietly, gently taking over the work of holding you up. Your arms, the bend of your elbows, the way your hands fall, whether they're open or loosely curled. Imagine that outside this observatory, the mountain is a dark, steady presence. Rock and earth and old rooted things stretching down into the ground. It doesn't hurry. It doesn't worry about the time. It simply holds its place under the sky, night after night, as the stars wheel slowly overhead. Up above, the dome is partially open, or the window is clear and the night is deeper than anything your screens can show you. Not a flat black, but a layered, velvety darkness with tiny, precise points of light. Some of those stars sent their light toward this mountain long before you were born. That light is only reaching you now, on this particular night, in this particular moment of your life. There is something calming about that kind of distance, the way it stretches your sense of time. The day you just lived, with all its tasks and messages and decisions, becomes one small, bright line inside a much larger, slower pattern. Up here, you can feel both, the closeness of your own breath and the vastness of the sky above the observatory. Your only job right now is to lie here and listen as much or as little as you like. The rest of you can start to sink into the quiet. If thoughts arrive, they can pass through like small clouds crossing in front of a star, noticed and then gone. You don't have to push them away. The night is wide enough to hold them. As you settle more deeply into the bed or the imagined reclining chair, you might sense the difference between the world below and this place above it. Down there, lights, schedules, alarms. Up here, the slow turning of the earth, the gentle arc of constellations moving from east to west, the faint suggestion of the Milky Way like a pale river of light. Let the idea of that sky be enough for now. You don't need to picture every star or remember any names. Just the feeling of being under something vast and unhurried, something that has been shining long before your day began and will keep shining long after it ends. The mountain observatory is keeping watch tonight. The instruments, the lenses, the quiet room around you are all part of a place designed for looking outward, for paying attention to faraway things. You, though, can simply rest here, knowing that the sky will continue its slow, patient motion, whether you're awake to see it or not. If your eyes are open, they can grow heavier. If they're already closed, they can stay that way, with no effort at all. The words will keep moving at this gentle pace, like someone speaking softly beside you in the dark, describing the night outside while you lie warm and still. Little by little, the bright edges of the day can blur. The details can soften. The observatory, the mountain, the vast sky above you will remain quiet and steady as you begin to drift toward the deeper calm waiting further into the night. The room holds its quiet as your breathing settles into its own slow rhythm. Warmth gathers around your body, the blanket resting where it has fallen, the chair steady beneath you. Outside these walls, the mountain waits in the dark, patient and unhurried. After a while, there is a gentle sense that it is time to move. Not quickly, not all at once. Just a small shift, the way a resting animal might rise and wander a few slow steps before curling back down again. The air brushes your face as you begin to stand. Muscles answer in their own time, not rushed, simply following the invitation to change shape. Feet find the floor, solid and dependable, the boards holding your weight with an easy strength. The room stays dim and golden. The lamps keep their soft glow, leaving most of the space in a comfortable dusk. Somewhere deeper in the observatory, the path toward the dome waits, rising gently toward the night sky. Your first steps are unhurried. The fabric of the blanket might still trail against your legs, or perhaps it stays behind on the chair, holding the warmth you left there. Either way, the air around your body feels a little cooler now, the way it does when you leave a nest of covers and stand for a moment in a quiet room. Ahead, a doorway opens into a long corridor that slopes upward. The floor tilts just enough that each step carries you a little higher, as though you are walking along the side of the mountain itself. The boards beneath your feet are smooth and worn, polished by years of slow, thoughtful walking. With each step, the building gently responds. A muted creak here, a soft sigh of wood there, like a low, contented murmur. These sounds are familiar and calm, the small language of a place that has settled deeply into its own stillness. The air in the corridor is cooler than in the room you left. It has a faint, crisp edge, like the first breath when you step outside at night. That coolness touches your cheeks, your forehead, the back of your hands, bringing a quiet clarity without any sharpness. Light spills along the floor in soft shapes. Small wall lamps cast pools of gold that stretch and fade, leaving gentle shadows between them. As you walk, your steps pass through light and shadow, like a slow, steady heartbeat, moving along the corridor. The slope rises a little more, and the path begins to feel like a staircase. Not steep, not demanding, just a series of broad, shallow steps that lead upward at an easy pace. Each step lifts you a small distance, then offers a flat, steady place to rest your weight. Notice the way your feet meet each step. The heel touches first, then the rest of the foot rolls down, spreading your weight across the surface. There is a gentle pressure through your soles, a quiet conversation between your body and the solid wood. Your legs may feel heavier than usual, in that drowsy, comfortable way that comes when the day is winding down. Each step becomes its own small moment, complete and unhurried. Up and settle, up and settle. The corridor curves slightly, following the round shape of the building. As you walk, the world behind you falls away into deeper quiet. Ahead, the path draws you toward the very top of the observatory, where the dome opens to the sky. The mountain's presence is still with you, even here inside. The floor under the wood is firm and unmoving, a steady support that does not waver. Every time your foot comes down, that steadiness rises gently to meet it, as though the mountain itself is carrying part of your weight. The air grows a little cooler as you climb. It has the faint mineral scent of stone that has been touched by night air, clean and simple. Breath moves in through your nose, cool and fresh, then leaves your body a little warmer, a little softer. One hand may drift to the rail along the wall. The wood is smooth beneath your fingers, edges rounded by time. There are tiny dips and rises in its surface, the subtle marks of many hands that have held it before yours, all of them moving at their own quiet pace toward the dome. Your fingers curl loosely around the rail, not gripping, just resting. The warmth of your skin meets the coolness of the wood, and after a moment, the two temperatures begin to meet in the middle. It is a small, steadying contact, like placing a hand on a familiar shoulder. Step by step, the world narrows to simple sensations, the soft whisper of fabric as your legs move, the muted sound of your footsteps, sometimes hollow over a beam, sometimes more solid over the supports, the gentle pull of gravity as you lift your foot, then the release as it settles again. Outside, the mountain path continues up the slope, winding through rocks and low brush under the moon. In here, this corridor is its echo, a sheltered version of that same slow climb. The curve of the wall beside you feels like the curve of the hillside, wrapping quietly around your journey upward. Far above, somewhere beyond the ceiling, the dome waits like a still white moon resting on the roof. The thought of it is simple and steady, a destination without urgency. There is no rush to arrive. The climb itself is part of the resting. The higher you go, the quieter everything seems to become. Even your own movements grow softer, as though the building is gently absorbing each sound and tucking it away. Your breath feels deeper now, spreading comfortably through your chest and down into your belly. From time to time, a small, high window appears along the wall. Through each one, a slice of night sky looks in, framed by dark wood. A star here, another there, sharp and bright against the deep blue-black above the mountains. Moonlight brushes the floor where it reaches through the glass. It lays across the boards in pale, cool bands, a soft contrast to the golden pools from the lamps. When your foot steps into one of those pale bands, the air feels just a touch cooler on your skin, like a quiet nod from the night outside. The slope of the corridor eases, then rises again. Your body adjusts without needing to think about it, muscles lengthening and shortening in a slow, familiar pattern. Knees bend and straighten. Ankles flex. Hips shift their weight from side to side, finding balance with each step. The weight of your arms has its own calm gravity now. They hang at your sides or rest lightly on the rail, heavy in a pleasant way, as though the bones and muscles have decided to trust the pull of the earth. Shoulders stay low, no longer trying to hold up more than they need to. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Thoughts, if they wander in, drift somewhere behind this simple act of walking. Here, the body leads, and the rest of you follows at an easy distance. After a gentle stretch of climbing, the corridor widens into a small landing. The floor levels out beneath your feet, and the sense of upward pull softens. For a moment, you simply stand there, feeling the stillness that gathers in this small, round space. Directly ahead, a short set of steps leads to a heavy door with a curved top, following the shape of the dome beyond it. The wood is darker here, touched by night air that slips in around the edges when the door is opened. A faint line of silver light shows along the floor beneath it, where moonlight and starlight have found their way through. Your feet move toward those last few steps, slower now, as though the air itself has thickened with quiet. Each rise is low and broad, easy to climb. Your toes press into the edge, then the rest of your foot follows, placing your weight with care. At the top, you stand before the dome door. The handle is a simple metal curve, cool against your palm. You feel the slight texture of it, the way it yields just a little under your grip, solid and sure. For a breath or two, you pause here. The climb has brought a soft warmth into your muscles, a gentle heaviness that feels grounding rather than tiring. Your chest rises and falls in a steady rhythm, each inhale bringing in the quiet of the corridor, each exhale releasing it back out, a little slower each time. Behind you, the path you walked rests in stillness, a ribbon of steps curving down into the golden dim. Ahead, just beyond this door, the quiet of the dome waits, higher and wider, closer to the open sky. The tasks have stepped back. Your hand rests on the handle, your feet planted firmly beneath you. The mountain holds steady under the building holds steady under you, and your body answers with its own steady calm. In this small pause before the door opens, the climb settles inside you. The slow steps, the gentle slope, the touch of rail and air and wood all gather into a single feeling of arrival. The night waits above, patient and still, as you stand at the threshold of the quiet dome. The door closes softly behind you, and the outside air falls away. At once, the stillness of the observatory's inner room settles around your body like a gentle, steady presence. The walls hold the quiet. The ceiling is low enough to feel close, high enough to feel spacious. Soft, indirect light rests in the corners, a warm glow that does not ask your eyes to work. It is like stepping into the calm center of the mountain itself. The floor beneath your feet is smooth and solid. Wood, warmed slightly by the day, now cooling in the evening air. Each step sends a muted sound into the room, a small, rounded tap that fades almost as soon as it arrives. The boards give the faintest suggestion of movement, not unsteady, just alive, as if the whole structure is breathing slowly with the mountain. In the center of the room, a low, wide chair waits. Thick cushions, a sturdy frame, arms broad enough to hold resting hands without effort. The fabric is soft, a little textured, the kind of surface that catches the skin just enough to feel real, then yields. When you lower yourself down, the cushions rise gently to meet you, taking your weight without question. The room accepts your presence, the way a quiet, familiar room does at the end of a long day. No ceremony, no demand, just space, ready and open. The air is warmer here than it was outside, but not heavy. It has a gentle, even temperature, like water that has been sitting in a sunlit bowl and now holds only the memory of warmth. As your body settles into the chair, small points of contact become clear. The weight of your back along the support, the broad, steady pressure beneath your thighs, the curve of the cushion under your hips shaping itself around you. Your arms rest along the sides or in your lap, and the fabric meets them with a quiet, unmoving patience. A soft, amber light glows from a lamp near the far wall. It does not shine directly at you. Instead, it touches the walls, the floor, the edges of the furniture, leaving the center of the room in a calm, dim hush. Shadows are gentle here, with no sharp lines, just slow transitions from light to dark, like the sky outside shifting from evening to night. The walls themselves feel protective, thick, insulated, holding back the mountain air so that only a faint coolness lingers. Their presence is almost physical, like a pair of open hands cupped loosely around this space. The world outside is still there, but it has stepped back, leaving this room as a quiet, sheltered center. Notice the way the room holds sound. Every small noise is softened, the tiny creak of the chair frame as it adjusts under you, the whisper of fabric when you shift a shoulder, a distant, muffled hum from the observatory's equipment, somewhere beyond these walls, low and steady, like a cat sleeping on the other side of a closed door. Your breathing finds its own rhythm here. In this gentle, enclosed space, each inhale moves in easily, without effort. Each exhale spreads out through your chest and belly, then dissolves into the quiet around you. The room does not rush you. Time feels thicker here, slower, as though each breath has more room to unfold. The temperature of the air on your skin is simple and kind. Along your face, along the backs of your hands, there is a mild coolness, just enough to remind you that the night is deepening outside. Under your clothing, warmth gathers slowly, pooling at your back where it meets the cushion, at your legs where they rest along the seat, at the soles of your feet where they press into the floor or into whatever supports them. The fabric against your body tells its own small story, maybe the slight weave of your clothing against your shoulders, the smoother surface of the cushion beneath your palms, a seam along your side that you barely noticed earlier in the day now feels softer, less important, as the rest of your body begins to relax around it. The room has its own quiet scent. A trace of clean wood, a faint hint of old paper and polished metal from the instruments stored nearby. Perhaps a touch of dust warmed by the lamp. It is a dry, gentle smell, steady and unchanging, like the scent of a favorite bookcase that has watched many evenings come and go. The ceiling above is simple, unadorned. Its surface catches the soft light in a muted way, reflecting just enough to keep the room from feeling small. It is like a calm indoor sky, close enough to feel comforting, far enough not to press down. Knowing it is there, solid and sure, adds another layer to the sense of being held. Around the edges of the room, shelves and cabinets stand in quiet order. The doors are closed, drawers are pushed in, nothing is spilling out or asking for attention. The objects they contain are resting now, just as you are. The list waits outside this room. What needed doing has paused, your body begins to answer the room's stillness. The muscles along the back of your neck soften. The small, busy movements of your hands grow slower, then stop. Fingers uncurl slightly. The weight of your arms increases, as though gravity has quietly turned up its dial by just a fraction, inviting everything to settle more deeply. Under your hips and legs, the cushion responds. It gives where you are heaviest and rises where you are light. There is a gentle, even pressure along the length of your thighs, a sense of being supported from beneath by something that does not tire. The chair does the work of holding you up. Your body is free to loosen its grip. The room's quiet becomes almost like a texture of its own. Thick, but not oppressive. Soft, but not empty. It fills the spaces between sounds, between breaths, between thoughts. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Somewhere in the structure of the building, a faint tick sounds. Perhaps metal cooling or wood adjusting by the smallest amount. The sound is tiny, almost delicate, and it comes and goes without pattern. Each time it appears, it reminds you that this sanctuary is real, physical, resting here on the mountain, holding you in its careful design. Your eyelids may feel a little heavier in this light. The glow in the room does not ask them to stay open. It is gentle enough that closing your eyes feels as natural as drawing a curtain across a window at night. Even with eyes closed, the room is still here, its presence felt through touch, temperature, and sound. The weight of your head is clearly supported. Whether it rests against the back of the chair, a cushion, or simply aligns over your spine, there is a sense of being anchored. The small muscles along your jaw loosen. The tongue rests more heavily in your mouth. Even the tiny muscles around your eyes relax, as though they have set down something they were quietly carrying all day. In this indoor sanctuary, the outside world feels distant. The mountains, the valley, the lights below, all remain where they are, but they are on the other side of thick walls and closed doors. Here, the focus has narrowed to a few simple, steady things. The support beneath you, the air around you, the slow, steady rhythm of your breathing. The room's light seems to grow softer as time moves on. It may not actually change, but your body's response to it does. Colors blur gently. Edges grow less sharp. The difference between shadow and glow becomes less important. What matters is the overall sense of warmth and quiet that wraps around this space. There is a particular comfort in the way the room holds its temperature. No drafts, no sudden shifts, just a consistent, mild coolness at the surface of your skin, with a deeper, growing warmth, where your body meets the chair, the floor, the fabric. It is like being wrapped in a blanket that does not touch you directly, but keeps the air itself calm and steady. The soles of your feet notice their support. Whether they rest on the floor, on a footrest, or on the end of the chair, there is a clear, reliable surface beneath them. The pressure there is simple and reassuring. From that contact point, a sense of groundedness travels up through your ankles, your calves, your knees, into the heavy, resting weight of your thighs. Your hands have their own quiet gravity now, resting on your lap, on the arms of the chair, or folded loosely against your body. They no longer feel like tools ready to reach and grasp. They feel like soft, warm objects that belong exactly where they are, held by fabric, by skin, by the gentle pull of the earth. In this room, nothing is urgent. The night outside moves at its own pace. The instruments of the observatory will watch the sky when it is time. For now, the most important thing happening here is the simple act of your body resting in this protected space. Breath, moving in and out, in and out, in its own unhurried pattern. The walls seem to listen without judgment. They take in each small sound, the shift of your clothing, the faint sigh of the chair, the soft whisper of your breath, and offer nothing back but more quiet. There is no need to fill the space with anything. Silence is not empty here. It is full of gentle, steady presence. Somewhere near your feet, the floor feels slightly cooler. It is a subtle difference, but it adds to the sense of being indoors, sheltered from the wider night. Cool below, warm where your body meets the chair, mild air along your skin. 3 layers of comfort, each one supporting the others. The thought of moving grows softer. Not forbidden, just less interesting. The position you are in, however simple, begins to feel like the natural shape for this moment. The spine finds a comfortable curve. The shoulders rest a little heavier. The chest rises and falls in a slow, even tide that needs no guidance. In this quiet room inside the mountain's eye, the world has narrowed to a sanctuary of simple sensations. The gentle glow of light on the walls, the firm, kind support beneath every part of your body, the soft, steady air against your skin, all of it working together to hold you, to steady you, to invite every muscle, every breath, every small lingering tension to ease. As the night deepens outside, and this sheltered space grows even more peaceful around you, the light in the room holds steady for a while. A soft, amber glow resting on your hands, on your legs, on the gentle rise of your chest. It feels like a lantern held close, its glass warm, its flame small but sure. With each slow breath, that lantern light seems to ease back a little. Not all at once, just the faintest dimming, the way a wick softens when the air grows calmer around it. Your eyes may grow heavier now. The lids are like curtains at the edge of a quiet stage, slowly drifting closer together. Behind them, a different kind of light begins to appear, softer and more private, as though the lantern has moved from the room into the quiet space behind your eyes. Inhale, and the glow brightens for a moment, like a lantern's flame leaning into a breath of air. Exhale, and it settles, drawing in, growing smaller, more focused, more gentle. Your whole body follows that rhythm, brightening just a little with each in-breath, sinking deeper with each out-breath. Around you, the lamps seem to respond to this slow rhythm. Their halos of gold are not as wide as before. Edges of the room soften, details blur, as if the observatory itself is ready to close its eyes for the night. The light on your skin feels thinner now, like the last light at evening slipping across a floor. You notice where it still touches you most clearly, perhaps along your forearms, the tops of your thighs, a faint line across your cheek. Everywhere else, shadow gathers, cool and quiet, like a soft fabric being drawn over the day. Inside, muscles begin to follow the dimming, the small ones around your eyes, the ones at the corners of your mouth. They release their hold on expression, no longer needing to stay bright or alert, just resting in the comfortable half-dark. The breath moves in, and the inner lantern glows a little warmer in your chest. The breath moves out, and that warmth spreads, then fades to a low ember, sending a slow, gentle heaviness down through your ribs, into your belly, into the deep places behind your navel. Each exhale is like turning a tiny dial on the wall, lowering the brightness one quiet notch at a time. The room does not go dark. It simply grows softer, more shaded, as if the light has decided to whisper instead of speak. Notice how your shoulders respond to this softening. They are no longer in the full beam of a bright day. They rest in the edge of lamplight, where shadows are kind and forgiving, where the weight they have carried can slip into the darker spaces and dissolve. Your arms lie where they have fallen, and the glow around them thins. In the dimmer light, they feel less like tools and more like branches at rest, their work finished, their lines quiet and still. Even your fingers seem to forget the shape of holding, their small joints sinking into the shadowed folds of fabric beneath them. Somewhere above, a lamp hums faintly, its filament cooling by degrees. That same quiet cooling happens along the back of your neck. The muscles there, once lit by attention and effort, now drift into shade, as though someone has gently drawn a curtain between them and the bright world. The space behind your closed eyes becomes its own observatory. No objects, no furniture, just a wide, velvety darkness with a faint inner glow at the center, like a lantern held at the heart of a quiet room. Each breath feeds that inner light, not to make it stronger, but to make it steadier. It does not need to shine far. It only needs to be present, a small, unwavering warmth in the middle of a peaceful night. Around that inner lantern, the rest of your awareness settles into shadow. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space, like shapes at the edge of a dim room that no longer need to be named. The mind does not have to chase them into the corners. They simply fade into the gentle dark. Feel how your chest rises into the last traces of outer light. As it falls, it seems to sink back into shadow, as though your whole front body is slowly stepping back from a doorway, deeper into a quiet, lamplit hall. The ribs soften, the muscles between them loosening like laces untied. Lower down, your belly rests in a pool of near dark. There is a sense of privacy there, as if this part of you is shielded by soft, overlapping curtains of shadow. The breath reaches it easily, like a dim glow through fabric, warm enough to comfort, faint enough to soothe. The chair beneath you feels more solid as the light grows dimmer. In bright light, edges and corners stand out. In this soft, fading glow, only the broad support remains, the wide back holding your spine, the deep seat holding your hips, the quiet pressure under your thighs. Your legs stretch out into the darker part of the room. The lamps barely reach them now. They belong more to shadow than to light, heavy and still, like quiet shapes resting on the floor of a lantern-lit attic. Notice the gentle contrast along your shins, where a thin stripe of light may still fall, and then the deeper shade beyond. That line between glow and shadow feels like a boundary between effort and rest. On the bright side, the day. On the shaded side, this slow, complete unwinding. The air itself seems to dim. What was once golden now feels more like a soft grey, cool at the edges, warm near your face and chest. With every breath, that greyness settles into you, like twilight settling into a room, blurring the outlines of everything that once felt sharp. The lamps around the observatory might be turned down, one by one. A knob turned here, a shade tilted there. In your body, the same gentle turning happens. The brightness in your jaw is lowered. The brightness in your throat is lowered. The brightness at the base of your skull is lowered. Behind your eyes, the inner lantern never flickers. It is small, steady, and kind. Its glow does not disturb the darkness. It simply keeps you company within it, a quiet presence in a wide, restful space. The longer you sit, the more the room becomes a constellation of dim shapes, a curve of railing catching a sliver of light, the faint outline of an instrument, half in shadow, half in glow. Even these shapes seem to be falling asleep, their edges softening as the light withdraws. Inside, the same thing happens with sensations. At first, every point of contact was clear. Now, only a few stand out. The weight at the back of your head, the pressure under your hips, the gentle touch of fabric at your ankles. Everything else fades into a comfortable background, like objects disappearing into dusk. There is nothing to fix in this dimness. The night does not ask for brightness. It only asks for presence, for this simple being here as the lights grow lower and the shadows grow deep. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faintest glow from a lamp left in another room down the hall. Closer to you, in this chair, in this body, everything is quieter, more shaded, more at rest. Breath continues, a slow bellows fanning that inner lantern. In. A gentle swell of warmth in the center of your chest. Out. The warmth spreads, then dims, leaving behind a trail of softness in your shoulders, your arms, your hands. The muscles along your spine receive that softness, like a line of lanterns being turned down in sequence. At the base of your neck, the light lowers. Between your shoulder blades, it lowers again. In the middle of your back, another step down until your whole spine feels wrapped in a calm, even dusk. Your hips sit deeply in the chair, as though they have settled into the darkest, quietest part of the room. Here, the glow is faint, more like remembered light than actual brightness. This is where heaviness gathers, pleasant and grounding, holding you in place with no effort at all. Down through your thighs, the dimness grows thicker. Any last sparks of restlessness go out, like small candles gently pinched between finger and thumb. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, all of them resting in a shadow that is soft, not cold, like the cool side of a pillow that has been waiting for you. Somewhere, a tiny reflection still glints on the glass of a window, a last echo of the room's glow. In the same way, a small, clear awareness remains in you, watching this dimming with quiet interest, not interfering, just noticing how the body knows exactly how to move toward rest. The lanterns of the day have been turned down. The bright overhead beams of thought and effort are already gone. What remains is this gentle inner light and the wide velvety darkness around it, holding you, soft and unhurried, as the observatory's warm glow slowly, peacefully gives way to night. The opening above you has settled into its new shape. The sky leans quietly through it, and the room around you grows even more hushed. Here, in this stillness, something inside begins to soften, the way a long-held breath finally eases out. Imagine, within this quiet, a gentle watcher inside you, the part that stays alert, the part that scans and checks and keeps track. It has taken its place beside the telescope, standing at attention for a very long time. For years, that inner watcher has leaned forward, listening for every small sound, peering ahead toward every next task. Eyes always just a little wider than they need to be, shoulders just a little tighter than they want to be. Now the observatory holds a different kind of night. This is not a night for scanning horizons. This is a night for the watcher to rest, to sit back from the lens, to feel the body beneath it, to notice that the dome itself is keeping watch. Feel how the breath moves through the body, like the telescope's own slow, steady exhale. Air glides in, quiet and cool. Air glides out, a soft, invisible sigh. The whole chest rises and falls as though the instrument of your body is breathing along with the room. That inner watcher, the one who usually stands guard, begins to notice this rhythm. It hears the gentle breath of the telescope, the faint hum of metal cooling in the night air. It senses that the great eye above has taken over the work of looking. The watcher inside no longer needs to lean forward. Across the face, small muscles begin to ease. The forehead smooths, as if someone has turned down a bright inner lamp. The space around the eyes softens, lids resting like curtains, drawn halfway in a quiet observatory. Behind those lids, the watcher steps back from the glass. Notice the weight of the eyes themselves. Two small, patient orbs resting deep in their sockets. All day they have been like lenses, constantly focusing and refocusing. Now they rest like covered instruments, cushioned in darkness, cooling gently after a long, bright shift. Behind the eyes, there is a wide, dim room of awareness. The watcher has lived there, pacing, checking, turning dials of attention. Tonight, that room is lit only by the faint glow of the sky filtering down through the open dome. Soft, indirect, more like starlight than like day. In that inner observatory, the watcher looks up and realizes it is not alone. The telescope of the mind is already pointed to the heavens. The great, steady structure of your body is already aligned with the earth. The mountains outside have taken their posts, silent and sure. Each breath out is like the watcher setting down another small instrument. A clipboard of worries placed gently on a table. A heavy set of keys, no longer needed, resting with a quiet clink. A headset of constant listening slipped from the ears and left beside the console. The shoulders feel this. They drop a little, as though the straps of responsibility have slid away. The muscles along the back spread and soften like fabric that has been unrolled and left to lie flat. The watcher realizes it has been wearing armor it did not know it carried. The chest, too, responds. Ribs move with a little more space between them, like shutters opening just enough to welcome a softer breeze. On the in-breath, there is a gentle expansion, a rounding forward. On the out-breath, the whole front of the body settles back toward the support beneath it. In this inner observatory, the watcher sits down for the first time in a long time. It feels the chair beneath it, solid and kind. It notices that the control panels are quiet, their lights dimmed to a soft, night-friendly glow. The great dome of your skull arches overhead, sheltering this peaceful command center. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like distant equipment humming far down a hallway. Thoughts may flicker like small indicator lights on the edge of the console. They do not call the watcher to its feet. Breath becomes the main instrument here. In. The telescope draws in the night, gathering faint light from far away. Out. It releases the heat and effort of the day, a gentle plume of warmth dissolving into the air. The watcher listens, noticing how regular this is, how little it needs from effort. Feel the back of the head where it rests. There is a point where bone meets cushion, a small, precise contact. From that point, awareness can sense the whole curve of the skull, like the inner surface of a smaller dome, nested inside the larger one. The watcher leans back against that inner curve, supported from behind. Around the neck, muscles unwind. The throat softens, as though the voice of constant commentary has turned down its volume. Swallowing grows easy, unhurried, almost lazy. The watcher realizes there is no announcement to make, no report to deliver. Arms grow heavier along their resting place. From shoulders to elbows to wrists, each segment settles as if laid gently on a padded console. Fingers uncurl, no longer gripping at invisible controls. The hands rest like quiet instruments powered down for the night. Notice the subtle warmth in the palms. Tiny pulses move there, quiet signals from the heart. The watcher feels them and understands. The vital systems are running smoothly on their own. No monitoring is needed. Down through the spine, vertebra by vertebra, the body aligns like a carefully balanced telescope mount. Each segment finds its place, neither forced nor slumped. Gravity does the work, drawing weight downward into the support below. The watcher sees that the structure is sound. In the belly, breath has begun to reach deeper. On the inhale, the abdomen rounds gently, like a bellows filling with cool night air. On the exhale, it softens back toward the spine, a slow, contented release. The watcher listens to this quiet movement and understands it as the observatory's gentle breath. Hips are anchored, broad and steady, like the base of the telescope fixed firmly to the floor. Thighs rest, heavy and still, their muscles no longer poised to stand. Knees, calves, ankles, all these joints loosen their grip on readiness. The watcher, seeing this, feels its own stance soften inside. Even the small weight of the heels has its message. Pressed into the cushion or mat, they send a simple signal upward, held. The watcher receives that signal again and again with every tiny shift of contact. Held, supported, already taken care of. Here, in this layered quiet, what needed doing has paused. The list waits outside this room. Inside, the only task is this shared breathing between body and night. The telescope breathes. The dome breathes. The lungs breathe. There may still be faint echoes of habit, little urges to check, to plan, to look ahead. They rise like brief glances toward the sky, then soften as the watcher remembers the telescope is already aligned. The work of watching has been handed over to something larger and steadier. Notice how, with each exhale, attention drifts farther from the edges of the world and closer to the quiet center behind the eyes. The watcher sits there now, not as a guard, but as a guest, hands resting in its lap, shoulders loose, gaze soft. It feels the slow, even breath moving through the whole inner observatory. In this place, the night itself is on duty. The stars above keep their silent courses. The great dome of bone and muscle and skin protects and encloses. The watcher within is finally off shift. Nothing to fix, nothing to manage, nothing to hold up. The inner telescope tracks the sky on its own, guided by quiet, precise mechanisms that have always known what to do. The breath continues, steady as the turning of the earth, and the watcher, at last, rests in its chair, eyes half closed, listening to the telescope's gentle breath, drifting deeper into the soft, unguarded dark. Breath moves on, slow and steady. The sky above has deepened into true night now, a wide, dark expanse held within the round opening of the dome. That circle of darkness feels vast, stretching far beyond the edges of what the eyes can see, reaching out into a quiet, endless distance. The first stars that appeared are no longer alone. They hang there as small, steady points, each one a tiny flame pressed into the dark. Between them, the darkness is not empty. It feels like a deep, soft space, a calm, velvet distance that goes on and on. Notice how the body responds to that distance. As the gaze, or the inner sense of looking, moves out into the wide dark, the muscles close to the surface begin to ease. The forehead smooths. The space around the eyes feels cooler, as if the night itself is gently touching the skin. High above, each star is a pinprick in a great dark curtain. Imagine that curtain stretching so far that it seems to wrap all the way around the observatory, around the mountain, around the place where you rest. That same darkness folds around the body, not heavy, not pressing, just quietly holding everything in a soft embrace. The breath continues to rise and fall. Inhale, and the chest lifts slightly, like a small, slow wave of space opening inside. Exhale, and the chest settles, sinking back into support, as though the body is being drawn a little deeper into the gentle gravity of the night. Far out in the darkness, more stars reveal themselves. Some are bright and clear. Others are faint, like whispers at the edge of hearing. They seem scattered, but there is a quiet order in their distance, each one keeping a respectful space from the others. That same sense of space begins to show itself inside. Behind the closed eyes, there is an inner darkness, soft and deep, like a private night sky. Within that inner sky, small points of ease begin to glow. A relaxed jaw, a loosened neck, a slow, easy heaviness in the shoulders. The darkness above is not cold or lonely. It is a holding darkness, like a vast, gentle hand cupped around the world. The dome is simply an opening in that hand, a round aperture where the stars can be seen. Through that opening, the body feels the quiet reassurance of something endless and calm. Notice the weight of the back against the surface beneath. Each point of contact is like a star, a tiny anchor of pressure in a wide field of softness. The back of the head, the shoulders, the upper spine, the hips, the heels, all of them resting, all of them sinking a little more deeply into their own small constellations of support. Above, the stars seem still, but they are part of a vast motion, a slow turning that cannot be felt in any one moment. In the same way, the breath is always moving, yet each single breath feels simple and complete. In, out, like a tiny orbit circling back to calm again and again. Let awareness drift up toward the throat. The muscles there may notice the coolness of the air as it passes. With every exhale, the throat softens, as though the night is smoothing it from the inside. Any tightness there loosens, falling away into the dark space around the neck and shoulders. The aperture above frames only a small part of the sky. Yet within that small circle, the depth is infinite. It is like looking down a long, clear tunnel into the universe. The farther the gaze travels into that tunnel, the more the body here, in this place, feels held and still. Inside, the same thing happens. Attention looks into the inner darkness behind the eyes and finds that it, too, is deeper than it first seems. There is room there for every sensation, every small flicker of feeling. Nothing is crowded. Everything has space. The tasks have stepped back. This is an hour with no edges, no rush, only the slow turning of the world under the stars. The night asks nothing. It simply stretches out in all directions, quiet and unhurried. Notice the arms now, from the shoulders down to the elbows, from the elbows to the wrists, from the wrists into the hands. Each segment grows heavier, as though the bones themselves are settling deeper into the dark. The fingers rest like small satellites, gently orbiting the stillness of the palms. Above, one star may draw the attention more than the others, a slightly brighter point, steady and patient. Imagine its light traveling through that enormous distance, crossing the vast dark space, to arrive here, to touch the eye, to touch the mind. That journey has taken longer than many lifetimes, and yet the light arrives quietly, without effort. With each inhale, imagine that distant light brushing the inside of the ribs. The chest expands to meet it, a slow, easy widening. With each exhale, the light settles deeper, spreading through the body like a faint, comforting warmth in the darkness. The legs grow heavier now. From the hips down into the thighs, a slow release. From the thighs into the knees, a soft unwinding. From the knees into the calves and ankles, all the way to the feet, the weight spreads out, like a shadow deepening on the ground under a clear night sky. The darkness between the stars feels endless, but it is not empty of meaning. It is the space that lets each point of light be seen. In the same way, the quiet spaces in the body, the pauses between breaths, the stillness between heartbeats, allow the small, bright sensations of comfort to be noticed. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Those soft movements of thought are like distant stars beyond the edge of the aperture, present but far away, part of a larger sky that does not need to be mapped tonight. Breath moves through the nose, cool on the way in, slightly warmer on the way out. That gentle temperature shift is like moving from the outer darkness of space into the sheltered darkness of the observatory. A subtle change, but the body recognizes it and responds by softening even more. The dome around you is like a small vessel floating in the vast night. Within it, the air is still. The sounds are muted. The light is gentle. Outside, the sky stretches without limit. This little circle of shelter rests inside that immensity, perfectly held. Inside the body, the same relationship appears. There is the small, clear space of awareness, like the observatory, watching. Around it, an endless field of quiet sensation, like the night sky. Warmth here, coolness there, the slow drift of breath, the steady pull of gravity, all of it floating in a wide, dark calm. Notice the tiny movements that remain, a soft pulse in the fingertips, a faint flutter at the base of the throat, the gentle rise of the belly. These are like the smallest, faintest stars, barely visible, yet still part of the great pattern of the night. Somewhere, high above, far beyond sight, the galaxy itself arcs across the sky, a river of countless stars. Within the aperture, only a few of them are visible, but their presence hints at the larger whole. In the same way, the few sensations that stand out in the body hint at a deeper, quieter ease spreading through every cell. Each breath now feels slower, more spacious. The inhale opens a little window into the vastness above, drawing in the cool, dark calm of the night. The exhale releases downwards into the support beneath, as though the body is sinking through layers of softness, closer and closer to complete rest. There is nothing to solve here. The stars do their ancient work without needing attention. The earth turns under the observatory without needing direction. The breath finds its own rhythm, guided by something older and wiser than thought. The darkness around the mountain, the darkness in the dome, the darkness behind the eyes, all seem to be part of the same gentle field now. One continuous night, stretching from the farthest star all the way into the quiet center of the chest. In that field, the body rests like a small, bright point, steady and unworried. Above, the first stars that appeared still shine, patient and unchanged. Around them, more and more faint lights emerge, filling the aperture with a soft, scattered shimmer. Below, the muscles have loosened, the breath has slowed, the weight of the body has settled. Here, in this shared darkness, held by the vastness of the sky and the stillness of the observatory, rest deepens. The night stretches on, wide and kind, and the body continues to drift into its own quiet orbit of ease. The room holds its quiet. Breath moves in and out, slow and steady, like a soft pendulum in the dark. Somewhere inside this stillness, imagine a small table in front of you. On it rests a single object, smooth, solid, waiting. This object is a question, not in words, not in sentences, just the feeling of something unfinished given a simple, gentle shape. Picture your hands reaching toward it, fingers relaxed, palms soft, as though they know exactly how to hold something delicate without effort. The breath moves in as the hands draw close. The breath moves out as the hands come to rest around it. Feel the weight of this question object resting in your palms. Not heavy enough to strain, just present enough to be real. Cool at first, like something that has been sitting quietly in the night air. Notice its surface. Perhaps it is smooth, like polished stone. Or perhaps there are tiny edges, tiny curves, like a pebble that has traveled a long way and is still rounding itself out. Whatever its shape, it fits into your hands, as though it was always meant to be held this way. The breath continues. In, coolness, ease. Out, warmth, release. With each cycle, the object in your hands seems to respond, almost as though it is breathing with you. There is no need to solve this question now. It is not asking for answers. It is simply here, resting, like a small planet caught for a moment in the gentle orbit of your fingers. As the lungs fill, feel how the chest widens, how the shoulders settle. The arms grow heavier, supported by whatever lies beneath them. That weight travels down into the hands, and the question object settles a little deeper into your grasp. Notice how warmth begins to spread from your skin into its surface. What was cool becomes lukewarm. What was distant becomes familiar. The object does not resist. It simply absorbs the warmth that arrives, the way stone slowly takes on the temperature of the room. Inside the mind, questions sometimes spin and whirl. Here, though, this one has stopped moving. It has taken a form, a boundary, a simple outline. It rests as still as the mountain outside. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint hum behind a closed door. All the attention rests in the hands, in the quiet weight they hold. Each inhale is like a soft light passing over the object, revealing tiny details, small textures, subtle shifts in temperature. Each exhale is like that light dimming again, leaving the object even more at peace. Feel how the fingers curl just enough to cradle it. Not gripping, not clutching, just a natural curve, like branches around a bird's nest. The question that once might have circled through the mind is now here, contained. It does not press. It does not push. It simply exists, steady and still. With the next slow breath in, sense how the object becomes a little heavier. Not in a burdensome way, more like a snowflake that has finally settled onto the ground and decided to stay. Its movement is finished for now. The muscles of the forearms soften. The elbows rest more deeply. The shoulders hang with their own quiet gravity. All of this weight supports the simple act of holding without strain. In this inner observatory, every question has the potential to become an object like this, a small, tangible thing that can be held, examined, and then allowed to rest. No rush, no urgency. Perhaps another object waits at the edge of awareness, another question that has been circling during the day. Imagine it for a moment as a faint outline hovering above the table, unclear, half-formed, like mist around a shape. As the breath flows in, that outline gathers itself. As the breath flows out, it settles onto the table with a soft, silent touch. Now it too has weight. Now it too has a surface. One by one, questions that once floated without form become small, quiet objects on this inner table. Each has its own texture, its own temperature, its own patient stillness. None of them demand anything. They simply wait. The body, knows how to hold only one at a time. So the hands choose one, gently. They close around it with that same soft curve, that same easy contact. This is the question that is here for now. Feel again the way its weight presses into the base of the fingers, into the center of each palm. There is something comforting in that pressure, a reminder that even uncertain things can rest somewhere. They do not have to wander endlessly. As the breath deepens, the object grows quieter. Imagine its inner motions slowing. Any swirling thoughts inside it begin to drift down, like tiny particles settling at the bottom of a clear glass. The top grows smooth, undisturbed. Your chest rises, your chest falls. With every rise, the object is bathed in a gentle sense of space. With every fall, it sinks further into calm. Notice the space around it too. The empty air above the table, the soft, dark room of the mind where these objects rest. Spacious, uncluttered, wide. The list waits outside this room. Here, only these quiet shapes exist, and even they are not in a hurry. Time inside this inner observatory moves at the pace of your breathing. Slow, measured, kind. Perhaps one of the objects carries a question about tomorrow. Another might hold a memory. Another, a small unfinished task. All of them are here, but none of them are asking for action. The hands may choose to set the object down for a moment. Feel the slight shift as the weight leaves the palms. The fingers uncurl, joints soft, tendons slackening. The object returns to the table, steady and unmoving. Now the hands rest empty. Notice how that feels. The skin along the fingers, the warmth in the palms, the quiet tingling as circulation moves freely. Empty hands do not need to fix or carry anything. They simply lie where they are, heavy and peaceful. The table of questions remains nearby, but it does not pull at you. It is content to wait in the dim, calm light. Breath in, breath out. With each cycle, a faint layer of stillness settles over the objects on that table, like a soft dusting of quiet, making every edge gentler, every surface more muted. Stray thoughts are just visitors passing through this room. They may glance at the objects, brush against them, then move on. The objects stay. The room stays. The breathing stays. Now imagine lifting one of the smallest questions. Not an urgent one. Just a tiny curiosity that once flickered at the back of the mind. It fits between thumb and forefinger, light as a bead. Bring it close. Hold it up in the gentle darkness. It has no sharpness now, no demand. It is simply a point of interest, quiet and still. With the next exhale, place this tiny object into a small open box on the table. Hear the almost silent touch as it lands. Then close the lid with a slow, easy motion. The question is not gone. It is simply resting inside. One by one, more of these small questions may move into that box. Each lifted without effort, each placed without strain. each enclosed in the same soft, patient darkness. The box itself becomes another object on the table, closed, unhurried, waiting for a time when attention is bright and the body is fully awake. For now, the hands grow heavier again. The arms lengthen into stillness. The shoulders sink, as though the fabric beneath them has deepened just enough to welcome this extra weight. There is only this inner room, the table, the quiet shapes of questions turned into simple, resting objects. The slow, steady rhythm of breath moving through the chest. Nothing to figure out, nothing to chase. The questions know how to wait. The body knows how to drift. As the inhalations become softer, almost transparent, the edges of the table blur slightly. The objects remain, but they feel more distant, as though seen through half-closed eyes. Their stillness is complete. With each exhale, awareness draws closer to the warmth of the body itself, the weight of the limbs, the gentle pull of gravity, the soft darkness behind the eyes. Somewhere inside, the inner observatory light dims to a low, comforting glow. The table of questions stands quietly in that glow, untouched, undisturbed. Everything that needed a place has found one. Breath in, like a hand resting lightly on the lid of that box. Breath out, like that hand easing away, trusting it will stay closed. The questions are held. The objects are still. The night continues its slow turning above and around, while the mind, the body, and all their quiet constellations drift deeper into rest. Breath moves slowly in and out. Somewhere above, stars keep their quiet paths. Here, something softer begins to happen. The edges of the body start to blur a little, as if every outline, every border is being traced with a fingertip of light, and then gently smudged, not erased, just softened. Around this resting body, the air feels almost thick with calm, not heavy, not pressing, more like a gentle suspension, as though the room has filled with a barely visible mist that holds everything in place. Imagine that this mist is not quite air, not quite cloud, but something between. A soft, weightless substance that knows exactly how to cradle. It gathers under the back, under the shoulders, under the head, and holds each part in a quiet, patient way. The weight of the body begins to feel different inside this softness. Less like something pulling downward, more like something floating in a slow, still nebula of warm breath. Every inhale slightly brightens this cloud around you. Every exhale lets it expand, wider and looser, until it fills the whole space. The room becomes a gentle pocket of suspended air, a small nebula of breathing where gravity has grown kind and forgetful. Limbs grow lighter in this suspended glow. The hands feel as if they are no longer resting on fabric, but resting on air that has learned how to hold them. The feet, the legs, the hips, all carried by this invisible cushion. The sense of skin begins to soften, Where the air touches, the border is unclear now, as though the surface of the body is dissolving into the cloud that surrounds it, particle by quiet particle. Above, beyond the roof and the dome, real nebulae drift in the deep sky. Vast clouds of dust and light, hanging without effort, spread out for unimaginable distances. Here, in this small place, a tiny echo of that same floating exists, wrapped around this breathing form. Each breath is like a slow pulse through this personal nebula. On the in-breath, the cloud gathers close, warm and gentle. On the out-breath, it thins and spreads, almost transparent, then gathers again. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. They are like faint shapes in a far corner of this cloud, soft outlines that do not need to sharpen. They appear, blur at the edges, and fade back into the mist. The body is here, and yet it is as though it is also gently suspended a few inches above where it rests, held in place by this thick, tender air. Every muscle that once tried to hold itself up now finds it is already held. The spine is cushioned in a long, slow band of softness. Each vertebra rests in its own pocket of quiet air. Even the small spaces between them feel padded by this invisible cloud. Around the head, the nebula gathers more densely, a halo of slow, cool breath, turning almost imperceptibly. It is as if the thoughts that once circled quickly have slowed into tiny glowing particles, drifting lazily in this cloud. The face loosens. The jaw slackens, released from any need to shape words. The tongue rests heavy and still, surrounded by this same quiet suspension that fills the room. The night outside holds its distance. Inside, the cloud of breath and warmth thickens like a personal piece of sky. A small, private nebula held within walls that no longer feel solid, only protective. In this gentle suspension, time stretches out. Moments do not line up in a row anymore. They hang around the body like small, dim stars in fog, there, but not demanding to be counted. The sense of here widens. Not just the point where the body meets the bed, not just the outline of limbs and chest. Here becomes the whole cloud, the whole pocket of softened air that extends a little farther with every exhale. The tasks have stepped back. Nothing in this nebula asks for effort. Breath moves. The cloud responds. That is all. Sometimes there is a feeling of gently drifting upward, as though the whole body is being lifted by the mist. Sometimes it feels more like sinking slowly into it, like settling deeper into a soft, endless cushion. Both are the same here. Up and down lose their importance inside this weightless space. The chest rises and falls, and the cloud rises and falls with it. A slow, shared motion, like a quiet tide of air. The rhythm is so steady that it almost disappears into the background. Within this softness, even the idea of a separate inside and outside begins to fade. The air that enters on the inhale was part of the cloud a moment ago. On the exhale, it returns, warmed and gentle, to join the nebula again. Breath and cloud are not different now. They belong to the same slow, floating presence. The body is simply the calm center of it all, a still point inside a soft, turning mist. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a distant flicker at the edge of a vast, glowing cloud, barely noticed. The main feeling is this suspension, this being held without needing to hold anything in return. Shoulders that once carried the day's weight now rest in their own pockets of air. The muscles around the neck unwind as though each strand has been carefully placed into its own cradle of softness. Even the tiny muscles around the eyes loosen, sinking into the cloud that cups the face. Here, in this nebula of soft breathing, identity itself feels lighter. Not a list of roles or tasks, just a gentle presence, floating in a quiet field of air and warmth. Sometimes a small twitch moves through a hand or a foot. The cloud around it ripples slightly, then settles again, smooth and undisturbed. Every small movement is absorbed, softened, and then forgotten by the mist. The longer this continues, the more the body seems made of the same substance as the cloud. Not solid, not rigid, but a loose gathering of softness and warmth and slow rhythm. As if the bones and muscles have become constellations of comfort, hanging inside this personal sky. The bed, the floor, the building beneath are very far away now, even though they are still there. Awareness is more interested in the feeling of hanging, of being gently suspended in place, supported from every side by something that never tires. The cloud of breath grows very quiet. Its motion is almost too slow to notice. Only the faintest rise and fall, like the smallest glow at the edge of vision. In this weightless space, the sense of me and air and room has thinned. What remains is a simple, floating presence, a small nebula of warmth and breath, drifting in the dark, entirely at ease. The room holds its quiet. The telescope stands where it is, watching its single star. Around it, the night feels still, as if everything has settled into place. In this stillness, awareness begins to sink, not downward in a rush, just easing through layers, like fine sand drifting through open fingers, grain by grain without effort. The body has its own slow descent, heavier parts first, the weight of the hips, the quiet pull in the shoulders. Each breath a soft slide, carrying you a little deeper into the support beneath. Imagine the whole observatory as a high ledge on the side of the mountain. Inside, the air is calm and steady. Inside, thoughts and muscles and breath are like dust motes in a shaft of starlight, slowly, gently, settling. There is no need to hold yourself upright in any way. The surface beneath you does the holding. It knows your shape now. It takes your weight the way the mountain takes the weight of the observatory, solid and unquestioning. Awareness drifts down through the body in layers, from the skin to the muscles to the deeper places that rarely get noticed. Each layer a little quieter than the one above it. Each layer like a finer kind of sand, slower to move, slower to stir. The telescope keeps its calm position, but in the mind it begins to feel very heavy, not burdened, just rooted. Its base sunk deep into the floor sunk deep into the rock sunk deep into the planet. All of that weight holding everything steady so that the lighter parts of you are free to float or to sink, however they wish. Inside the chest, breath falls into a simple rhythm. In and out, in and out, as though each exhale were a tiny cloud of dust drifting down and coming to rest on a quiet shelf. Thoughts, if they are still moving at all, feel slower now, like a handful of dry grains poured into a clear jar. At first, they tumble and tap against the glass. Then they find their place, one on top of another, until the surface smooths and stills. The mind does not need to press against anything. It does not need to reach for the star, or for answers, or for plans. What needed doing has paused. The list waits outside this room. Notice how the edges of the body begin to blur. Where the back meets the bed or the chair, the line softens. Where the legs rest, the border between fabric and skin becomes less clear. As if a fine, warm dust has settled over everything, smoothing out every sharp corner. The mountain outside holds its own slow gravity. Stone beneath stone, layer upon layer, built over ages. In this moment, that same patience gathers under you. A deep, unmoving presence that says, without words, that there is nowhere else to be. Inside the observatory, air moves so gently it feels almost still. The faintest current brushes along the floor, like powder sliding into the lowest places. In the same way, tension in the body seeks out the lowest point and sinks into it, disappearing into the deep. The star in the telescope's view remains steady, but around it, in imagination, the sky feels wide and soft, like an endless dark field. In that field, any remaining worries are like a few last grains tossed into the air. They shimmer for a moment, then drift down, joining everything that has already settled. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a distant rustle behind a closed door. Closer than that, nearer than thought, there is only the slow descent into comfort. Notice the heaviness of the hands. The way the fingers rest, their small joints no longer doing any work. They lie where they are placed, like pebbles at the bottom of a clear jar, perfectly content to stay. The face softens too. Muscles around the eyes, around the mouth, around the forehead, all releasing their hold. Imagine a thin layer of fine dust settling over the features, smoothing them, making every expression quiet and neutral and at rest. Time begins to lose its shape here. Moments do not line up in a row. They pool, like sand poured into a shallow bowl, all together without edges. There is just this ongoing, gentle sinking, with no need to know how long it has been. The telescope's star feels farther away now, and at the same time less important. Its light is like a single grain in a vast dune. What matters is not the grain, but the way the whole dune lies there, unmoving, at peace with its own weight. Inside your ribs, the heart moves quietly, each beat a small, soft tap, like a grain of sand finding its place at the bottom of a tall glass. No rush, no urgency, just the slow building of stillness, layer on layer. Around the ankles, around the feet, awareness may fade first. Those parts of you sink quickly, like heavier grains that reach the bottom before the rest. Then the calves, then the thighs, everything stacking, settling, finding the shape of complete rest. There is nothing to manage now. The breath manages itself. The body knows how to grow heavy. The night knows how to deepen. Somewhere above, the mountain listens to the stars. Not with ears, not with effort, just by being still enough that their light reaches it, touches it, rests upon it. In the same way, stillness gathers over you, a quiet blanket of weightless dust, almost too light to feel, and yet, somehow, completing the sense of being covered. Awareness itself begins to feel grainy at the edges. Thoughts do not form in full sentences anymore. They are small fragments, single words, half images, like specks drifting through a beam of starlight, visible for a moment, then gone. The line between inside and outside softens. The body, the chair or bed, the floor, the mountain beneath, all become one continuous weight, spreading out, spreading down. What was separate begins to feel like one thing resting. Somewhere in that wide, shared stillness, the last bits of wakefulness start to sink. Not forced, not pushed away. They simply grow heavier than the space that holds them, and so they fall, through layers of thought, through layers of feeling, like the final grains in an hourglass, slipping through the narrow middle into the quiet, waiting pile below. The telescope keeps its gentle watch. The mountain keeps its silent listening. And deeper within, the part of you that has been holding the day slowly sets everything down, and settles, and rests. The room holds its quiet. Around you, the observatory feels smaller now, more like a familiar room at the end of a long day than a place of instruments and sky. Somewhere in the building, a door has already been closed. A latch met its frame with a soft, certain click. The kind of sound that says, very gently, that the outside has stayed outside. Inside this space, the air is still and mild. It has its own temperature, its own calm. Like the feeling of stepping into a hallway you know well, hanging up a coat, setting down keys in the same small dish. Imagine the observatory as a quiet home at the top of the mountain. You have already stepped through its doorway. The cool of the night is behind you now, on the other side of thick walls and a solid door. In here, the night feels distant, softened, filtered. There is a sense of arrival, of having crossed a threshold, of having come all the way inside. Around the edges of the building, the wind still moves. It brushes the outer walls, finds the curve of the dome, the lines of the roof. But here, in this inner room, those sounds reach you as only a faint, padded murmur, like hearing footsteps in a hallway when you are already in bed, covers pulled up, lights low. The dome above has almost closed. Its great arc has turned slowly, carefully, until only a narrow slice remains open to the sky, a thin seam where the night can still look in, and the last of the starlight can still reach through. That opening is high above you, out of sight, like a transom window over a door in an old house. Light passes through, but the details stay far away. The world beyond is present, but softened, like a picture in another room. As the dome moves, its motion is slow and steady, metal gliding against metal in a quiet, practiced path. There might be the faintest hum of a motor, the soft roll of wheels along a track. Not loud, not sharp, just a calm mechanical sigh, doing the same thing it has done 1,000 nights before. Then the motion eases. The seam of sky narrows. The last direct line to the open night becomes a slim, gentle line of dark, almost closed. Almost. It feels like the end of a long evening at home when curtains are drawn, blinds are lowered, and doors are latched. The mountain, the stars, the deep sky are still there, but the house has turned inward. The observatory has, in its own way, set down its work for the night. What needed doing has paused. The instruments have finished their watching. The notes have been taken. The questions for the sky can wait until tomorrow. Somewhere nearby, a switch is flipped. A small light over a doorway clicks off. Another, lower, warmer light remains, like a lamp left on in a hallway so that the house never feels completely dark. The room around you glows with that kind of light, soft, indirect, touching only a few edges, the curve of a table, the outline of a chair, the faint shine on a doorknob that leads to another, even quieter room. Your body has the feeling of having come in from outside, as if you have taken off heavy shoes and left them by the door, as if a bag has slipped from your shoulder and found the floor with a small, relieved thud. Weight that was carried is no longer being carried. The chair or bed or surface beneath you receives that weight easily, like a hallway bench that has always been there, waiting for someone to sit and unburden themselves. Fabric or cushion rises just a little around you, holding your shape, memorizing it for the night. The dome above is almost sealed now. Only the slightest thread of sky remains. Through that thread, starlight still reaches in, but not as sharp points. More like a faint, silvery wash that brushes the inner curve of the dome, then diffuses into the room as a suggestion, not a beam. It is like standing in a doorway with your hand on the knob, looking back one last time at that evening outside. The street, the air, the open world. And then, gently, drawing the door almost shut, leaving just a crack for the sounds to slip through. Out there, the mountain continues its slow breathing. The wind still moves along stone and snow. But in here, it is as though the observatory has pulled a thick, soft door between its inner rooms and the night. The sounds are filtered, distant, muffled by layers of wall and space. The list waits outside this room, the hallway of the mind where plans hang like coats has grown dim and quiet. Hooks stand empty. Shoes are lined up neatly, no longer in motion. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a radio left on low in a far-off kitchen while you rest in a bedroom down the hall. Words might still form, but they blur at the edges, losing their sharpness, their insistence. Here, in this inner chamber of the observatory, time feels like a house that has gone to sleep. Clocks still tick somewhere, but they are behind doors, around corners. The minutes do not press forward. They simply drift past, like faint light moving slowly across a floor. The dome's opening, that last slice of night, becomes thinner still. Not quite closed, not quite open. A gentle in-between, like a door left just slightly ajar so that a line of hallway light rests across the floor. Through that narrow gap, the sky is only a suggestion now. No single star stands out, just a soft, dark presence, a reminder that beyond this room, beyond these walls, there is a wide, quiet universe continuing on its own. Inside, the air feels more contained. It has the stillness of a bedroom where someone has just turned out the light and settled into the familiar shape of their pillow. The corners of the room blur. The ceiling becomes an easy, featureless dark. The observatory's interior holds you the way a home holds its last waking person. The building knows how to be quiet, how to rest on its foundations, how to keep its small, steady warmth while the night curls around it. Somewhere, a panel is closed with a soft click. A cabinet door finds its frame. A drawer is pushed in until it meets the back and goes no farther. Each of these tiny closures echoes the same feeling. The day has been put away. Muscles answer this without needing to be told. Shoulders sink a little deeper. The back settles more completely into support. The face releases the expressions it held during the long watching of the sky. The dome above is almost closed, and the room feels like the quiet center of a house at midnight. Hallways are dark. Doors are mostly shut. Only this one space remains gently lit, like a small island of softness where the last awareness of the day drifts and thins. Breath moves in and out, slow and unhurried. Each exhale feels a little like setting something down in its place. A thought, a memory, a small tension. placed gently on a shelf, the way you might empty your pockets into a bowl by the door. The walls around you are steady. They do not lean or sway. They simply stand, holding their shape, holding their warmth, holding this pocket of stillness within the vastness of the mountain night. The dome's narrow seam of sky is barely there now. The observatory has almost closed its eyes. Not in a sudden snap, but in a long, slow blink that pauses just before complete darkness. In that pause, in that almost closed moment, the whole building feels like a body between waking and sleep. Not quite in one world, not quite in the other, just hovering in the doorway with the hand still resting lightly on the knob. This is where you are resting now, in the interior of a house that has finished its day, in the soft center of a mountain observatory whose work is done. With the dome almost closed and the last of the sky slipping quietly into a dream of its own, the last notes are still hanging in the air, so thin now, almost memory. They soften into the room, then into the walls, then into nothing at all. Silence gathers where the music used to be. It moves in slowly, like a dark curtain being drawn. There is an eye in this darkness, not a shape, not a color, just a quiet awareness resting in the black. Sound has gone. Only the softest edges remain, the hush between breaths. The darkness in the observatory is complete now. No outlines, no distance, just one smooth field of night pressed gently around everything. Inside that darkness, the eye does not search. It does not reach forward. It simply rests, open, in the quiet. The last traces of music thin out even more, like chalk dust brushed from a sleeve. They drift away into the dark, and the dark receives them without a sound. The eye does not need to follow where they went. The room is here. The body is here. The breath moves in its small, steady arc. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a radio in another building, far down the hill. The tasks have stepped back. They know the door is closed. They wait on the other side of the night. In this blackness, the eye sees nothing, and that is a kind of relief. No shapes to name, no distances to measure. The lids may fall or stay half open. Either way, the darkness is the same, soft, unbroken. The body understands this silence. The way shoulders sink a little deeper, the way the jaw slackens as though it has forgotten all the words it once held. Here, in the dark, even the breath seems quieter, as though it is whispering to itself, barely moving the air. The observatory is a hollow shell of quiet. Walls, floor, ceiling, all wrapped in the same deep black. Inside that shell, the small warm weight of your body rests, perfectly still. The eye in the darkness does not have to decide anything now. It does not have to watch the sky. It does not have to count or compare. It simply floats in the dark like a single point of calm, not pushing, not pulling, Around it, silence thickens, a slow, velvet kind of quiet settling over every surface. The last echo of music is gone now, yet some trace of its shape lingers in the body. A remembered rhythm in the chest, a soft after-image of sound. That after-image fades too, like a line erased gently from a blackboard, leaving only a faint, clean smear. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. The darkness here is kind. It hides nothing important. It only covers what can sleep. The eye in the dark grows heavier, not with effort, but with rest, as though the darkness itself is a hand cupped loosely around it. There is nowhere for that eye to go, no horizon to scan, no flicker to chase. It hangs in the black like a small moon behind clouds, present, dimension, untroubled. The breath moves, the chest lifts almost imperceptibly, falls again. Between each breath, the silence deepens. Between each beat, the darkness grows softer, more familiar. The list waits outside this room. Tomorrow holds its own questions. Here, there is just this: the dark observatory, the resting body, the quiet eye floating in its pool of night. Soon, even that eye begins to blur at the edges. Awareness loosens, like fingers uncurling from a rail. The darkness does the rest. It knows this work. It has been here since before the first note was ever played. Now it folds itself around you, soundless, weightless, complete. The mountain has grown very quiet now. The turning sky is an old, soft rhythm in the dark. High above, the observatory sits like a closed eyelid on the ridge. The great dome has finished its slow work of watching. The last slit of starlight has been sealed. Inside that round room, every lens is capped. Every dial rests where it was left. The telescope's long gaze has folded inward, calm and complete. Nothing waits at the eyepiece anymore. No star is being measured. No distance is being crossed. The mountain's eye is closed. Feel how that same closing has happened inside. The part of you that was looking out at the night has turned gently away from the sky. No more scanning. No more reaching toward the far bright points. The watching part of you has gone still. Breath moves in the dark like a small, steady tide. Slow in, slow out. The body lies as quietly as the building on the slope, heavy in a good way, settled into its place on the mountain. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is only background now, like a faint hum in distant walls. Around you, the same deep quiet that met you at the door waits again. A wide, patient silence, holding the observatory, the mountain, and this resting body. The night continues its own work without needing you to watch it. The stars keep drifting over the peaks. The earth keeps turning under stone and snow and wood. Here, there is only this small circle of warmth, this slow, easy breathing, this closed resting gaze, you do not have to hold anything open anymore. The sky will be there when morning comes. The constellations know their paths without your eyes on them. The observatory sleeps on its high ledge, thick walls breathing with the night, dome curved like a smooth sleeping brow. Inside, every instrument is still, every notebook closed, every light dimmed to a soft, remembering glow. The mountain holds it all in place, the same way the bed or chair or blankets hold you. Even the idea of looking up begins to loosen, as if the inner telescope has been gently turned down and covered. No image on the glass, no scene to keep. Whatever surfaces can surface. None of it needs tending tonight. The quiet here is full and deep, like the first hush after a door closes. The whole peak seems to exhale. The whole sky seems to lean in, softer, darker, kinder. Nothing to watch now, nothing to follow across the hours. The mountain's eye is asleep. Your own inner gaze has lowered, turned inward, and gone dim. Breath in the cool, spacious dark. Breath out, sinking a little further into the support beneath. The room, the dome, the high ridges around you grow distant and vague. What remains close is the feeling of being held in a quiet shelter on the mountain, with the night sky moving gently overhead. The last image of the observatory softens, like a lantern seen through mist. Then even that small glow fades away, leaving only the sense of safe walls, steady ground, and slow, deep rest. The mountain keeps its silent watch. The sky keeps turning above the closed dome. And somewhere inside all of that, you lie very still, breathing in the dark, already drifting with the sleeping peaks and the calm, unwatched stars. Based on the title, the listener is probably wishing they could be anywhere but inside their own head right now. Not at a desk, not in the glow of a screen, not in the middle of anyone's expectations. Just tucked beside a small, steady fire in a quiet meadow where nothing is urgent and the stars do all the talking. So my opening will speak directly to that quiet wish to be somewhere else and gently trade the weight of their day for the simple old comfort of sitting around a campfire until sleep comes. You've been wishing, in a quiet way, that tonight could be simpler than it's been. Not a big adventure, not a big breakthrough. Just a night where the only thing you have to keep track of is the slow crackle of a campfire and the soft edge of the dark around it. Some part of you would love to be out in a hidden meadow right now, away from doors and emails and lists, with nothing to manage but the warmth of the flames and the slow turning of the sky. Maybe you wouldn't even talk much there. Maybe you're tired of talking, tired of explaining, tired of being on. You just want to sit close to something gentle and steady, like a fire that doesn't need anything from you, and feel the rest of the world move a little farther away. Reaching for this tonight is its own kind of wisdom. You could have picked more noise, more scrolling, more distraction. Instead, you chose a small, quiet circle around an imagined fire, and that choice already starts to loosen the grip of the day. You've done enough. Coming here is enough. There's nothing you have to perform now. You don't need to concentrate or picture every detail clearly or follow along perfectly. If your attention drifts in and out, that's welcome. If you fall asleep halfway through a sentence, that's actually the point. Think of this as a story you can lean against, not a task you have to complete. The words will keep moving, whether you're listening closely or only catching pieces. You're not being tested. Your only job right now is to lie here and let the sound of the fire and the night keep you company. So for a moment, stay right where you are, in the real room around you. Before we walk out to that hidden meadow, feel the place your body is resting now. The way the mattress rises up to meet your weight. The way the pillow holds the shape of your head. Notice where your back touches the bed and where it doesn't. The heavier places, where you sink in a little more. The lighter places, where there's a hint of space, a small pocket of air. Feel the fabric against your skin, the texture of your sheets or blanket, whether they're cool or already warmed by you. The quiet pressure of the covers over your legs, over your chest, like a soft, steady hand saying, "Stay." The air in the room has its own presence. Maybe it's a little cooler on your cheeks or at the tip of your nose. Maybe the space under the blankets is warmer, a small private climate you've made without even trying. Somewhere in all of this, your breath is moving. You don't have to change it or deepen it. Just notice that it's there, rising and falling on its own, like a tide that has been coming and going all day without asking for your attention. In through the nose or the mouth, out again. A gentle expansion under your ribs, then the easy release. Each breath a small, quiet proof that you're here, in this moment, not inside tomorrow or yesterday. Your shoulders might still be holding something from the day. They often do, without being asked. Just let your awareness rest there for a second, noticing the way they sit against the bed or the pillow, or hang in the air if you're on your side. You don't have to relax them on purpose. Even noticing them is a kind of softening. The same with your jaw, your forehead, the space around your eyes. They've been busy, making expressions, reading, looking, reacting. Now they get to be a little less busy. They can simply exist without needing to send any messages to the world. Here, just here, in this room that is holding its shape around you. The walls are where they always are. The door is closed or partly closed. The ceiling is above you, even if you're not looking at it. Nothing out there needs you right now. As you lie here, you can begin to imagine that the quiet in this room is opening a doorway to somewhere else. Not a bright, overwhelming somewhere, a softer one. A place that feels like it's been waiting for you to arrive, not in a rushed way, but in a patient, timeless way. In your mind, you can start to sense the first hint of cooler night air against your skin, the kind that only exists under an open sky. You don't have to see it clearly, just a feeling as if the ceiling above you has slowly dissolved into stars and the walls have widened into a gentle, grassy distance. Under you, the bed can begin to take on the feeling of earth, solid steady, older than any of today's worries. Imagine that beneath the mattress there is soft ground, and beneath that layers of soil and stone, holding you the way the planet holds everything that rests on it. Unmoving, reliable. Off to one side, there's the quiet suggestion of light. Not the harsh light of a screen or a lamp, but the flickering, living glow of a small campfire. You don't have to walk to it yet. Just know that it's there, waiting, its warmth reaching out in a gentle arc through the cool night. As you breathe, you might almost hear it. The soft pop of a log shifting, the faint hiss as sap meets flame, the low, steady crackle that never hurries. The kind of sound that doesn't demand attention, but gives your mind something simple and rhythmic to rest on whenever it wants. Around that fire is a circle of first light in the darkness, a little island of warmth and glow in a wide, hidden meadow, ringed by tall grass that sways just enough to catch the starlight. Nothing crowded, just open space and the easy company of the fire. You don't have to step fully into that scene yet. For now, it can sit just at the edge of your awareness, like a place you know you're heading toward, but don't have to reach all at once. You can move toward it as slowly as your body wants, or simply let it drift closer to you as you lie here. The sound of my voice, the feeling of your body against the bed, the quiet in the room, and the imagined crackle of that fire can all blend together. You don't have to sort them out. You can drift between them, sometimes more here in your room, sometimes more there in the meadow, and both are completely okay. As we go on, the night around that campfire will open up for you. The stars, the grass, the gentle dark, the steady warmth. For now, it's enough to know that a place like that exists in your mind and that you're already on your way there without needing to try. You're here. The day is somewhere behind you. Ahead of you is only the slow, quiet circle of first light around a fire, and all the time you need to settle beside it. The night has drawn in close around the meadow, now soft and steady, like a warm blanket of darkness. Somewhere beyond the circle of firelight, a narrow path waits at the edge of the trees. It is not urgent. It simply exists, a quiet way that leads from where you are to where the hidden meadow begins. The body knows this path. It remembers the feeling of moving slowly, one step at a time through a calm night. Imagine yourself standing at the beginning of that moonlit way. The ground beneath your feet feels firm and sure. Maybe it is packed earth, maybe a thin ribbon of country lane smoothed by many gentle journeys. Under your soles there is a steady, reliable pressure, a small reminder that the earth is holding your weight, without effort, without question. Overhead, the sky opens in a deep, dark sweep. The moon hangs above the trees, not harsh, not glaring, but softened by a thin veil of cloud. Its light spills down in a pale, silvery wash, just enough to show the shape of the path, the curve of the lane, the edges where grass meets ground. The air here has a coolness to it, a clean, almost sweet scent of distant fields and quiet soil. It brushes your face, and hands moves gently along your arms, slips around your legs as you stand. There is no rush in it, only a slow, easy drift that matches the rhythm of your breathing. Take a slow, simple step along the path. Feel how the body shifts its weight, heel touching first, then the ball of the foot, then the toes. The surface meets each part of your foot. With quiet, steady support, fabric moves softly against your skin. As your leg swings forward, a small whisper of cloth and muscle and bone, working together in an easy, familiar way. Another step, and another. The movement is unhurried, almost lazy in its comfort. The path stretches ahead, a pale ribbon under the moon edged by low grass that leans inward, as though listening to your passing. On one side, the dark line of the forest rises, trees standing close together, their trunks quiet and still. Their branches make a soft lace against the sky, thin lines where the moonlight catches, where leaves stir just enough to murmur against each other. The sound is faint, like someone turning a page far away. On the other side, open land reaches out into the dark, a wide sweep of field and meadow, its details blurred by night. You sense its space more than see it, a gentle openness, a broad, calm presence. The cool air carries the faint, dry smell of grass, of earth that has cooled after a long day. Your steps continue. Each one is simple, complete, nothing extra needed. The heel presses down, the toes roll forward. The other foot lifts and follows. There is a small, pleasant heaviness in your legs, a feeling of muscles that have worked. And now move in an easy, automatic way. Notice how the rest of the body rides along with this slow walking. Hips sway a little loose and natural. Shoulders drift in a gentle counter-motion, balancing each step without asking for attention. Arms hang at your sides, their weight quiet and familiar, fingers, soft hands neither gripping nor reaching. The night around the path is calm. Somewhere far off, a single sound might carry across the fields, a distant dog, a faraway car already softened by distance, already fading before it reaches you. By the time it arrives, it is only a suggestion of sound, a reminder that the rest of the world is out there, busy in its own way, while this lane stays slow and still. The campfire's glow is not yet in sight, but there is a sense of it ahead, like a promise in the air. A faint warmth seems to lie along the path, too subtle to feel on the skin, but present in the way your chest eases, with every step forward. The ground changes slightly as you go. For a few steps it is smoother, as if wheels once rolled here in the daylight. Then it becomes softer again, a little springy underfoot, where grass has begun to grow over the edges of the lane. Each change is small, but the feet notice sending quiet messages upward that say, here is softness, here is firmness, here is the sure line of the way ahead. Your breathing follows the rhythm of your steps. Inhale as one foot comes forward. Exhale as the other follows. There is no need to match them perfectly. They simply find each other, breath and step settling into a shared pace. The chest rises, falls, like a slow walk through the inside of your own body. As the path curves gently, the forest edge draws a little closer. You might notice the texture of bark. On the nearest trunks, the roughness suggested by the way. The moonlight breaks and catches on their surfaces. A low branch reaches out above the lane, not in warning, just as a quiet archway. A reminder that you are passing from one space into another, more sheltered one. Beneath that branch, the air feels a touch cooler, as though the trees have gathered the night and are sharing it with you. The scent shifts too, a faint trace of leaves and dry wood, of moss holding onto the day's warmth. Even as the surface cools, the body responds to this gentle change. Shoulders sink a little lower, the muscles along the back soften their effort. The small, busy places behind the eyes at the base of the skull, along the jaw, begin to ease as if the quiet of the forest edge is slowly soaking into them. The lane widens slightly here, just enough for the feet to wander. A little to the left, a little to the right, testing the ground, finding the smoothest, softest places to land. Each step feels more like settling than moving, as though the earth rises up, a fraction of an inch to meet your soul's halfway. Ahead, the path dips almost imperceptibly, a shallow, gentle slope. The body responds by leaning forward. Just a little, a natural tilt, like a bow to the quiet of the night. Gravity does a little more of the work for you now, drawing you along the lane, with even less effort. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a low murmur from another room. That never quite forms into words. What stands out instead is the simple weight of your limbs, the way your feet meet the ground, the cool touch of air on your cheeks and forehead. At a bend in the path, the trees pull back a little and the country lane straightens. Here the moonlight feels clearer, spilling down the center of the way in a pale, quiet stripe. The edges remain soft and shadowed, but that stripe is enough, a gentle guide for your slow, easy steps. Somewhere ahead, just beyond the next curve, the hidden meadow waits. Its grass still, its campfire steady. For now, your only task is this unhurried walk along the moonlit path. The tasks have stepped back. Tomorrow holds its own questions. The weight of your heels, the soft bend of your knees, the way your toes spread slightly inside your shoes or against the ground. With each step forward, all of these small sensations weave together into a single, comforting feeling of movement. Nothing to figure out, no decision to make. The lane already knows where it is going. Your body simply follows one slow step after another, carried by the quiet pull of the hidden meadow ahead, held by the cool night air, guided by the pale, steady light of the moonlit path. Each breath, each step draws you a little deeper into this soft, sheltered night, until the very act of moving feels as restful as lying still. The first step into the meadow feels like stepping into a room lit by a single, gentle lantern. The last of the twilight hangs above, a soft, dim ceiling of blue, and below it the clearing holds its own quiet glow. Ahead, a small campfire has already been kindled, its light low and steady, like a cluster of tiny stars gathered close to the ground. The fire is not loud. Its crackle is soft and irregular, a calm conversation of small pops and shifting embers. Each flicker sends a new pattern of light across the grass, across the trunks of the trees, across the space where your body is slowly arriving and settling. Around the fire, a few lanterns hang from simple hooks and low branches. Their glass sides are slightly fogged, the metal frames warmed by the light within. The glow they cast is gentle and golden, not bright, just enough to draw soft shapes out of the dark. Every few moments a faint breeze passes through, and the lantern flames lean and sway, shadows sliding quietly across the ground like slow-moving water. The meadow itself is mostly in shadow now. The far edges, where the trees stand, are deep and velvety, their details softened into one continuous dark shape. Nearer the fire, the grass is touched with a tender, fading light. Blades of grass catch the glow for a moment, then release it again, returning to the calm of the dim. As you come closer to the fire, the air changes. There is a gentle warmth on your skin, especially along your hands, your face, the front of your body. Behind you, the air stays cool and still, the kind of cool that feels clean and quiet. Between those two temperatures, your body finds a balance, warmed by the light, cooled by the open night, held right in the middle. A place to sit waits near the fire, simple and welcoming. Maybe it is a low log, its surface smooth from weather and time. Maybe it is a thick blanket spread over the grass, its fabric soft and slightly textured beneath your fingers. Whatever shape it takes in your mind, it receives your weight easily as you settle down. Feel how the ground supports you from below. The firmness beneath the log or blanket does not argue or shift. It simply holds. Your body responds, slowly pouring itself down into that support. Hips sink a little heavier, legs stretch or fold in a way that feels unhurried and natural. The light from the fire and lanterns rests across your body in uneven patches. Where the glow reaches, your skin feels faintly warmer, like the gentle press of a heated cloth. Where the shadows fall, there is a soft coolness, a quiet contrast that makes the warmth feel even more comforting. This play of warm and cool, light and dark, moves over you with every small movement of the flames. Watch the way the lantern nearest to you breathes with the air. Its flame is not perfectly still. It bends and straightens, leans and returns. When it leans, the light stretches across the grass, reaching a little farther into the shadow. When it straightens, the light gathers back in, more concentrated, more intimate. On your clothes, the lantern light creates gentle pools of brightness. A fold of fabric at your knee glows softly, then fades as the flame shifts. Your hands, resting in your lap or at your sides, are outlined in gold on one side and in deep shadow on the other. The knuckles, the small curve of each finger, all become part of this quiet dance between glow and dim. The fire itself is a deeper, richer light. Within the ring of stones, coals pulse with a slow, steady red, like the heart of the evening. Small tongues of flame rise and curl, then fall back, tracing shapes that never repeat themselves. Every time a piece of wood settles, a tiny shower of sparks lifts and disappears into the dark, like brief, silent fireflies that only exist for a breath. Around the fire, the shadows of the trees stand like tall, patient guardians. Their trunks are dark columns, but on the side facing the flames, a thin strip of bark gleams softly. Branches higher up catch just a hint of light, enough to show their gentle curves before they vanish again into the night. The spaces between those trunks are pure shadow, deep and restful, holding the quiet of the forest. Closer to your body, the shadows are more intimate. Look at the way your own outline falls across the ground. One side of you is warmed and painted with firelight, the other side blended into the cool, dark grass. Your shadow stretches and shortens as the flames shift, but it always stays close, a soft, dark twin resting beside you. The air carries the faint scent of smoke, dry and comforting. It is not heavy, just a light trace that clings to your clothes, to your hair, to the night itself. Underneath it, the smell of cool grass remains, a clean, slightly sweet scent rising from the earth. Each breath draws those smells in together, smoke and grass, warmth and coolness, light and shadow, meeting in your chest. Notice the way your body responds to this gentle environment. The muscles across your shoulders slacken, no longer holding themselves up against the day. Your back finds a more natural curve, supported by whatever is behind you. Your hands lose their readiness, fingers softening, palms no longer preparing to grip or hold. The light from the lanterns does something similar inside you. Where there was brightness and activity earlier, the glow is dimming now, like a room where someone has turned down a dimmer switch. Thoughts that once felt sharp now feel more like outlines, seen but not examined. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Each time you breathe out, it is as if a small lantern within you is being gently turned lower. Not snuffed out, not forced, just eased down to a softer setting. The spaces behind your eyes grow darker and more spacious, like a room where the last light has been set to a low, steady ember. In that inner dimness, your awareness drifts toward the simple sensations of weight, warmth, and rest. Around the fire, the lanterns continue their slow, quiet work. One of them flickers a little more than the others, its flame thinning, then flaring, then thinning again. Each flicker sends a brief wave of brightness across your legs, then leaves them in shadow once more. This gentle, irregular rhythm invites your body to follow, to soften in small waves of its own. Your feet feel the support beneath them, whether on the ground, on the blanket, or against the bed where your body truly rests. Heels press down, steady and sure, and the surface beneath yields just enough to be comfortable. Ankles loosen, calves grow heavier, and the light from the fire paints faint, shifting shapes across them as though the night is tucking them in with patterns of shadow. Higher up, your chest rises and falls in an easy, unforced way. When you inhale, a slight coolness touches the inside of your nose, edged with the memory of smoke and evening air. When you exhale, warmth leaves your body, mingling with the warmth from the fire, becoming part of the shared air of the meadow. Breath by breath, the line between where your body ends and the night begins grows softer. The tasks have stepped back. The list waits outside this room, outside this circle of light. Here, in the glow of the small flames, there is only the simple reality of your body resting, of light and shadow moving gently across you, of warmth and coolness trading places on your skin. Farther out, where the lantern light no longer reaches, the darkness is complete and kind. It does not press in. It simply exists, a wide, soft backdrop to this small, bright center. Knowing that the dark stretches out in every direction makes the fire feel even cozier, like a tiny island of glow in a sea of calm. Your body responds to that contrast, instinctively softening toward the warmth, trusting the quiet of the shadowed edges. From time to time, a small piece of wood in the fire shifts and collapses inward. The sound is a gentle sigh of embers, a hush of ash settling. New surfaces of coal are revealed, glowing more brightly for a moment before they too begin to dim. The fire is always changing, always moving toward a quieter state, and in some way your body follows that same path. The lanterns will burn lower as the night deepens. Wicks will shorten, flames will shrink, glass will cool. Already, one lantern's light seems a little softer than before, its glow reaching a smaller circle on the ground. As its light withdraws, the shadows grow a little bolder, stepping in closer, wrapping more of the meadow in their gentle cover. This soft fading of light is not a loss. It is a kindness, a gradual easing that lets every part of you adjust in small, comfortable steps. Eyes grow less interested in detail, more attuned to shape and glow. The body no longer looks for edges or boundaries. It simply rests inside this slowly darkening world. Somewhere above, the sky continues its own dimming. But here, near the fire, time feels slower. The small flames, the lanterns, the shadows, all move at a pace that matches your breath. Inhale, and the light seems to brighten just a little in your awareness. Exhale, and the shadows feel softer, closer, more welcoming. There is nothing to fix in this scene. The fire is as it is. The lanterns are exactly as bright as they need to be. Your body, just as it rests now, belongs perfectly in this circle of gentle light and deepening shadow. For a while longer, stay with this simple play of glow and dim. Feel the warmth on one side of your body, the coolness on the other. Notice the way your weight is cradled by what supports you, as steady as the ground beneath the fire. Light fades, flames settle, and your whole being moves with them, slowly, comfortably toward deeper rest. The air around you carries a new, gentle coolness now. The day has thinned to a soft twilight, and the meadow has become a quiet garden, wide and low beneath the deepening sky. All around, the plants are settling for the night. The tall grasses, the hidden wildflowers, the small leaves near the ground, all easing into stillness. They have done their slow work of growing and reaching. Now they rest, and the whole meadow feels like a twilight garden, breathing in long, unhurried sighs. Your own breath moves within this garden. Inhale, and the cool air brushes the inside of your nose, the back of your throat, the upper chest. Exhale, and warmth leaves in a slow ribbon, like a faint mist rising from dark soil after a long day in the sun. The rhythm is simple, steady, and kind. Imagine your body as part of this twilight garden. The shape of you resting on the earth is like a quiet bed of soil, held and supported from below. Muscles are like soft roots and stems, some still holding a little of the day's tension, some already loosening. With each breath, the whole inner garden adjusts, settling, finding its night shape. The ground beneath you feels steady and sure. Where your body meets the earth, there is a gentle, constant pressure. The weight of your hips, the weight of your legs, the weight of your shoulders, all pressing down into this living soil. This pressure is like a conversation between your body and the land, slow and wordless, saying, "I am here. I am held." Above the soil of your body, the chest is like a small clearing in the garden. Each breath moves through that clearing, lifting and lowering in a soft rise and fall. Notice how the ribs widen just a little with the in-breath, like leaves opening to catch the last light. On the out-breath, they ease back in, like petals folding toward the center of a flower at dusk. The air has cooled, but not sharply. It is the kind of cool that makes the skin feel awake and the muscles feel ready to soften. Where the breeze touches your face, your cheeks, your forehead, it is like the evening air passing over a bed of herbs, calm and refreshing. Every place the air meets your skin becomes part of this twilight garden, quiet and aware. Behind your closed eyes, there is a different kind of garden, not of shapes you need to see, but of space and softness. The dark behind the eyelids is not empty. It is rich and deep, like freshly turned soil that holds the memory of sun and rain. Thoughts may move across it like faint shadows of leaves, but the deeper layer stays still and quiet. The muscles around your eyes are small, like tiny vines that have been clinging all day. Now, they loosen their grip. The forehead smooths as if a gentle hand has passed over it, brushing away the lines of effort. The jaw softens, no longer holding the weight of words or worries, just resting in its own natural place. In this twilight garden, the neck is like a slender stem. All day it has held the weight of your head, turning, nodding, lifting. Now that stem leans back into the support beneath it. The small muscles along the sides and back of the neck relax one by one, like tiny buds closing for the night. The shoulders are broad leaves in this inner landscape. Feel how they have begun to lower, not by force, but by the simple permission of evening. They spread out and down, releasing the last of their tightness into the soil of your body. What was once held high and guarded now lies open and easy, like leaves resting flat after the wind has passed. Your arms stretch out from those leaves like quiet branches. The upper arms, the elbows, the forearms, each section heavier than the last, each one resting more deeply into the ground or into the softness beneath. The hands are like small garden beds at the ends of those branches, palms and fingers no longer working, no longer reaching. Each finger lies in its own gentle curve, relaxed and still, as if planted in a soft row of evening light. Notice the warmth in your hands. Even as the air cools around you, the palms hold a gentle heat, like sun-warmed earth that releases its stored comfort long after sunset. This warmth spreads slowly up through the wrists, into the forearms, into the elbows, seeping inward like water soaking into thirsty soil. The more the arms rest, the more this warmth settles, steady and calm. Your spine runs down the center of this garden body, a quiet path through the middle. Each vertebra is like a small stone set into that path, aligned, supported, held in place by the ground beneath. With every exhale, the muscles along this path soften, letting the stones rest more fully where they are. The back no longer needs to stand tall. It is free to curve and settle into the shape that feels most natural. Around the middle of your body, the breath does its deepest work. The belly rises gently, like a small hill in the garden breathing with the wind. On the in-breath, that hill swells just a little, round and soft. On the out-breath, it eases back down, smooth and quiet, as though the earth itself is sighing in sleep. The twilight has deepened now, both outside and inside. In the meadow around you, stems and leaves hold still in the cooling air, listening. In the garden of your body, muscles and breath listen too, responding to the quiet with their own soft release. What needed doing has paused. The garden has entered its night rhythm. Your hips are like broad, steady stones at the base of this inner landscape. They anchor everything above them, heavy and sure. Feel how they sink into the support beneath, how the weight there no longer needs to shift or adjust. From this anchor point, the rest of the body is free to soften without losing its sense of being held. The legs stretch out like long garden paths, leading away from the center. Thighs, knees, calves, each part resting in its own place, each part supported. Any remaining tightness in the thighs loosens slowly, like packed soil being gently turned and aired. The calves release their grip, no longer needing to stand, to step, to carry. At the very ends of these paths, your feet rest like quiet patches of ground that have finished their day. The heels press down, making small, sure impressions in whatever holds them. The arches relax, no longer lifting or bracing. Each toe softens and spreads just a little, like tiny petals that have finally closed. The breath moves through this entire garden body, touching every part. Inhale, and the coolness of the twilight air enters, traveling down into the chest, the belly, the hips, the legs. Exhale, and warmth rises back out, carrying with it the last traces of effort, of holding, of strain. The cycle repeats, simple and faithful, like the turning of light to dusk. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet, the way the meadow knows how to grow still at the edge of night. Thoughts, like distant sounds in a garden, may come and go, but they do not disturb the soil beneath. Deep down, the roots of your rest remain untouched, steady and calm. Somewhere nearby, the place where the fire will glow waits in the center of this twilight garden. For now, it is only a sense of warmth, a quiet promise at the heart of the meadow. The plants around it lean inward slightly, as if listening for that future crackle and light. Your own body leans inward too, not in movement, but in attention, gently aware of that center. Each breath draws you closer to that quiet center without any effort. There is nothing to fix, nowhere else to go. The garden of your body knows how to rest, just as the meadow knows how to darken and cool. All that remains is this soft rhythm of air, moving in and out, in and out. In this twilight garden, the edges of things begin to blur. The line between your body and the earth grows softer, like plants and soil melting into one another in the dim light. The coolness of the air and the warmth of your skin meet and mix, until it is hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. Everything is part of the same quiet, listening meadow. Stay with the simple feeling of breath moving through this inner landscape. The chest, the belly, the back, all rising and settling in their own slow dance. The muscles growing heavier, the thoughts growing lighter, the garden growing still. Twilight holds you, the meadow listens, and the night gathers gently around this resting, breathing body. The fire has settled into itself now, a steady glow, a low, patient crackle. Around it, the little circle of stones holds the embers in place. Nothing spills, nothing escapes. The warmth gathers in that simple ring, held and contained. Breath moves in and out, slow and quiet, as steady as the light inside that circle. Imagine that same kind of circle inside the body, a gentle room just behind the center of the chest, 4 calm walls, a floor that does not move, a ceiling that does not press down. In this inner room, the day sets down its heavy things, all the moments that tugged at the shoulders, all the small worries that pricked at the ribs. They come here to this quiet interior place and rest. The body does not need to carry them in the muscles now. The circle of firelight holds them the way the stones hold the coals, contained, surrounded, not pushed away, not solved, simply placed in one gentle, steady space. Feel how the breath touches the ribs. On the in-breath, they widen just a little. On the out-breath, they soften back. Like a door of that inner room opening and closing, slowly on its hinges. With each exhale, something inside loosens its grip. The chest does not have to stay lifted or guarded. The collarbones can sink into the support beneath them. The heart area can lean back into that inner room, knowing it is held. Picture this inner room as lit by the same glow as the campfire. Not bright, not sharp. A low amber light that reaches every corner. No shadows hiding, no corners forgotten. In that light, the breath becomes easy. It moves in like a guest who is expected. It moves out like a friend who knows the way home in the dark. The shoulders notice this room. They sense that they are no longer the only place to store the day. They begin to lower a few millimeters at a time. The muscles across the upper back loosen as though unhooking a weight from a nail in the wall. All that weight goes into the inner room instead, placed carefully on the floor near the center. The glow around it does not burn it. It just holds it, the way embers hold the memory of flame. Breath moves down into the belly, soft, slow. The abdomen rises, falls, rises, falls. Each rise is like the inner room taking in a little more air, a little more space. Each fall is like the room settling as dust settles on a still shelf. The muscles of the stomach do not need to brace. They can spread like warm sand under the skin. The sides of the waist can widen slightly on the inhale, then ease back on the exhale, as though the room inside is quietly stretching its walls and then resting again. Notice the small details of contact, the weight of the back against what supports it, the gentle pull of gravity on the hips, the quiet heaviness of the thighs. All of this weight is like the structure around that inner room. Solid beams, strong posts. They do not strain. They simply stand so the room can exist in peace. The tasks have stepped back. They wait outside this inner doorway. They are not lost. They are just not inside the room with you right now. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like faint voices heard from another house, far down a quiet road. Inside the room, there is only the soft sound of breath and the steady glow of the held fire. Move attention to the jaw. Notice if it has been guarding the door of this room, clenched against the day. The tongue rests heavier in the mouth. The lips meet without effort. The jaw hangs just a little looser, like a latch that has been unhooked. In the inner room, the concerns that once pressed against the teeth now sit on the floor in the warm light. They no longer need to press outward. They no longer need to speak. Around the eyes, tiny muscles have been working all day, reading, watching, scanning, reacting. Now the lids are like two wooden shutters gently closed over a window that looks into the inner room. Behind them, darkness. Behind that darkness, the soft orange glow of the inner fire. The space behind the forehead feels wider, as though a wall has been moved back a few inches. There is room here, room for breath to move, room for quiet to settle. The neck rests on its own small pedestal of bone, no longer craning forward into the day, no longer twisting to watch for what comes next. It simply stands, supporting the head while the inner room does the holding. Imagine that every place in the body that once stored tension now sends it inward, into this contained, glowing space. The tightness in the hands, the ache in the lower back, the flutter in the stomach. One by one, these sensations are gathered up, like small objects on a table, and carried through a doorway into the room. Placed down, left there. The room does not mind. It was built for this. Breath continues its slow rhythm. In, out, in, out. With each inhale, the inner fire brightens just a little, enough to surround what has been placed there with warmth. With each exhale, the fire settles, embers tucking into themselves, stable and calm. The legs grow heavier, calves sinking, ankles softening, feet spreading into their own weight. They are like the foundation stones around this inner room, cool, steady, unmoving. They hold their place so that the warmth above can be still. Somewhere near the center of the body, a quiet understanding forms. Not in words. More like the way a room understands that a door has been closed and the night air stays outside. The inner room has its door gently pulled to. The latch rests in place. The glow inside continues, undisturbed. Nothing to fix in this moment, nothing to organize or plan. What needed doing has paused. The breath knows the way now. It moves in and out of this inner room, as naturally as air moves in and out of a real space when a window is cracked just slightly. No effort, no forcing, just a slow exchange, life moving in quiet circles. In this held space, the body is free to soften. The spine lies like a long beam, supported from end to end. The arms rest like two quiet rafters, no longer holding anything up. The hands lie open, empty, as though they have set down every tool, every key, every small object of the day on the floor of that inner room. The room holds it all. The firelight holds it all. The stones of the circle, the walls of the inner space, all doing their simple work of containing, so that the rest of you can sink and breathe and drift toward deeper rest. The warmth around you has its own quiet shape now. It gathers gently, like a soft circle drawn in the air around your body. Close to the fire, close to the earth, a ring of heat and ease surrounds you. Inside that circle, weight begins to feel different. What once felt heavy begins to soften at the edges. What once felt like effort begins to loosen, as if something kind is untying small knots one by one. The breath moves in. The breath moves out. With each slow exhale, the circle of warmth grows a little more distinct. It is as if the air nearest to your skin glows with a calm, steady comfort. Imagine your body resting right at the center of that glow. The fire sends out its gentle heat in all directions. By the time it reaches you, it is soft, mellow, patient. It arrives not as a blaze, but as a tender, steady presence. Notice the places where that warmth touches first, maybe across your face or along the front of your body. These areas feel like the closest edge of the circle, where heat is strongest and clearest. They are the bright rim of comfort, where tension begins to melt. Underneath, the ground is cool and solid. It meets the warmth like two hands meeting in balance. Between them, your body rests, held in a gentle, even embrace. The circle of warmth wraps from above. The cool earth supports from below. As you breathe out, imagine the weight in your body sliding outward toward that circle. Not all at once, just a quiet drift, as if small grains of heaviness are rolling away from the center toward the soft ring of heat around you. The warmth receives them easily, without effort. Across your forehead, any tightness begins to lighten. The skin there feels touched by a thin band of gentle heat. It is like a halo made not of light, but of comfort, resting just above your eyes. The muscles beneath smooth themselves out, as if they are remembering how to be simple and at ease. Around your eyes, the circle of warmth passes like a slow, kind hand. The tiny muscles that work all day now feel distant and quiet. Lids rest more heavily, but the feeling inside them grows light and spacious. The darkness behind your closed eyes opens into a wide, calm room. Your jaw rests in this circle too. Any old pressure in the hinge of the jaw begins to dissolve, like frost under morning sun. Teeth sit near each other without pressing, without effort. The whole lower face feels as though it has been gently unhooked from its work. With each breath, the ring of warmth around your head softens and spreads. It slips down the sides of the neck, where muscles have held so much. Here, the feeling of weight turning light is especially clear. What used to feel like carrying now feels like being carried. The warmth traces a loose collar around your shoulders. It is as if someone has placed a soft, heated circle there, resting across the tops of the arms, across the back, across the chest. Inside that circle, the shoulders no longer need to rise to meet the world. They sink instead, settling back into the support beneath them. Every exhale sends a small wave through that collar of warmth. On the out-breath, it is as though a gentle hand presses down, just enough to remind the shoulders that they belong to the ground now. The weight that once sat on them moves outward toward the glowing edge of the circle and thins into nothing at all. Across your upper back, the warmth pools. It gathers in the spaces beside the spine, in the soft muscles that have held you upright all day. Here, heaviness becomes a pleasant kind of weight, like a thick blanket that does all the holding for you. The body no longer has to hold itself up. The circle of warmth holds it instead. Notice the way your chest moves inside this ring of heat. The breath arrives, lifting gently. The breath leaves, and the chest settles back, as if sinking into a warm, shallow nest. Each inhale is a small rising. Each exhale is a deeper settling. Within the circle, even the air inside your lungs seems to grow lighter. As you breathe in, imagine drawing in a soft, warm brightness. As you breathe out, imagine any leftover heaviness flowing out to the edges, where the warmth knows exactly what to do with it. The chest feels freer, more open, as though there is more space for the breath to move. Down through the middle of your body, the circle of warmth continues. It wraps around your ribs, your sides, your back. Every part of your torso sits inside this gentle band of heat, like the center of a slowly glowing ring. Here, weight is not a burden. It is a steady, grounding presence. The belly rises and falls, quiet and unhurried. With each rise, the circle of warmth expands just a little, as though the ring is breathing with you. With each fall, it draws in closer, like a hug that tightens only enough to reassure. The muscles of the abdomen soften, no longer bracing, no longer guarding. Pelvis and hips rest at the base of this circle, like stones settled at the bottom of a warm, shallow bowl. They feel solid, supported, and yet strangely light inside. The joints release their grip, as if the pins have been gently lifted from a map, leaving only soft, open places behind. Weight spreads outward through the blanket, not pressing, just resting. Around your hips, the warmth forms another subtle ring. It moves around the curve of the waist, the sides, the tops of the thighs. Within this band, any sense of pressure or tightness quietly unwinds. The body remembers what it is to simply be placed, not pushed, not pulled. Thighs lengthen into the softness beneath them. The circle of warmth brushes along their outer edges like a slow, gentle current. Inside, the muscles feel heavier, but in a way that is comforting, like sand settling at the bottom of clear water. The heaviness is peaceful, quiet, undisturbed. Knees rest within the glow too. Any old stiffness there seems to ease, as if the warmth has found its way into the small spaces of the joints. They no longer feel like hinges that must work. They feel like smooth, rounded stones, resting in a calm pool of heat. The effort drains away, leaving only stillness. Below the knees, shins and calves lie in their own gentle band of warmth. The circle has grown wide enough now to include the full length of each leg. Along the backs of the calves, the fabric beneath them receives their weight without question. Muscles soften as though the cords have been quietly loosened. Ankles and feet sit at the edge of the circle, where warmth and coolness meet. Toes may feel the faintest touch of heat on their tops, while the undersides rest in cooler air or fabric. In this place where temperatures blend, weight turns almost weightless. Feet feel far away from the tasks of the day, distant and calm. The whole body now rests inside this circle of warmth, from the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. The ring of heat is not a wall, it is a soft boundary, a gentle horizon around you. Within it, gravity feels kinder, smoother, more even. Nothing pulls sharply. Everything settles in a slow, generous way. The tasks have stepped back. The night holds its quiet. Inside this circle, there is only breath and warmth, and the steady, patient way that weight turns to ease. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond the circle's edge, like faint sounds from a distant path. They do not disturb the calm center where your body rests. Here, in the middle of this gentle ring, the smallest movements feel unhurried. A tiny shift of a hand, the slow settling of a shoulder, the deeper drop of the back into the blanket. Each change is absorbed by the warmth, smoothed out, carried away. The body does less and less, and in doing less, it feels lighter and lighter. Breath by breath, the circle of warmth grows more familiar. It feels almost like a quiet companion, sitting around you, watching over the slow softening of every muscle. The sense of being held becomes clearer, more complete. The old heaviness that once lived in the body has thinned into something gentle and kind. Within this circle, there is nothing to fix, nowhere to go, no weight to carry forward. Only this moment of warmth. Only this easy, natural lightness spreading through you. Only this quiet center resting in the glow. The night around the meadow has grown deeper now. The sounds have settled into their steady rhythm, and above it all, the sky stretches wide and dark. Imagine that above your closed eyes there is a great open space, a vast night sky reaching in every direction. Far beyond the treetops, beyond the soft edge of the meadow, that sky arches overhead, calm and endless. The body lies here by the campfire, warm and still. Yet inside, there is another kind of space, just as wide. Each slow breath moves through that inner sky, like a quiet breeze passing through the dark. With the next inhale, feel the air arrive as though it has traveled a long distance through the night. Cool, gentle, unhurried. It reaches the chest, spreads softly, and then the exhale carries it away again, drifting back into the darkness. In this inner sky, thoughts are like distant stars. They are there, scattered and small, but far away. They do not press in close. They shine faintly at the edges, while the center of the sky remains clear and open. Behind the closed eyes, notice that open center, a soft, dark space that does not need to be filled with anything at all. The mind may still murmur at the edges, but the middle of the sky stays quiet and still. With each breath, that quiet space seems to widen. Inhale, and the sky stretches gently outward. Exhale, and the body settles a little more deeply into the earth, as though gravity were a soft, steady hand. Feel the weight of the head resting, like a small planet held in the curve of space. The neck is the easy horizon where earth and sky meet. Notice how the muscles there begin to loosen, as if night has smoothed them with a cool, dark cloth. Across the forehead, the skin softens. The tiny lines of the day grow faint, like trails of light fading as the stars move on. The space behind the forehead feels wide and dim, like a quiet patch of sky with no clouds, no rush, just gentle darkness. Around the eyes, the lids rest heavy, like shutters closed against bright daylight. Behind them, nothing flickers sharply now. Just that soft, starless center, like the deepest part of night, where even the crickets sound far away. The cheeks release their hold, as though they had been lifting toward the day. Now they fall back toward the pillow or the ground, following the pull of their own small gravity. The jaw loosens, and the mouth settles open or closed, whichever it prefers, like a calm horizon line. No strain, no effort. Breath moves in again, a slow arc across the inner sky. It rises under the ribs, then falls. Each rise is like a gentle comet passing through, bright for a moment, then gone, leaving the darkness even softer behind it. Feel the throat as a quiet passageway, a narrow stretch of night where the air glides without hurry. Nothing blocks it. Nothing urges it to move faster. The air simply travels, smooth and steady, from the outer world into this private sky within. Across the shoulders, imagine a wide, dark constellation slowly dissolving. Each knot, each small tension, is a point of light that has finished its shining. One by one, they dim and go out, leaving only the soft, velvety dark of rest. The arms rest like long paths through space, stretching away from the center of the chest. From shoulders to elbows, from elbows to wrists, from wrists to fingers, there is a gentle downward pull, as though the hands were small moons finally allowed to hang in their own orbits. Notice the weight of the hands where they lie. Each finger is quiet, like a star that has finished sending signals. There is no message to carry now, no tool to hold, just warmth and stillness, and the soft sense of being held by something larger than effort. The chest rises again, then falls. This time Imagine that each inhale draws in the cool darkness of the sky itself. It gathers in the lungs like a soft, dark mist, then flows back out, leaving the inside even calmer. Beneath the ribs, the belly follows that movement, a slower echo. It swells gently with the inhale, then eases back with the exhale, like a distant planet turning slowly, slowly in its long orbit. No rush, no schedule, just a patient turning in the dark. Deep inside the torso, there is a sense of quiet machinery resting. All the hidden work that carries the day has moved into a slower rhythm, like a town at night when the lights have gone down and only a few windows glow faintly in the distance. The tasks have stepped back. This hour belongs to the dark sky within and to the steady, simple pull of breath. Now feel the weight of the hips and pelvis, heavy and sure, as though they were the solid center of a small, sleeping world. They press into what supports them, and that support answers, firm and kind, holding all that weight without question. The legs stretch out from that center like long beams of night. From hips to knees, from knees to ankles, the muscles soften as though they have been unhooked from the day. Any remaining tightness is like a thin band of cloud drifting across the stars, already thinning, already disappearing. Notice the knees, those quiet hinges. They are folded or straight, but either way they rest, no longer asked to carry or bend or move. They float in the darkness of this inner sky, suspended, easy, without demand. Down at the ankles, the bones feel small and precise, but even they are allowed to be heavy now. They sink into their place, like tiny stones resting at the bottom of a vast, clear night. The feet lie at the far edge of this inner universe. Toes, arches, heels, all of them distant, like a soft cluster of stars on the horizon. Their work is over for now. Warmth gathers there, and stillness, and a sense of being very far from anything hurried. From the crown of the head to the tips of the toes, the body is like a quiet shape drifting in space. The fire is nearby, the meadow is nearby, but inside there is only this wide, dark expanse, holding everything in a slow, gentle balance. Each breath moves through that expanse like a slow shooting star. Not bright, not dramatic, just a simple line of motion across the dark, here and gone, here and gone, leaving behind a deeper quiet. The mind does not need to chase those breaths. They know where to go. They arrive, they pass, they fade into the background, while the body rests in its own quiet orbit. Somewhere, far out at the edges of this inner sky, the small sounds of the night continue. They are like distant constellations, faint and comforting, marking the space around you without ever coming too close. Closer in, at the center, there is only softness. A dark, gentle space behind the eyes, behind the chest, behind the belly, where awareness can drift like a small ember, glowing quietly, held by the vastness around it. Nothing to fix, nothing to change. The sky does not hurry to rearrange its stars, and the body does not hurry to rearrange itself now. It simply rests in the pattern the night has given it. With each exhale, feel that pattern settle a little more. The head heavier, the shoulders deeper, the legs farther away, as though they belong to some peaceful distance, while the center of you floats lightly in the dark. The mind may still murmur, but its voice is small now, like a whisper carried off into the upper air. What stands out instead is the slow, steady rhythm of breath, the soft weight of muscles, the quiet pull of gravity. Above the meadow, the real sky holds its stars. Inside, this inner sky holds the body just as gently. Held by the darkness, wrapped in its quiet, the whole of you drifts, unhurried, like a small ember beneath an endless field of night, slowly, steadily toward sleep. The fire has grown quieter. Its light is softer now, its voice lower. Each flame seems to lean inward, as though listening to its own small song. The bright tongues that once reached high have curled down, folding into themselves. What remains is a gentle murmur, a low, steady crackle, like a music box that has almost finished its tune. There was a time, earlier, when the fire sounded bright and quick. Now its rhythm has slowed. Each pop is further apart. Each sigh of ember is longer, more drawn out, like the last notes of a melody hanging in the air. Imagine an old music box being wound at dusk. At first, the key turns with a small resistance, the spring inside tight and full. The first notes ring clear, one after another, each eager to arrive. Now, that spring has almost unwound. The song has already played itself. What is left are those final trailing notes. They stretch just a little, as though reluctant to end. The fire matches that feeling. A glowing music box made of ember and coal. Every so often, one coal shifts, and a tiny shower of sparks lifts and fades, like a brief, bright chord, and then silence again. Around the edges of the fire, the wood has settled into deep orange. Lines and shapes blur into one another, like keys on a piano after the sound has already faded. The sharp edges are gone. Only soft glow remains. There is a small familiar comfort in the way the sounds are thinning out. The crackles are less frequent, the hisses quieter. Spaces of quiet stretch between them, wide and unbroken. Those spaces feel like pauses in a lullaby, not empty, just resting, holding the echo of what has just been heard. The body begins to match that pattern. Breath moves in, then waits, then moves out. Longer pauses, longer stretches of stillness between each gentle rise and fall. The warmth from the fire is like the last warmth of a music box held in the hands after it has stopped playing. Not hot, not insistent. Just a lingering heat soaked into the metal, into the wood, into the palms that rest around it. Here, that warmth has soaked into the air. into the ground beneath, into blankets, into fabric, into skin. It hums quietly, without effort. The sounds of the meadow have grown softer too. The crickets have settled into a slower rhythm, as though they, too, are part of the same winding down. Even the small breeze has thinned to a whisper, brushing past the fire and then moving on. The fire's murmur becomes the center of everything. Not loud, not demanding, just a low, steady presence, like a heartbeat in another room. Every time a coal shifts, there is a faint, delicate clink, like the tiny teeth of a music box gear adjusting one last time. A little slide, a soft settling. In the mind, the day's sounds have already played their song. Voices, engines, footsteps, messages, all the quick, bright notes of waking hours. That tune has finished. What needed doing has paused. What remains now are only the fading echoes, like a melody remembered, but not clearly enough to hum. Just a sense of something gentle moving further away. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a tune heard from down the hall, doors slowly closing between you and it. Closer than that, the fire whispers. A soft crumble of ash, a faint exhale of smoke, the smallest pop, like a finger tapping once on a wooden table, then resting again. The boundary between the body and the warmth around it begins to blur. Heat seeps into skin, and skin seems to dissolve into heat. It is hard to tell where one ends and the other begins, like listening to a song, until the notes and the silence between them feel the same. Just one wide, gentle sound. The fire is that sound now. Not a sharp crackle, not a roaring blaze. Just a low, steady murmur, like the last turning of a tiny hidden wheel. The glow on the inside of the eyelids feels like the faint shine of a music box lid left slightly open in a dark room. No bright beam, only a suggestion of light. A soft, amber hint that something warm is still there. Each breath is another slow winding down. Inhale, and the spring of the day loosens. Exhale, and the last notes drift away. Thoughts that once felt close begin to sound distant, like a tune played in another meadow on another night. They do not ask for attention. They pass through the mind the way the last notes of a song pass through a room and then are gone. The fire's murmur fills the space they leave, not by doing anything, simply by being steady. There is a comfort in the small, predictable sounds. A tiny crack, a soft fall of ash, a sigh of smoke curling upward and thinning into the night. Time loosens here. The minutes lose their sharp edges, the way the final notes of a lullaby lose their separate shapes and become just one long, fading tone. It might be hard to remember when the fire was first lit. It might be hard to imagine when it will finally go dark. All that exists is this slow unwinding, this gentle closing of the day's music. The body lies still, like a music box resting in a quiet drawer, its spring nearly free, its work complete. Inside, a few last notes vibrate in the metal, too soft to hear, but still present, still easing their way into silence. Here by the fire, those last notes are warmth in the chest, a small, steady comfort behind the ribs, a feeling of being held by sound that is almost gone. The night around the meadow listens. It seems to lean in toward the fire's murmur, the way a room leans in toward the last line of a song. Then waits. The pauses grow longer, the crackles grow softer. Silence gathers, like a blanket being drawn slowly up inch by inch. There is no rush for the song to end. The fire takes its time. Each ember glows, then dims, then glows again, as though humming to itself, too quiet for words. Awareness drifts in those same slow pulses, near, then far, present, then hazy, like listening with half an ear, knowing the melody is kind, and that is enough. At some point, the music box will be still. The key will rest. The lid will be closed. At some point, the fire will be only ash, a soft grey circle on the ground. But not yet. For now, there is this gentle murmur, this almost silence, this tender, winding down song of ember and air. The body rests inside it, the way a simple melody rests inside its last note. Complete, unhurried, already drifting into the quiet that waits just beyond the sound. The glow from the embers hangs in the air, soft and steady. Not just on the ground now. It feels as though the light itself is suspended around you, like a quiet, glowing hammock stretched through the dark. The warmth has thinned into something weightless. Not a blanket on your skin, more like a gentle field of comfort that holds you in place. There is a sense of being cradled, without anything actually touching or pressing. The body knows this feeling. The way muscles stop gripping at the bones, the way joints loosen and forget their edges, as though every part of you is hanging in an invisible sling, supported from all sides. Above, the night is wide and dark, but it does not feel far away. It feels close, like a high, soft ceiling of shadow. Between that dark canopy and the quiet earth, you hang in the middle, gently suspended in the glow. The pull of gravity seems softer here. Heaviness drains out of the limbs, out of the spine. It is as if the firelight has woven thin, glowing threads around you, taking some of the weight for itself. Each breath moves through this suspended space. On the in-breath, there is a tiny lift, a sense of rising a fraction of an inch in the warm air. On the out-breath, there is a slow, sweet sinking, like settling deeper into a hanging nest. The ground is still beneath you, steady and sure. But awareness of edges is fading. The clear line where your body meets what supports it begins to blur, like a soft pencil line smudged by a fingertip. The glow from the embers brushes the underside of this feeling, like a gentle hand under a swing. It does not push. It simply exists, and in its presence, your whole shape seems to float a little. Limbs feel longer, lighter, as if they were quietly stretching out into the night, not reaching, not trying, just uncurled, unwound, hanging loose in a warm, invisible cradle. The space around your shoulders widens. They no longer press down or pull forward. They hang in their own soft pockets of air, like small bundles resting in slings, swaying almost imperceptibly. The back of the neck releases its effort. The head feels gently held, as though some unseen hammock of air has cupped it, taking over the work of keeping it upright. The jaw loosens, and even the tongue seems to float a little higher, lighter in the quiet of the mouth. Every part of you that once held itself up is now being held. By the night, by the warmth, by this quiet, glowing pocket of space that has formed around the fire. There is a sense of hanging between moments. Time loosens its straight line and becomes more like a slow, gentle swing. Back and forth, forward and back, not going anywhere, just rocking in place. The glow from the embers pulses softly, and with each faint brightening, there is a feeling of being lifted. With each soft dimming, there is a feeling of sinking. Tiny motions, almost imagined, but deeply convincing to the resting body. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. They might still move, but they are far from the center now, like faint shapes passing along the outer edges of a gently swaying hammock. They do not disturb the stillness at the center where you hang. Here, in this suspended glow, the usual directions lose meaning. Up and down soften, before and after blur. There is only this middle place, this hovering, weightless pause. The warmth does not press from one side. It seems to come from all around, as if the air itself has become a soft, glowing net. It wraps under and over and through you, holding every curve and angle without effort. The more the body relaxes, the less it feels like a solid object. It becomes more like a shape in the light, a gentle outline in the glow, swaying in slow motion at the edge of sleep. Even the smallest details grow light. The fingers no longer feel like separate pieces. They are just a loose cluster hanging in their own pocket of warmth. The toes, once aware of pressure and position, are now like little lanterns, dim and distant, barely remembered. Around the fire, the air is still, but inside this stillness there is a sense of movement, not rushing, not spinning, just that slow hammock-like drift, a tender, rhythmic, almost motion. The tasks have stepped back. This is not a time for effort or decision. This is the time when the body is held and the mind is gently unhooked from its usual anchors. There is nothing to fix here, nothing to organize. The glow holds all of it in an easy, suspended balance. The night itself seems to have woven a sling from darkness and warmth and placed you in it. The edges of this sling are not visible, but they are felt. A quiet reassurance that there is always something beneath you, even as you feel weightless. Occasionally, a tiny coal brightens, and a faint upward warmth brushes along your skin, like a small push on the underside of a swing. Then it fades, and the sense of drifting settles again, deeper and slower. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now. Like distant voices heard from another room, they rise and fall without pulling you from this soft suspension. Breath moves in. Breath moves out. The whole body rides those small currents, hanging in the space between them. Not held by effort, but by the simple fact of being here. The meadow around the fire has grown very quiet. It feels as though the world has stepped a little farther away, leaving only this small pocket of light and the gentle sensation of being hung in its center. Even the idea of me and around me starts to blur. There is only warmth and the feeling of being supported. Only glow and the sense of floating just above its surface. The longer you rest in this, the more natural it feels. Like remembering a position the body has always known, but rarely visits. A place between waking and dreaming, between earth and sky, between weight and air. The embers continue their soft, steady breathing of light. Their glow reaches out, and your resting form answers, swaying almost imperceptibly in the hush. Held at the edge of the glow, neither fully here nor fully gone. Just drifting, suspended in a gentle, endless ease. The air is cool on the skin. The fire is a low, steady glow. Somewhere between the two, something inside begins to loosen its hold. There is a part of you that has been watching all day, quietly checking, quietly listening, quietly staying ready, ready for the next sound, the next task, the next small thing that might need attention. Out here by the fire, that part has found its own place to rest, a little distance from the center of the body, a little closer to the embers, like a quiet figure sitting at the edge of a bed of coals. The coals are not flames anymore. They are a deep, steady red, a soft, breathing light. Their edges blur into the dark, like eyes slowly closing. Imagine that watchful part of you stretched out along those coals, not touching, just hovering above them, held in a gentle warmth that does not burn, does not demand, only soothes. The surface of the coals shifts in tiny ways. A faint crackle here, a small sigh of ash there. Each tiny sound is like a soft exhale from that part of you that has been on duty. The glow is even and calm. No sharp flashes, no sudden sparks, just a low red bed of warmth, breathing quietly under the night. That is where the watcher rests now, not gone, not forced away, just laid down like a tool placed gently back on its shelf. The body on the ground feels this. The shoulders ease, the muscles at the back of the neck loosen, the eyes behind the lids no longer scan for anything. The bed of coals holds the last traces of alertness. It cradles them, softens them, turns them into heat that sinks down and spreads out. Above the coals, the air shimmers a little, barely there. A thin, wavering veil of warmth. This is where the old habit of watching melts into simple, quiet presence. There is no need to track every sound in the meadow now. The coals do that in their own slow way. They listen by glowing. They answer by dimming, by brightening, by staying. The watchful part of you has always stood close to the doorway of the world. Now it lies back on this glowing bed, arms by its sides, face turned up to the soft dark. The coals understand weight. They know how to hold what has been carried too long. They have taken the sharp edges of wood and turned them into something gentle. They do the same with vigilance, all the tiny invisible flinches from the day, the quick checks, the small bracing in the chest. They slide off into the red light like sparks falling and going quiet. The watcher does not have to lean forward anymore. It does not have to keep its eyes wide. The lids grow heavy. The gaze turns inward, then softer still, until even the idea of watching becomes vague. The bed of coals is patient. It does not hurry this. It waits, glowing under the sky, as the last little threads of tension unwind themselves into warmth. Each breath from your body seems to pass through that glowing bed. On the inhale, the coals draw in a faint trace of what is left of effort. On the exhale, they send back only calm heat, a quiet trade, back and forth, until there is almost nothing left to trade. The edges of the watcher blur first. The outline of shoulders and hands resting over the coals becomes hazy. The sense of a separate figure lying there begins to soften. It is less a person now, more a shape made of comfort. Soon it is only a feeling of warmth. No face, no eyes. Just a soft awareness stretched along the glowing surface. The bed of coals becomes a bed for that awareness. It molds itself to every curve. It fills every gap, like a slow, radiant cushion that understands exactly where the old strain has lived. In this light, nothing is on guard. The ears hear the night, but do not lean toward it. The skin feels the air, but does not brace. The heart keeps its own unhurried rhythm. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint rustle at the edge of the meadow that never comes closer, never asks for a reply. The coals are the closest thing to a heartbeat outside your body. They pulse in their own way, a slow brightening, a slow dimming. With each pulse, the watcher sinks a little deeper, as though the coals are a mattress made of light, as though the warmth is a hand smoothing over a worried brow, again and again, until the worry forgets what it was. There is a softness in knowing that not everything has to be held at once. Some of it is resting there, in that glowing bed. Some of it has already turned into a quiet red hush. Some of it has drifted away entirely. Around the coals, ash has settled, pale, fine, weightless. It carries the memory of flames, but no longer burns with them. The watcher's old stories feel like that now, light and distant, without urgency. The bed of coals keeps its gentle watch without effort. It notices without tightening. It glows without strain. It simply stays. That staying is enough. The night does not ask for more. The meadow does not press for more. The fire does not demand more. The tasks have stepped back. The list of things that once needed attention stands far away from this circle of light. Only this small red bed remains close. Somewhere in the distance, time keeps moving. But near the coals, time feels like the ash, thin, light, easily stirred, easily settled again. The watcher, once standing tall inside you, is now only a quiet warmth, stretched out and resting. It has given its post to the embers. It has handed over its keys. It has lain down where the heat is kind. Here, in this hidden meadow, the bed of coals is enough watch for the night. It notices the breeze by the way its glow shivers. It notices the quiet by how still the ash lies. It notices your rest by how gently it burns. The body does not need to rise to meet any of that. It stays heavy against the ground. The breath moves in its own slow arc. The inner warmth and the outer coals seem to answer one another without words, without effort. The watcher has become a sleeper. The sleeper has become a soft glow. The glow has become part of the fire, and the fire has settled into the simplest thing it knows how to be. A bed of coals, low, steady, keeping its quiet watch so that everything else can drift a little farther and a little farther into the dark, gentle ease of the night. The fire has grown smaller now, not gone, just settled, like ash drifting slowly down through warm air. Each ember is a tiny sun, wrapped in grey, bright at the centre, soft at the edges, sinking into itself, layer by layer. Heat gathers close to the ground. It pools there, low and steady, like a quiet secret that does not need to rise anymore. The warmth does its work without effort. It simply rests and glows. Around the fire, ash has formed a gentle ring, a pale, powdery halo. It lies where sparks once leapt and danced. Now it is still, soft, finished. Imagine that same soft settling happening inside. What once flickered and jumped is drifting down. Thoughts, muscles, small tensions, all becoming like ash, light and quiet, sinking through warm air. The meadow holds this circle of warmth. Grass leans inward, then relaxes again. The night air brushes over the embers, slow and careful, as if not to disturb their rest. Even the darkness feels padded, muffled, kind. Every exhale is like another handful of tiny grains falling. A slow, gentle descent. Breath leaves the body, and with it, the last bits of strain fall away, like dust finding the ground. Notice the way the body meets the surface beneath it. Hips, shoulders, heels. Each point of contact deepens, as though the earth is gathering you closer, the way ash gathers closer to coal. No hurry. Just gravity, patient and sure. The campfire no longer reaches upward. Its light folds inward, curling into itself. Flames that once stretched tall now hover low, close to the bed of embers, as though they have grown drowsy too. There is a gentle weight in the air, not heavy, just settled, like a room after quiet conversation has ended, when the last words have drifted down and turned to silence on the floor. The ground beneath the fire has changed. Blackened wood has become glowing coal, and coal has begun to turn to ash. Layers building softly on layers. Each layer a little cooler, a little quieter than the one below. In the same way, layers of the day slide down and away. The bright, busy surface of things has already passed. Beneath it, only warmth remains. A core of steady, glowing comfort wrapped in softer and softer rings of rest. The tasks have stepped back. They stand far beyond the edge of this meadow, unable to cross the line of tall grass and warm light. Here, only this small circle exists. Ash, warmth, and the quiet that gathers around them. Sometimes a tiny coal shifts, a faint sound, a little sigh of cinder against cinder, then stillness again. Even movement has grown sleepy. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Like a last wisp of smoke rising from the embers, thinning, fading, then disappearing into the dark sky above. Inside, the same thing happens. A thought rises, soft and slow, then loses its shape before it reaches the surface. It falls back into the glow, turning to warmth instead of words. Ash is what remains when the burning is done. Gentle, harmless, almost weightless. It lies where it has landed without needing to be moved or changed. The fire has given everything it needed to give. Now it rests in its own softness. The body follows this example. Muscles that once worked now slacken. The jaw loosens. The hands forget to hold. What was gripping, bracing, holding on, simply rests now, like cooled ash on quiet coals. Near the center of the fire, there is still a deep red glow. Not bright enough to reach far, but strong enough to keep the circle warm. That hidden core is like the last, gentle wakefulness, glowing quietly while everything around it grows dim. Each breath out spreads another thin layer of stillness over that glow. Like dust settling on a shelf no one will disturb. Like snowflakes that never melt, only soften the edges of everything they touch. The meadow receives all of this, the warmth, the ash, the slow downward drift of the night itself. It holds the fire the way a cupped hand holds a small sleeping bird, steady, unmoving, careful not to wake what is already at rest. Somewhere under the ash, a coal pulses faintly, then pauses, then pulses again. Its light is no longer a call to stay awake. It is just a soft heartbeat of heat, content to be almost forgotten. The circle of warmth shrinks, but it does not vanish. It gathers closer to the ground, closer to the center, closer to the quiet. Light dims, edges blur. The world of sharp outlines and clear shapes has already slipped away. Here, in this hidden meadow, night has finished its descent. The sky, the grass, the fire, the body, all have settled into their places. Nothing presses forward, nothing leans away. Everything has found its level. In this low, glowing hush, sleep is simply another layer of softness drifting down. It does not need to be called. It knows the way. Like ash in warm air, it falls gently, silently, until it comes to rest. The campfire has grown very small now. No bright flames, only a low, steady glow tucked deep in the ash. The light is gentle and quiet. It reaches only a little way, then lets the darkness take over the rest. Around you, the meadow has gone fully still. The tall grass has finished its whispering. The trees stand in their calm circle, no longer swaying, only watching. The night has settled all the way down, soft, complete. The ground holds your weight without effort. The shape of you is known here, familiar, welcomed. Breath moves in its slow, easy tide, in, out. Nothing to manage, nothing to fix. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is only background now, far behind the warmth in your body, and the deep, simple comfort of being here. The embers give one last tiny crackle, then sink back into their own rest. Their warmth is steady, not asking for attention, only staying close, like a small promise that the night is kind. The sky above is a dark, quiet shelter. Stars hang in their patient places, unmoving to the eye, untroubled by time. They have you in their gentle, distant care. Here in this hidden meadow, the world outside has slipped away. All the roads that led here have gone silent behind you. There is nowhere else to go. The circle of trees, the cool night air, the last glow of the campfire, all of it has gathered around you like a soft, unseen blanket. Muscles lie heavy and loose, jaw easy, hands still. The body knows what to do when everything around it is this quiet. Whatever was carried at the start of this night has been set down for a long time now. The day is far away, like something from another place, another life. Here, there is only this soft ground beneath you, this cool air on your skin, this slow, steady rhythm of breath. The meadow is resting. The trees are resting. The fire is resting. Sleep is part of this place, as natural as the dark, as simple as the way the embers dim. When the wood is finished, nothing more is needed from you, not even listening. Whatever surfaces can surface. The night will hold it all the way it holds the branches, the way it holds the quiet grass. The hidden meadow keeps its gentle watch, even when no one is awake to see it. Even when eyes are closed and the mind has slipped away into dreams. The warmth near your body has softened to a low, steady presence. Not bright enough to wake, only enough to remind some deep, quiet part of you that this place is safe. Safe to grow heavier. Safe to drift far. The edges of things blur in the dark. Fire into ash. Tree into sky. Thought into sleep. Breath in. Breath out. Slow. Easy. The meadow sleeps on, and you sleep with it.
Fields in your mind feel wide open tonight, don't they? Too much sky, too much space. Thoughts blowing through like a restless wind with nowhere to land. You came here looking for something softer than all that open emptiness. Something like snow beginning to fall on a quiet, empty field. You might be tired of the kind of night where your mind keeps wandering out into that wide, dark space. Old memories, future plans, random fragments, all of it drifting through. Not quite loud, but not quiet enough to let you rest. It can feel like standing alone under a huge, cold sky, with nothing around you to muffle the sound of your own thoughts. And yet you pressed play on this. You reached for the idea of snow, of softness, of something gentle settling over that open, echoing place inside you. That says a lot about you, even on a night that feels too big, too exposed. Some part of you is still looking for a way to soften the edges. You don't have to do anything perfectly here. You don't have to know how to relax on command, or follow every word, or even stay awake to the end. This is something you can simply lean against. If your mind drifts away and comes back, that's fine. If you fall asleep halfway through a sentence, that's more than fine. Think of this as an agreement between us. My job is to keep offering you softness, steadiness, and the gentle hush of snowfall. Your only job is to lie here as you are, and let the sound of the words and the quiet behind them move around you however they want to. There is no right way to listen. There is no wrong way to be here. So start just by noticing the simple fact of your body, right now, the way it rests on whatever is holding you up. The mattress, the pillow, the blanket, the way they rise up to meet your weight. You don't have to change anything. Just notice the contact, the support. Feel where the back of your head meets the pillow, the shape of it, the softness or firmness there, the way your neck is held, the way your jaw hangs a little heavier than it did earlier today. If there's tension, it's okay. It can be here too. Let your attention drift down to your shoulders. They might still be holding something from the day, or from many days, or they might already be starting to sink, just a little, into the bed. Notice the fabric against your skin, the temperature of the air on any part of you that isn't covered. Your arms know how to rest without you telling them how. Feel where they are, along your sides, or folded, or tucked in close. The weight of your hands, the warmth in your palms, or the coolness of the sheets against your fingers. Nothing to fix, just small, quiet facts. Notice the gentle rise and fall that's been happening this whole time, whether you were paying attention or not. The breath moving in, the breath moving out. Not deep, not slow, not anything in particular. Just the rhythm that's already there, like the first soft flakes beginning to drift down from a wide grey sky. Under your back, your ribs, your hips, there is steady support. The bed does not ask you to hold yourself up. The floor beneath the bed is not going anywhere. The walls around you are staying where they are. The door is closed, or partly closed, and the room is doing its quiet job of containing you. If thoughts keep wandering out into that wide mental field, that's okay. They can do that. You don't have to chase them or pull them back. You can simply keep returning, gently, to these small sensations. The weight of your legs, the way your feet rest, side by side or slightly apart, the way the blanket settles over them, like a soft, even layer. Imagine just for a moment that the space of this room is much larger than it looks, that beyond the walls there is an open field stretching out in every direction. No buildings, no roads, just a wide, quiet expanse, waiting under a sky heavy with clouds. The kind of sky that promises snow. In that field, nothing is urgent. There are no tasks waiting to be done, no messages waiting to be answered, just the hush that comes before the first flakes begin to fall. The air is cool but not harsh, still but not empty, holding its breath the way the world does when weather is about to change. Now, imagine that the thoughts moving through your mind are like that open ground, bare, a little exposed, easy for sound to travel across. And somewhere high above, the first tiny pieces of softness are starting to drift down. One flake here, another there, almost too light to feel at first. You don't have to see them clearly. You don't have to picture every detail. Just a sense of something gentle beginning, a softening from above, so quiet it doesn't disturb anything. It just arrives. It just lands. One small flake at a time on that wide, waiting field. As the snow begins to fall in that imagined space, notice again the simple, real sensations of where you are. The steady pull of gravity, the way your body is heavier now than it was when you were up and moving, the way your breath keeps tracing the same path in and out, like a slow, reliable pattern in the air. If your mind tries to wander back to the day or ahead to tomorrow, it can. That's what minds do. Each time you notice, you can let that thought drift out into the open field and allow another thin layer of quiet to fall over it. Not pushing it away, just covering it with something softer. The sound of my voice can be like that snowfall too. Sometimes close, sometimes further away, sometimes clear, sometimes just a gentle murmur at the edge of your awareness. You don't have to hold on to every word. You can let them land where they land and melt into the background when they're done. Here, in this moment, the night doesn't have to feel so wide and echoing. It can be a place where softness slowly gathers, where the edges of things blur, where the open fields inside you are gradually covered by a quiet, even layer of calm. For now, just rest where you are. Feel the bed under you, the air around you, the breath within you. Let the idea of falling snow hang gently in the background, like a promise of deeper quiet still to come We'll stay here together as that hush slowly deepens, one breath at a time, one soft flake at a time. You can notice your body resting, where it is, the weight of you supported, like earth beneath a winter sky, already still, already waiting. Your breath can be the slow, patient air above an open field, and with each exhale, you can imagine the very first flakes beginning to fall, landing on that wide space of your day and your thoughts, beginning the quiet work of covering and calming everything that lies there. The bed holds your weight, the way winter earth holds a field, steady, unmoving, already prepared for a long, quiet season of rest. Your body rests where it is, exactly as it has landed. The curve of your back, the angle of your legs, the small, particular way your head meets the pillow. All of that is supported, like ground under a wide, pale sky. The field does not ask the sky to hurry. The sky does not ask the field to rise. They just meet and wait and share the same slow air. Notice the simple heaviness of yourself, the pull of gravity through your shoulders, the weight of your hips sinking a little deeper into the mattress, the way your heels press down, creating their own small impressions like footprints in soil that has gone firm with cold. Under all of that, the structure of the bed is quiet and sure. Wood or metal or something else entirely, holding steady the way frozen ground holds the roots of sleeping plants. It does not shift when your thoughts shift. It does not tighten when memories pass through. It just carries your weight evenly, without comment. Above that resting field of your body, the air has its own softness. Take a moment to feel it on your face, across your forehead, around your eyes, at the bridge of your nose, where the air touches skin again and again, in a rhythm that has been moving all day. Your breath is the patient sky over this field. Slow or quick or uneven, just as it is. Each inhale like a broad, cool sweep of air moving across open land. Each exhale like the first tiny flakes beginning to fall. Notice the path of that sky breath. Perhaps it brushes the inside of your nostrils with a faint coolness on the way in. Perhaps it leaves with a touch of warmth, carrying the heat of your day outward into the room. Nothing dramatic, just a steady exchange, like weather changing so slowly you almost miss it. As the air moves, imagine that with each exhale, the first small flakes drift down over the field of your body. They do not rush. They do not crowd. They simply appear, one by one, almost shy, almost weightless. A flake lands at the forehead, soft and cold, and then melts into warmth. Another settles at the corners of the eyes, smoothing the tiny muscles there, as if covering the traces of every expression worn today. Another drifts down to the jaw, touching the place where effort lives, where words held back or spoken live in a quiet ache. Feel the jaw as part of this winter field, teeth resting in their places, tongue settled, lips meeting or slightly parted in whatever way they have chosen. Imagine a gentle layer of snow forming along the line where your teeth meet, not inside, but as an idea of softness, a reminder that nothing needs to bite or hold or brace in this moment. The jaw hangs a little heavier. The muscles along the sides of your face slacken, like branches easing under the first dusting of white. The neck lies along the pillow like a path through the field, connecting head and body. Notice where it touches the fabric and where it floats just above. Tiny specific points of contact, like stones under snow that still shape the land, even when you cannot see them. Across your shoulders, the day may have left its own kind of weather. Tension, like clouds that never quite broke. Effort, like wind that did not stop. Now, picture those shoulders as the broad edges of this resting field. Wide stretches of ground, waiting. With each breath out, the slow, patient sky sends down a few more flakes. They settle along the tops of the shoulders, one after another, until the sharpness of that area begins to feel a little more rounded, a little more covered. The fabric against your skin is part of this landscape too. Where your shirt or blanket touches your upper arms, notice the texture. Maybe it is smooth, like a thin crust of snow that has just begun to form. Maybe it is slightly rough, like the first layer catching on dried grass beneath. Your arms rest where they have chosen to rest. At your sides, folded, curved around a pillow. Wherever they are, they have their own quiet weight. The upper arms sinking into the mattress or into the softness of blankets. The elbows perhaps feeling a little more pressure, like small stones under the surface of a field. The forearms long and still, stretching out like narrow paths through the snow. Notice your hands. Each finger has its own story of the day, its own memory of keys pressed, objects held, doors opened, screens touched. Now they lie here, empty, doing nothing at all. Imagine a few delicate flakes drifting down to land on the backs of your hands. They are so light that the skin barely feels them at first. Then as they gather, there is a sense of cool quiet settling into the bones of the hands, not cold enough to sting, just enough to suggest that all the reaching and grasping has paused. The tasks have stepped back. The list waits outside this room. Hands that have carried so much effort now simply rest like small, still mounds under a growing layer of white. Move your awareness slowly down to your chest. Here, the rise and fall of the field is most visible. With each inhale, the land swells gently, like a low hill lifting under a breeze. With each exhale, it eases back, settling, as more flakes drift down. Under your ribs, the steady work of your body continues, quiet and unseen, like roots and seeds under frozen ground. You do not have to manage any of it. Breath moves, blood flows, organs hum along at their own winter pace. Across your back, feel the broad contact with the mattress. Some places press firmly, like deep footprints in packed snow. Other places barely touch, like tall grasses still standing above the first light layer. Imagine snow beginning to fill in those low places, smoothing the dips, rounding the edges until your back feels more evenly held. The mattress receives every curve, every angle, the way a field receives every stone, every root, covering them all in the same soft white. Down at your waist, clothing or blankets may gather or fold. Notice the slight pressure of elastic, the gentle hug of fabric, the way warmth collects there. This is like a small hollow in the field where snow drifts a little deeper, piling up in a quiet, sheltered place. Your hips are heavy stones in this landscape, solid, anchored. They sink into the bed, creating deep impressions that do not need to move. Around them, the muscles of your lower back and pelvis can soften, the way earth softens its outline when snow begins to cling to it. Edges blur. The sense of where the body ends and the bed begins grows less sharp. Feel the length of your thighs, resting. The front of the legs, perhaps warmed by blankets. The backs of the legs meeting the mattress in long, steady lines of contact. Imagine snow falling more thickly here now, as if the sky has decided this is where it wants to linger. Flake after flake, settling over the wide surfaces of your legs until they feel heavier, more grounded, as though they are slowly becoming part of the earth beneath them. Knees, with all their small, complex parts, are simply rounded shapes under covers. They do not need to carry weight, or bend, or decide where to go. Snow gathers around them, making them look in your mind's eye like smooth, gentle hills. Below the knees, your shins and calves extend like long, quiet slopes. Notice where they touch the bed and where they do not. Notice any coolness on the skin or any pockets of warmth trapped by blankets. Your ankles and feet are the far edges of this field. Sometimes they are forgotten until they complain. Now, they have nothing to do but rest. Feel the heels pressing down, small and definite. The fabric under them gives just a little, like snow compressing under a steady, patient weight. Toes may curl or uncurl, may be tucked into warmth or touching the cooler air at the edge of the covers. Whatever their position, they are simply part of this one. Continuous landscape. All around this field of your body, the room is like distant horizon. Walls holding their quiet. Objects sitting still, like shapes far off, already being softened by the falling snow of your attention, withdrawing from them. The mind may still murmur. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond this open space, like sounds from a road far away, muffled by distance and weather. They can come and go as they please. The field does not rise to meet them. Here, in this stillness, breath continues its slow, patient work. Inhale, the sky gathers itself. Exhale, the first flakes fall again and again and again. With each exhale, imagine another almost invisible layer settling over the field of your body. A veil so light it barely weighs anything at all, yet somehow it quiets the surface. The small movements ease. The restless shifts grow less urgent. There is nothing to fix in this field. No patch of ground that must be cleared before morning. No path that must be kept open tonight. The bed holds your weight. The air rests above you. Breath moves between them like weather passing over land that has already decided to sleep. Some parts of you may still feel busy. A muscle that twitches, a thought that circles, a feeling that has not quite found its place. All of that can simply lie there, like the last bits of dark earth still visible, before the snow covers everything. The flakes keep falling. They do their quiet work without hurry. In this widening hush, your body is both the field and the thing resting upon it, held from below, softened from above, already still, already waiting under the gentle, patient sky of your own breathing. And as that sky continues to send down its small, steady snowfall, the wide space of your day and the wide space of your thoughts begin to feel more and more like this field, open, quiet, and slowly, beautifully being covered. The field of your body rests, and above it, something wider begins to open. Imagine the darkness around you, stretching out farther than the walls of this room, past the ceiling, past the roof, up and out, until it becomes a great open sky at night. The blankets keep their soft weight, like snow over the ground. Above that, the air is a deep, dark space, reaching in every direction. No edges close by, no fences, only a wide, quiet expanse. The kind of space that does not rush, does not crowd. High above this resting field, the night sky hangs. It is not empty, it is full of distance, full of a soft, velvet dark that holds more than it shows. Tiny points of light begin to appear in that dark, not sharp or glaring. Gentle stars like small pinpricks in thick fabric, where a faint, steady glow seeps through. They are scattered far apart, each one with a generous circle of space around it. The body lies as the field below. The sky arches over it, impossibly high, yet somehow close enough to feel. There's a sense of being under something vast, and something that has been here long before this night, and will be here long after. And notice the way the air touches your face, your forehead, your eyelids, cooler than the warmth under the blankets, like the edge of night brushing over skin. It is as though the sky has leaned down, just enough to rest lightly against the parts of you that are uncovered. Each breath moves through this space. Inhale, and the air travels across the open field of the body, then rises toward the dark above. Exhale, and it drifts back out like a faint cloud dissolving into the night. The rhythm is slow, like the turning of a distant planet, too steady to be hurried. Far out at the edges of this imagined field, the land meets the horizon. That line is soft now, blurred by the dimness. You might sense it more than see it. A gentle suggestion where earth gives way to sky. Beyond that line, The darkness continues, unbroken, like a calm sea of night, stretching on and on. The stars above are patient. They do not blink in any hurry. They simply hang there, small and constant, like quiet witnesses to this resting field. Some are faint, barely there. Others glow a little stronger, as though they are closer, leaning in under this high, dark dome. Your body feels heavier in a pleasant way, like a stone that has finally settled into the soil, finding its natural place. The pull of gravity is kind, drawing you down into the bed, into the field, while the sky lifts everything else away. The room around you fades into this larger space. Corners soften, edges blur. The sense of being in a small, contained box loosens, replaced by the feeling of lying out under an open, endless sky. Sounds from outside drift in like distant echoes across a plain. A car far away. A faint voice. A small creak in the building. Each sound travels across this wide field, losing its sharpness as it moves, until it is only a soft impression at the edge of awareness. Closer in, the quiet is thicker. The hush over your own body feels like a layer of snow, and above it, the hush of space itself. Two kinds of silence. One warm and close, one cool and infinite, resting together. Imagine the earth itself, far below, as though you're looking down from that sky. A small, round world, turning slowly in the dark. On its surface, a single open field, pale with snow, holding one resting body. From this distance, everything looks calm, simple, uncomplicated. Then come back down, gently, until you are once again lying in that field. Feel the contact points where your body meets the bed, like the points where earth presses back against the weight of snow. Back of the head, shoulders, hips, heels, each place a quiet anchor, holding you steady under the vastness above. The darkness overhead does not feel heavy. It feels like a soft, thick blanket turned inside out, wrapping around the entire sky instead of your skin. It curves over you, a great protective dome of night, with stars sewn into it like tiny beads of light. Breath by breath, the field and the sky begin to match each other. The rise and fall of the chest echoes the slow, almost invisible movement of the stars as the earth turns. The small, warm weather inside your body mirrors the calm, cold stillness outside. There is no rush in space. Distances are enormous. Movements are slow. That same slowness seeps into your muscles, into your joints, into the spaces between your thoughts. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a far-off satellite moving across the sky, small and unimportant, against all that dark. What matters here is the simple fact of lying still under the stars, feeling the pull of the ground and the reach of the sky at the same time. Notice the weight of your eyelids. They rest over your eyes like a soft curtain, closing out any remaining light. Behind them, the darkness is your own private sky, close and intimate, with its own quiet constellations of after-image and shadow. The tip of your nose feels the cool of the room, like a tiny hill lifting into the night air. The lips rest together, the jaw easing, as though gravity is smoothing out every small effort that used to hold the face in place. The throat lengthens, open and unguarded, a small passage between the warm field below and the cool sky above. Across the chest, the blankets rise and fall in time with your breathing. From above, they would look like a slow, gentle tide of snow shifting on the land. From within, they feel like a steady, protective layer, keeping the warmth of the field from escaping into the night too quickly. Deep in the body, the heart moves at its own pace. Its quiet rhythm is like a distant star, pulsing in the dark, regular and sure, not demanding attention, just there, keeping time in the background of this wide, quiet scene. At the edges of your body, where warmth meets cooler air, there is a soft border, like the line where the snow-covered field meets the open sky. That border is not sharp. It breathes. It shifts with each inhale and exhale, expanding a little, then settling back. The more the body rests, the larger the field feels. It stretches from the crown of the head to the tips of the toes, and then beyond into the space around you. The bed becomes part of the ground. The room becomes part of the night. Everything joins into one wide, quiet landscape under stars. Above it all, the darkness holds steady. There is a sense of being cradled, not just by the bed, not just by the blankets, but by the entire night itself, as though the sky has arms, and those arms are wrapped around this field, this body, this moment. Nothing to fix or change in this scene. The stars do not adjust themselves. The field does not try to be anything other than what it is. The night simply continues, calm and unhurried. Every exhale is like sending a small puff of warmth up into the sky where it disappears into the cool dark. Every inhale is like receiving the quiet of that dark back into the body, filling the chest, softening the belly, easing the shoulders. The edges of awareness grow softer, like the edges of the field, fading into shadow. Details matter less, shapes blur. What remains is the feeling of being held between two vast, steady things, the earth below and the sky above. In this place, under this wide night, the body is free to grow heavier, to sink, to drift towards sleep. The stars keep their slow watch. The darkness keeps its gentle hold, and the soft hush over the field deepens layer by layer as the long, quiet night unfolds. The light around the garden has thinned now. The way breath thins at the very end of an exhale. Lanterns along the path burn lower than before, their small flames shrinking back into themselves. Each glass pane wears a faint blur of frost, so the light inside is softened, turned to a gentle haze that spills onto the snow in pale, uneven shapes. Candles in distant windows glow with a muted warmth, but even those shapes seem quieter, as if the night has wrapped a thin layer of gauze around them. Edges blur, corners soften. The world of light and shadow grows simpler, slower, easier to rest within. The snow continues its quiet descent, and every flake that lands seems to dim the ground just a little more, as if brightness itself were settling down to sleep. Inside the body, something similar is happening. The brighter, sharper parts of awareness start to soften, like lanterns being turned down one by one. Muscles that held their own small flames of effort through the day begin to flicker lower, then steady into a gentle, quiet glow. Notice the breath as though it were a small, steady light inside the chest. With each inhale, that light grows just a shade brighter, not in a harsh way, but like a candle flame rising slightly when a door opens. With each exhale, it settles back down, shorter, rounder, more at ease. Around that inner light, shadows move in slow, comfortable patterns. The ribs expand and recede. The fabric over the chest rises and falls. The space inside the throat opens and softens. Nothing in this movement is rushed. It all follows the slow, sure rhythm of falling snow. The garden path, once clear and dark, now holds a thin, pale band of light where the lanterns reach. Beyond that band, the field fades into a softer darkness, a wide, open shadow where detail no longer matters. The eye would have to work to see it clearly, and work is not needed now. In the same way, the mind lets the far edges of thought fall into shadow. The nearby sensations stay gently lit. The weight of the head on the pillow, the warmth along the spine, the slight coolness at the tip of the nose when air moves in. Everything beyond that can drift into the dim, like fence posts, disappearing into the night at the edge of the field. The lantern light catches on the first full layer of snow, making small pools of brightness on the ground. Between those pools, Shadows gather in soft valleys, not dark in a frightening way, but deep like folded fabric. The contrast makes the light seem even more tender, more careful. Inside, breath creates the same pattern. Inhale, a small pool of brightness, spreading through the chest, the belly, the back. Exhale, a gentle drawing in of shadow, a deepening of quiet, a sense of sinking a little further into the mattress. This rhythm repeats, slow and patient, like the steady dimming of the sky. The muscles of the face feel this dimming first. The light of expression, of watching, of responding, begins to fade. The forehead smooths. The tiny muscles at the temples soften. The skin around the eyes loosens, as though a lantern behind them has been turned down to its lowest, most restful setting. Behind closed lids, the world is already a landscape of light and shadow. Faint shapes drift and dissolve. A soft, grainy darkness spreads, like distant snow seen through frosted glass. Thoughts drift for somewhere beyond that space, less important than the gentle weight of the eyes themselves, resting in their sockets. Further down, the jaw releases its hold on the day. Teeth rest without pressing. The tongue lies broad and quiet, like a small, still shadow on the floor of the mouth. Even the corners of the lips, so used to forming words and responses, now simply exist, unhurried, barely aware of the coolness of the air as it passes by. Outside, a candle in a far window flickers, then steadies, its flame stretching taller for a moment, then curling back into itself. Around it, the glass reflects the faint outline of the garden, ghosted shapes of branches, and snow, and sky. The reflection is softer than the real thing, blurred at the edges, and somehow that softness feels more honest, more fitting for this hour. Inside the chest, the heart continues its quiet work, but its presence feels softer too. Not a drum, not a command, just a gentle ongoing pulse, like the faintest glow behind a curtain. Each beat sends out a small ring of warmth that the breath gathers and spreads. The way a lantern spreads its light across a small circle of snow. The shoulders respond to this quiet glow. Their shadows lengthen down into the mattress as they sink, as though someone has gently turned down the brightness in that part of the body. Muscles that once stood out in sharp relief now blur into the general softness of the bed. The upper arms follow, heavy and calm, their outlines relaxed, like branches no longer outlined by harsh light, but covered in a soft, even layer of white. Hands lie where they have chosen to lie, each finger casting its own tiny shadow onto the fabric beneath. Those shadows are so slight they hardly exist, yet they mark the presence of each finger, each knuckle, each curve. Warmth gathers in the palms, a low, steady heat, like the last warmth of a candle stub, still burning close to the holder. Further along, the breath reaches the belly. With each inhale, it is as though a small lantern inside that space brightens by a fraction, enough to show the gentle expansion, the rounding out, the way the fabric over it lifts. With each exhale, the light softens again, and the belly settles back, deeper, quieter, like a pool of shadow where nothing is disturbed. The lower back rests in this dim, comfortable glow, any sharp lines of tension that once stood out there begin to blur as if snow were filling in the gaps between stones. The muscles along the spine become less like rigid beams and more like soft cords, draped easily, their edges no longer clearly defined. Outside, one of the lanterns along the path sputters, then calms. The flame inside leans to one side, then returns to centre, smaller, but steadier. Its circle of light shrinks, no longer reaching as far as it did. The snow beyond that circle falls into deeper shadow, and that shadow feels like shelter. In the same way, awareness pulls back from the far edges of the body. Fingers and toes remain, of course, but they do not need to be watched closely. Attention gathers nearer the centre now, chest, belly, the deep, slow movement of the diaphragm as it rises and falls like a curtain of shadow and light. The hips grow heavier, their weight spreading out, as if their own inner lanterns were being covered by soft shades, allowing only a gentle warmth to pass through. Thighs relax, the fronts and backs both, and their contact with the bed becomes more complete, more continuous like snow, smoothing the unevenness of the ground beneath it. Calves and shins, often bright with effort during the day, now feel dim and quiet. The fabric over them holds a faint coolness, while the muscles inside hold a slow, stored heat. Ankles rest in their own small hollows, shadows shaped exactly to them by the mattress. Patient and accepting. Feet with all their small bones and arches now know only stillness. The toes do not need to spread or curl. They rest like small rounded stones at the very edge of a pool of light, mostly in shadow, touched only by the gentlest warmth from higher up the body. The room around all of this holds its own arrangement of light and dark. Perhaps a thin line of brightness slips in from under a door or from a distant hallway, but it does not intrude. It simply marks the boundary between here and elsewhere, between this soft landing and the rest of the night. The walls keep their quiet. The ceiling is a broad, calm shadow. Above, unseen but felt, like the wide, dim sky above the garden. The bed is a deeper shadow beneath, holding every curve, every angle, without question. Breath continues to move, the most faithful lantern of all. Inhale, a gentle brightening, just enough to feel the ribs widen, the chest lift. Exhale, a slow dimming, a return to softness, the body settling a fraction of an inch deeper, as though finding a more exact imprint of itself in the mattress. What needed doing has paused. The night asks nothing. The only rhythm that matters is the one inside, the quiet swing between light and shadow with every breath. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a distant window left lit somewhere across the field, noticed for a moment, then forgotten as the eyes close more fully to the darkness within. In this dim, gentle place, the body has found its first soft landing. Not the final rest of sleep yet, but the sure, steady approach to it. Lanterns turn low, candles small and steady, snow deepening its hush over the open field. as breath deepens its hush through the open spaces of the body. Each exhale is another step into shadow. Not a shadow of fear, but of comfort, of quiet. Each inhale is a small, tender glow, enough to guide the next step and the next, until even the need to step begins to fade. And all that remains is this simple, pulsing rhythm of light and dark, rising and falling, resting and resting more. Snow keeps falling through the dark, and now it begins to gather. The open field ahead is no longer only a surface. It has depth, soft, quiet depth. Each breath in is like a flake drifting down from very high above. Each breath out is that flake coming to rest, settling into place on the ground. At first the layer is thin, a dusting over the familiar shapes of the land. The small rises and hollows are still visible underneath. Inside, the same thing is happening. The body is the ground, the breath is the falling snow. The weight of rest is slowly accumulating. Notice the gentle descent of each inhale. Air arrives at the top of the chest, then sinks. It is like watching a flake spiral downward, slower than gravity, as though it has all the time in the world. On the exhale, feel the way that breath seems to disappear, but its effect remains. Somewhere inside, a tiny layer of softness has been added. Over time, many small descents make a deep, quiet bed of snow. The muscles closest to the surface are the first to receive this. The skin along the front of the chest, the space around the collarbones, the upper ribs. With every breath, a thin veil settles there. Tension that once sat near the surface begins to sink down and down, like sand slipping through water, leaving the top layer clear and still. The field outside is changing shape under the weight of snow. Edges blur, sharp corners round off. Inside, the same soft rounding happens. The edges of thoughts, the edges of effort, they lose their angles and sink lower into a slower place. Bring awareness again to the chest, but this time sense it from the inside, as though looking up from beneath the surface of the snow. Above, the breath falls. Below, the deeper tissues receive it. Each inhale feels like a slow, vertical drift downward. Each exhale is like watching that drift end, the flake nestling into a growing layer. Muscles between the ribs slacken by degrees, as though their fibres are grains of sand settling to the bottom of a clear jar. At first they swirl, then they find their place and rest. Let attention move lower to the upper belly. Here, the snow of the breath falls through a longer distance. It passes through the open space of the chest, then continues down, like fine powder, slipping through a narrow gap, then spreading out again. On the inhale, feel the belly rise, not sharply, but as though something light is landing there in many small touches. On the exhale, it sinks back, as if those touches have melted into the ground and become part of it, under the skin, under the surface. Deeper muscles begin to feel heavier. They are like stones at the bottom of a riverbed, no longer stirred by the current, just resting in their own weight. The longer the snow falls, the less the ground beneath needs to hold itself up. The weight is spread, shared, carried by many small layers. In the same way, effort that once gathered in a few places in the body starts to spread out and dissolve across the back, along the spine. Sense this slow descent from the base of the neck down to the lower ribs. There is a vertical column of awareness. Imagine the breath drifting down along that column, like a soft stream of flakes falling through a tall, still shaft of air. They pass the shoulder blades. They pass the middle back. They reach the lower ribs and settle there. With each exhale, it is as though a new layer has been added behind you, cushioning the back of the body, deepening the support. The surface beneath you holds the outer shape. Within that shape, something is sinking, not falling in a sudden drop, just easing down through layers, like a handful of sand released into a clear pool. At first the grains are separate, then they come together and form a soft mound on the bottom. Feel this in the shoulders. At the very top, near the skin, there might still be small ripples of holding, but below that, the weight is already on its way down. On the next exhale, imagine that weight passing through the upper layers of muscle, through the deeper layers, all the way into the bones. The bones of the shoulders grow heavier, as if they are the stones at the very base of the field, hidden far beneath the snow. The arms follow this descent. Upper arms, then forearms, then hands. With each breath out, awareness travels downward along them, like snow sliding slowly down a gentle slope, then coming to rest in the quiet hollows of the palms. The fingers are like small drifts at the far edge of the field. They do not need to hold their shape so firmly anymore. They soften the way a sharp footprint softens as more snow falls into it. filling the lines, smoothing the edges inside the hands. Tiny muscles release their grip on nothing in particular. They simply stop reaching upward and sink back to where they belong. Return to the center again. The deep belly, the pelvis, the low back. Here, the gathering is strongest. Each inhale delivers another light handful of snow to this inner ground. Each exhale presses it gently into place, packing it just enough to make a steady base. The organs in the belly, the wide bowl of the pelvis, the ring of muscles around it, all of this begins to feel like the bottom of the field, the place where everything else is resting. Sense how the breath moves in all directions here, forward into the soft belly, sideways into the hips, backwards into the low spine. It is as though the snow is not only falling down from above, but also settling in from the sides, drifting in from every edge, thickening the layer. The more it gathers, the more the body knows where down is. Heaviness increases, but it is a comforting heaviness, like a blanket that has grown thicker while you are not looking. Notice the hips where they meet the surface beneath. These are like the buried stones deep under the field, the ones that do not move, no matter how much snow comes. Their weight is simple, honest, undivided. With each exhale, that weight seems to sink a little further into what supports it, even though the body does not actually move. It is an inner sinking, a surrender of effort. The thighs stretch out from the pelvis like long, gentle slopes. At first they might feel like firm ground, but as the minutes pass, they start to resemble land that has accepted many layers of snow. The muscles that once stood out as ridges begin to blur. They soften as if their outlines are being slowly erased by the steady fall. From hip to knee, awareness can slide downward, following the same path the breath takes as it descends through the body. Then from knee to ankle, the slope continues. Here, the feeling of settling is more delicate. The shins, the calves, the small bones of the lower legs, all of them are like the far reaches of the field where fewer footsteps have passed. Quiet, untouched. Each exhale is another minute of snowfall there, another thin layer that makes the ground more even, more continuous. At the very end, the feet. Heels resting like small rounded stones at the bottom of a clear jar of sand. Everything above them has slowly settled, And now the weight rests here, steady and sure. Arches, balls of the feet, toes. They are like the last visible shapes on the field, the ones that are almost but not quite covered. Feel how the breath reaches even this far. On the inhale, there might be the faintest sense of expansion, as if the snow in the distance is still falling, still drifting down. On the exhale, those distant drifts grow deeper, and the shapes of the toes begin to blur, not in sight, but in sensation. All through the body, layers are forming. At the surface, the skin, just beneath, the first release of muscle. Below that, a deeper level of softening, and farther still, the slow, quiet sinking of bone weight into the support beneath. Awareness follows this descent from the thinking space behind the forehead, down through the throat, down through the chest, down through the belly, down into the bowl of the pelvis, and farther, into the legs and feet. Each time attention drops a level, it is like sand that has been stirred, now settling again. The cloudiness clears. The bottom becomes visible. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. They are like faint movement high in the air, while the ground below grows heavier, more still. Breath continues to fall, flake by flake, moment by moment. Nothing to solve, nothing to lift. Only this slow gathering of softness on the ground of the body. The longer the snow gathers, the quieter the field becomes. Sound is muffled, edges blur. What once stood out now lies under a smooth, unbroken layer. Inside, the same quiet spreads. The heart beats within its own gentle drift. The lungs move like soft bellows under a growing blanket. The muscles have stopped bracing. The body has become a deep, quiet field of snow. And every breath is just another light descent into rest. Somewhere in this quiet, a sound is still playing. Not loud, not bright, just a small, steady melody, like a music box that has been turning for a long time. It has been winding all day, gathering tiny springs of effort, tiny turns of attention. Now the key is no longer turning. The mechanism is simply using what remains, letting the last stored motion become soft sound. Each breath is part of that music. On the inhale, a note rises. On the exhale, it trails away, a little softer than before. Listen, not with your ears, but from the inside. Just the way the breath sings through you. A faint tone at the nose, a hollow, gentle hum in the throat. a deeper, slower sound in the chest and belly. This inner music has no hurry. The tempo has already begun to slow. The phrases of breath grow longer, smoother, like a melody stretching out its last lines. Imagine a small music box resting in the centre of your chest. Its lid is open. The air inside is cool and still. The tiny metal teeth pluck at a turning cylinder, and each pluck is a heartbeat, a breath, a thought passing by. At first the notes are clear. You could almost follow the pattern, almost predict the next sound. Then, little by little, the edges blur. The higher notes soften first, like distant bells heard through falling snow. They lose their sharpness, their bright outline. They are still there, but they arrive, wrapped in quiet. The breath follows the same path. Inhales that once felt crisp now arrive as a smooth, rounded sound. Exhales leave the body like a long, low chord, fading into the room. Around this small music box, silence gathers. Not an empty silence, a full, thick, gentle silence, like soft fabric laid over a piano, muting each key. The ribs rise and fall under that covering. On the rise, the music box lifts slightly, as if taking in a little more air to play one more phrase. On the fall, it settles deeper into its cushion, the notes thinning, the mechanism slowing. Higher up, near the throat, the sound of breath is like the faintest whisper of a bow across strings. On the in-breath, the bow draws in one direction. On the out-breath, it returns lighter, quieter, less defined. Notice the small pause at the top of each inhale. That is a rest in the music, a tiny held moment where no note is struck, where the music box gathers itself before releasing the next tone. There is another rest at the bottom of each exhale, a longer stillness. The melody has reached the end of a line and lingers there, undecided, before beginning again. As attention moves downward, the sounds grow lower, rounder. The heartbeat under the music box is like a slow drum, padded and muffled, beating from far away. The breath in the belly is like a long, deep note held on a cello, barely changing, just existing. Around the ears, the outer world has its own faint music. Maybe there is a hum in the room, maybe a distant sound from outside. Each of those noises is like a separate instrument in a far-off orchestra, already moving behind a curtain. The closer the awareness comes to the body, the softer those outer instruments become. The curtain grows thicker. The main sound now is the simple rhythm of air moving in and out, inside the jaw, inside the tongue. The day's words have left their echo, a memory of conversation, of planning, of answering. Those echoes are like a song that once played loudly in a room and now is only a trace in the walls. The muscles of the jaw loosen as if someone has turned the volume knob gently down. The tongue settles heavier in the mouth, no longer shaping syllables, no longer pushing sound forward. The throat widens and the breath passes through, like a soft low hum that needs no words at all. Across the shoulders and collarbones, the music changes again. Here, the sound is weight. The quiet thud of muscles releasing, like the final low notes of a piano chord, allowed to fade into silence. Each exhale is a finger lifting from a key. Each inhale is the faint resonance that remains, less and less each time. Deeper in the chest, the music box continues to turn, but the spring is almost unwound. The notes come farther apart now, a small phrase, then a longer pause, a single note, then a stretch of silence that feels soft and kind. The mind may still murmur. It hums its own tune, fragments of melodies from the day. But those fragments are like someone practicing in a distant room with a door almost closed, the sound barely reaching where you are. Lower in the belly, a different kind of quiet sound appears, not heard with ears, but felt as movement. On the inhale, the belly swells with a gentle pressure, like a drumhead rising under a soft touch. On the exhale, it eases back, the pressure releasing, the imagined drum returning to stillness. This rise and fall is its own rhythm section. Slow, steady, predictable, in the most comforting way. Farther down, at the hips, thighs, knees, the music is almost gone. What remains is a kind of deep, silent bass, the pure weight of the body resting, supported from below. The mattress holds every curve, every angle, the way a thick layer of felt holds and softens any sound laid upon it. Where bone meets fabric, there is a quiet contact, like the dull, pleasant thump of a muted instrument being set gently down. The calves and shins carry only the faintest sensation now. A subtle awareness of skin against cloth. A distant, slow pulse. These are like the last echoes of a drum beat, bouncing once, twice, then disappearing into the room. At the feet, the music reaches its final notes. The toes, the arches, the heels are the lowest keys on the instrument of the body. Their song is simple. Pressure, warmth, stillness. Notice the way the heels press into what supports them. There is no rebound, no urgency, just a steady, patient contact, as if the sound has travelled all the way down the body and has finally found a place to rest. Above all of this, the inner music box has nearly finished its song. The cylinder still turns, but so slowly now that each tooth touches only every so often. A single, isolated note appears, hangs in the air, and fades. Between those notes, the silence grows wider. At first it was only a thin line between sounds. Now it is a broad, soft space, like a room after the last guest has left and the last chord has dissolved into the walls. Breath moves through that space, unhurried. On the inhale, it brushes against the edges of the silence, shaping it gently. On the exhale, it releases back into that quiet, as if the air itself is becoming part of the stillness. There is no need to follow every sound now. No need to name each sensation. The whole body has become one slow, fading melody, dissolving into a field of hush. At some point, the music box will stop on its own. The last note will be so soft that it is hard to tell where it ended and where the silence began. The mechanism will rest. The lid will stay open, but there will be no more effort, no more turning. Until then, the remaining notes play themselves. The breath finds its own rhythm. The heart keeps its own time. Around and within, every sound grows softer. Each moment of quiet between them stretches a little longer. The night gathers those spaces, holds them, and slowly, gently fills them with sleep. The quiet thickens around you, like walls drawing a soft circle, not closing in, just outlining a gentle boundary around this part of the night. Imagine that all of this stillness lives inside a single field, wide, white, breath rising like faint mist above it. And at the centre of that field, there is a room. Not a room made of brick or wood, A room shaped out of the same hush that covers the snow. Its edges are clear enough to feel, but soft enough that nothing inside is scraped or scratched. It stands in the open space of the field, a quiet container under the falling white. This room is here to hold your day. Everything that still glows faintly in the mind, everything that tugs at the edges of attention, it all has a place to rest now. Feel the breath move in, feel it move out. With each exhale, imagine you're stepping closer to the doorway of that room. The air at the threshold is cool and calm, like the air above untouched snow. Inside there is a simple box. It might be wooden or lined with soft fabric, or made of the same muted light as the snow outside. Its lid is easy to lift. Its depth is exactly right for what it needs to hold. Notice the weight of your head where it rests. That steady contact is like the floor beneath this box. Solid, unmoving, trustworthy, without needing to be named. The field around the room stays open and quiet. Snow continues to fall in slow, soundless patterns. Every flake that lands on the roof adds to the padding above you. Layer after layer of softness, settling without a sound. Inside the room, the air is still. It has the feeling of a place that will not be disturbed, a place where time moves differently, slower, gentler, like the long drift of snow across a flat field. With the next breath out, picture the first small thing from the day that still lingers. A word, a face, a task that did not quite finish. See it as an object in your hands, small enough to hold. There is no need to fix it here, no need to understand it. Just feel its weight, the way you might feel a stone before placing it in a bowl. Then imagine setting it gently into the box. The lid stays open. There is space for more. Another breath in. The chest widens. Ribs move like quiet doors, opening and closing. As the breath leaves, something else from the day comes forward. It might be a brief moment, a sound that stuck with you, a question that never found its answer. Hold it for a moment in your inner hands, then lay it beside the first. The box does not strain, it does not judge what goes into it. It simply receives the way the field receives the snow. Each new layer settles on the last, forming a soft, even surface. Feel how the muscles around your shoulders respond. The upper back loosens a little more. The weight of the arms grows heavier, as though they are resting on the floor of this quiet room, supported from underneath. They do not need to carry anything right now. Another breath moves through, in, out. The rhythm is slow and sure, like footsteps crossing the field to this room, then turning back toward the bed. The tasks have stepped back. What belongs to tomorrow has already started to fade into the distance of the snow. Here, only this container, this room, this field are close. Inside the box, the pieces of your day lie together. They are not stacked in a hurry. They are arranged by the simple act of being placed down, each one given its own small square of quiet. Notice your jaw, the way it hangs, a little looser now. Imagine any tight words from the day, anything unsaid or said too quickly, as tiny folded notes. They rest in the box as well, their corners softening in the dim light. The room itself feels padded. The walls are thick with silence, like snow pressed gently into place. Sounds from outside reach them, but only as a faint, blurred hum. Inside, there is only the slow, steady sound of breath. The field beyond the walls stretches out, blank and calm. No footprints, no rush. Just a wide, white expanse that keeps watch without effort. Bring attention to your chest again. The rise, the fall. With each inhale, the box glows a little warmer, as though the breath is a soft lamp inside the room. With each exhale, the lid grows a little heavier, a little closer to closing. There might be one last thing the mind wants to offer, some small thread of planning, or a picture that keeps returning. See it clearly enough to recognize it. Then imagine placing it on top of everything else in the box, like the final layer of snow on a drift. Your hands, wherever they rest, have their own quiet weight. They do not need to reach for anything. They simply lie where they are, like objects already put away. The fingers curl or lengthen as they wish, then become still. In the center of the room, the box now holds the day. Every sound, every color, every small concern that tried to stay awake, all of it rests together, contained, easy to find again when the light returns. For now, it is enough that it is held. Imagine, with the next long exhale, that the lid of the box settles down, not slammed, not forced, just lowered with the same care as placing a blanket over something precious. Feel how the body responds to that closing. The space between the eyebrows smooths. The tongue grows heavier in the mouth, as though it has finally put all its words away. Even the tiny muscles around the eyes soften, like curtains drawn against the night. The room remains in the middle of the field. The field remains under the slow, steady fall of snow. None of it needs watching. It is already tended by the simple structure of walls, of roof, of box, of ground. Here, in your body, the same structure exists. Skin like gentle walls, bones like beams, breath moving through the open rooms of chest and belly, carrying quiet from one space to another. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Any small echo that rises is heard by the room and then absorbed, the way snow absorbs the last sound of a distant step. Notice your legs now. The weight of thighs, knees, shins. They rest as though they have been placed carefully on a shelf that fits them exactly. No part dangling, no part braced. At the feet, there is a sense of being stored. Heels pressing into what supports them, toes wrapped or bare, but no longer reaching toward the day. They have been put away for the night, like boots left by the door of the room in the field. Somewhere in the quiet, a soft understanding settles. The box will remember what it holds. The room will remember where the box is. The field will remember where the room stands. The breath does not need to remember anything. It only moves. In, out, a slow, reliable tide. Within these inner walls, around your heart, imagine a smaller container, not a box exactly, more like a gentle hollow, lined with the same hush as the room in the field. Here, only the simplest feelings remain tonight. The heaviness of tiredness, the ease of being held. Everything else has a place in the larger box. It waits there, quiet, under its closed lid. The room waits in the field. The field waits under snow. Here, in the body that lie resting, there is nothing to solve. The structure is already built. The holding is already happening. All that remains is this slow, deepening rest, spreading through every room inside. The blanket of snow above grows deeper. Time stretches. Somewhere within that long, unhurried stretch, a path begins to form. Not a sharp, cleared path, just a pale track through the white. Moonlight lies along it, soft and steady, like a quiet thought that has decided to stay. The body that was resting in the hollow now feels as if it has risen, slowly, without effort, not standing up sharply, more like drifting upright inside a dream, already wrapped in the same coat, the same scarf, the same quiet warmth. Underfoot, the ground is covered in snow. It gives a little with each step, not deep, not difficult, just enough to feel the slow press of each footprint, a gentle sinking that happens in its own time. Ahead, the path stretches away, pale and simple. On one side, the open field lies under its smooth white cover. On the other, the dark line of a forest edges the snow, trees standing still, their branches carrying small, soft piles of light. The air is cool and clean around the face. Each breath out hangs for a moment, then disappears into the night. Each breath in carries the faint scent of cold bark, quiet earth, and clean snow. Walking happens without hurry. Each step follows the one before it, as though the path itself is doing the moving, bringing the ground gently beneath the feet. The legs know the rhythm. Heel, then the soft roll of the foot, then the slow settling into the snow. The world around is simple. To the left, the field is an open sheet of white, the surface almost glowing where the moon touches it. To the right, the forest edge is a soft wall of shadow, dark trunks and branches holding the snow in still, patient shapes. Up above, the sky is wide and pale, scattered with quiet stars. Their light does not flicker much tonight. It just rests there, steady, as if it has been waiting for this slow walk. The sound of each step is small. A faint crunch, a soft press, then silence again. Between steps, the quiet is so complete that even the air feels like a kind of listening. After a while, it becomes hard to tell where the field ends and the path begins. The edges blur. The white of the snow, the pale of the path, the light on the ground, all start to feel like one wide, gentle surface. The body moves through this whiteness like a slow brush stroke. Coat and scarf and breath all part of the same simple motion. There is no need to decide where to go. The path is already here, stretching forward, curving only slightly, as if it knows the easiest way through. Along the forest edge, branches lean overhead in places, forming loose arches. Snow rests along them in soft lines, like quiet handwriting across the dark. When a small breeze moves through, a little powder falls, drifting down in slow, wandering patterns that catch the moonlight as they fall. Sometimes the path passes close to the trees. The trunks stand like tall, silent figures, but there is no sense of being watched. Only a feeling that the woods are resting too, roots deep, branches still, their own kind of sleep. Sometimes the path drifts outward, nearer to the open field. Out there, the snow is unmarked, a wide, untouched sheet. Looking across it, the eye meets no interruption, no fence, no road, only that endless soft white stretching toward the horizon. Step by step, the sense of a separate body begins to loosen. The warmth inside the coat feels like the warmth under the snow in the field. The slow pulse in the chest feels like something the whole landscape shares. The line between skin and air grows thinner. The cool around the face and the warmth beneath the layers meet in a gentle balance, like two halves of the same breath. Inhale, and the night comes in a little closer. Exhale, and warmth moves out, joining the faint mist in the air. Far ahead the path narrows, then widens again, like a slow, easy tide of snow across the land. The mind does not need to track it. Feet find their place each time they touch down, as though the snow rises a little to meet them. Sometimes the moon slips behind a thin cloud. The world dims, but only slightly. Shapes soften. The forest edge becomes one continuous shadow, the field one continuous light. In that softened view, the walker, the path, the night, all feel like one quiet movement. Then the moon returns and small details appear again. Tiny crystals along the surface of the snow, catching the light like scattered salt. The faint outline of old footprints half filled by later fall. The delicate pattern where a single branch has brushed the surface. The longer the walking continues, the less important distance becomes. There is no arrival point to reach, just this gentle, ongoing motion along the pale lane, this simple exchange between foot and snow, breath and air, warmth and cold. The forest edge, once clearly to the right, begins to feel less like a border and more like part of the same wide space. Trees stand a little farther apart here and there, their dark shapes leaning softly toward the field, as though the woods themselves are drifting outward into the white. Somewhere along the way, the sense of direction loosens too. Forward and back, left and right, begin to matter less. What remains is the feeling of being carried along a quiet line of light, surrounded by calm, steady dark. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint murmur far behind the trees, too distant to disturb this slow, moonlit walk. Sometimes the path feels almost level with the field. Sometimes it dips just a little, then rises again. The change is so gentle that the body responds without needing to notice. Knees bending slightly, ankles adjusting, all of it happening in a soft, automatic way. Every so often, the heel of a boot presses down a little more deeply, and the snow gives with a quiet sighing sound. That small resistance, that slow, yielding cushion, adds to the sense that the ground itself is kind, willing to carry each step without complaint. Up ahead, the lane curves toward the forest, then eases back out again, tracing the edge like a fingertip running along the rim of a bowl. Following that curve, the body feels as though it is being guided by the shape of the land, not by any decision that needs to be made. The longer this continues, the more the walker feels like part of the path itself. The warmth moving along the lane, the small, steady motion within the wide stillness. Hands at the sides grow heavier in their gloves or pockets. They swing only a little now, barely enough to be noticed. Shoulders rest in their natural place, neither lifted nor forced down, simply carried along by the slow rhythm of the steps. The neck feels free, the head balanced easily above the spine, as though the moonlight itself is helping to hold it up. Eyes may be open or half closed. It hardly matters. The scene ahead is so gentle and unchanging that even with lids lowered, its quiet impression remains. Somewhere to the right, deeper in the trees, a small sound might rise now and then. A bit of snow slipping from a branch. A faint rustle as it lands on lower limbs. Then stillness again, as if the forest has settled even more deeply into its own rest. The field to the left holds its silence. Its smooth surface reflects the sky in a soft, grainy way, like a memory that has been held for a long time. Looking across it, the sense of distance stretches, and with it, the sense of time stretches too, until this walk feels as though it has always been happening, somewhere in that stretch, the edges of the body blur even further. The warmth inside the coat spreads outward in awareness, mingling with the calm of the field, the steadiness of the trees, the cool clarity of the air. Step after step, the path becomes less a line on the ground and more a feeling in the body. A slow, forward drifting, a gentle, unbroken glide through white and shadow. There is nothing to fix here. The snow lies where it has fallen. The trees stand where they have grown. The path follows the land in the easiest way it knows. What needed doing has paused. This quiet lane holds no tasks, no signs, no choices to weigh. Only the invitation of its pale surface, waiting for each soft footprint. After a while, even the sense of footprints fades. It is as though the snow rises again behind each step, smoothing out the marks, erasing the trail almost as soon as it is made. The walker leaves almost no trace, moving through the night like a passing breath. The field, the forest edge, the moonlit path, the warm body moving slowly along it. All of them share the same stillness now, the same unhurried pace, the same soft white hush. Walking continues, not toward anything, not away from anything, just deeper into this quiet, pale world where boundaries loosen and the night holds everything. In one wide, gentle fold, the pale field stretches on, the pale sky stretches too. Somewhere between them, the line that used to divide ground from air has thinned, not gone, just softened, as though the world has exhaled and edges have blurred in the breath. Snow rests underfoot, steady and quiet. Above, the sky feels just as soft. A wide, open ceiling of pale, weightless space. The body stands inside this white world, yet also inside a larger, unseen sky. A sky that is not only above, but also within. High, spacious, gentle. In that inner sky, thoughts move like slow winter clouds. They drift at a distance, changing shape without effort. Sometimes thicker, sometimes faint and see-through, already dissolving at the edges. One cloud might carry a memory, another might hold a piece of the day. They pass, and the sky behind them stays calm, untouched. The mind does not have to push them away. It does not have to pull them closer. They move in their own time. across a wide, patient blue that is almost the same colour as a snow-muted night. Far above the snowy field, a small bird crosses the sky. Its wings beat softly, then glide. A dark, gentle mark moving through all that pale space. Inside, in the sky of the mind, a similar motion happens. A brief thought flutters through, then glides on. It does not stay long enough to make a story. Just a passing shape, then open space again. The field and the sky begin to mirror each other. Snow below, sky above, and in between, a body that feels lighter with every breath out, as though the weight that once pressed down has been traded for a quiet, floating ease. Breath moves like a slow breeze through this inner sky. In, a faint stirring of air. Out, a soft settling, like flakes finding their place on the ground. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like distant weather on the far edge of the horizon. Visible, but too far away to touch what is happening here. High above the field, a thin veil of cloud stretches almost from edge to edge, not thick enough to block the light. Just enough to soften it. The sky wears a kind of hush. Inside, the same hush spreads. Awareness widens like a sky with no walls. Thoughts, feelings, small sensations, all of them are just passing weather in a space that does not strain to hold them. A faint breeze crosses the open land. It brushes the surface of the snow, stirring the finest grains, not enough to change the shape of the field, just enough to show that the air is moving. In the mind sky, small breezes of attention shift too. For a moment, they touch the feeling of the hands resting, then the warmth of the chest, then the simple heaviness of the body where it lies. Each place is visited lightly, like a bird circling, once over a quiet field, then continuing on. No need to stay. The sky does not cling to what passes through it. Somewhere far above, a higher layer of cloud drifts in a different direction. Slower, almost still, barely moving at all. Deeper inside, there is a similar layer of stillness, a part that does not move with every thought, that does not hurry when feelings shift. A steady, open expanse, watching quiet shapes glide by. A small flurry begins in the distance, where the sky meets the far edge of the field. Snow falls there in a faint curtain, almost transparent. From here, it looks like a soft blur, hanging between earth and sky. In the mind, a similar curtain appears. A light, gentle snowfall of tiny impressions, bits of sound, stray images, half-formed ideas. They drift down, land for a moment, then melt into the larger quiet. The field beneath accepts every flake without effort. No part of it is more deserving of snow than any other. The whole wide surface receives the same slow, even touch. The inner sky is like that too. Every thought that passes is treated the same way. No argument, no judgment. Just a brief appearance, then a soft fading back into space. The horizon grows less certain. Where the white ground ends and the pale sky begins, the line becomes almost imaginary. Just a gentle shift in tone, more felt than seen. The sense of where the body ends softens in the same way. The skin is there, but less defined. The air around it feels closer, more like a continuation than a boundary. Above the field, a few birds have settled into slow circles. They ride invisible currents, barely moving their wings. From below, they look almost still, as though pinned gently to the sky. Inside, certain thoughts circle like that, familiar ones. They may return, drift around for a while, then drift away again. The sky behind them remains unchanged. The tasks have stepped back. The sky does not hold lists. It holds only space and the quiet movement of clouds that leave no mark when they pass. Somewhere, high and thin, a jet of air moves across the upper sky, bending the clouds into long, soft strands. They stretch and lengthen until they are just faint streaks of brightness. In the mind, attention stretches too, less focused on any single point, more like a gentle, even glow that touches everything, without needing to fix on anything. Down on the field, the snow looks almost like a reflection of the sky, the same pale tone, the same softness, as though the ground is just sky that has decided to rest. Inside, the body feels like that resting sky, heavier where it meets what supports it, lighter everywhere else. weight and weightlessness existing together without conflict. A single bird calls far away. The sound is small, a brief note in the vastness. Then it fades, and the sky returns to its wide, steady silence. In the inner sky, a single clear thought may appear like that, simple, recognizable. Then it too dissolves back into the quiet, leaving no trace. The longer the gaze rests on this open field, the more the difference between looking out and looking in begins to blur. The snow, the sky, the breath, the thoughts, all part of the same wide scene. There is a sense of floating, not up or down, but in place, suspended between ground and sky, held by both, claimed by neither. Above, clouds continue their slow, unhurried travel. Below, snow keeps its soft, steady stillness. In between, awareness drifts like a small, calm balloon, carried by currents it does not need to understand. Nothing to solve, nothing to fix. Only this wide, gentle sky of mind, this quiet, open field of body, meeting each other, mirroring each other, until they feel almost the same. The sky and the field become one pale, endless expanse. Thought and silence, movement and rest, blending like two shades of the same colour. And in that soft, boundless space, the part of you that was holding on loosens its grip and simply floats. The wide field softens into something smaller now, more sheltered, more enclosed. Around the resting body, a garden gathers itself at twilight. The air cools just a little, not sharp, just that gentle change that comes when the sun has gone and the warmth has stepped back into the ground. Beds of plants lie quiet on either side of a narrow path. Leaves that once reached for light now hang still, edges curled slightly inward, holding their own warmth. The last of the day's colour fades from the sky above this garden. What remains is a dim, even glow, as though the whole space is lit from the snow itself. Soft, diffuse. Underfoot, the path is firm but padded, as if a thin layer of snow has settled into every stone and hollow. Each step here would be silent. Each step would leave only the faintest trace, already beginning to blur at the edges. The plants along this path have their own slow breathing. Tall stems, motionless now. Small branches dark against the fading light. A few pale seed heads, holding still drops of cold. Somewhere, a low wall marks the boundary of the garden. Stone, perhaps, or old wood, softened by years of weather. Snow has gathered along its top, rounding every edge into a gentle curve. Beyond that wall, the world continues. But in here, the day has ended. The air holds a faint scent of earth, cooling down, a hint of something green, almost gone. The quiet sweetness that comes when flowers are finished, and only stems remain resting. Paths branch off from the main walkway, disappearing between darkened shrubs and sleeping beds. They are like thoughts that once led somewhere. Now they pause, half covered, leading only into soft, shadowed corners. The mind moves the same way, a small turn here, a suggestion of a path there. Then the sense that walking it is no longer needed. Snow keeps falling into this garden, not in flurries now, but in a steady, fine drift, barely visible in the twilight, more felt than seen, a coolness on the air, a soft thickening of the quiet. Every leaf that once trembled in the wind has settled. The branches have finished their small conversations with the weather. Now they stand, simple and still, as the light thins around them. The body lies as the garden lies, roots deep, surface quiet, breath moving slowly through the soil of muscles and bone. Hands rest like smooth stones placed beside the path. Heels sink as though pressed gently into cool, dark earth. The curve of the spine finds its own hollow, the way a stem finds its place in the bed. Near the centre of this garden, there is a small clearing, not marked, not fenced, just a slightly wider space where the path opens out, and the snow has smoothed everything into one pale, even surface. Here, edges are hard to see. Plant and path and low wall all share the same soft covering. Lines that were sharp in daylight have blurred. Shapes blend into one another, like thoughts losing their outlines. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. In the dimness, each plant has its own shadow, but the shadows overlap until they become one gentle darkness. The idea of separate things starts to feel less important. What matters is the shared stillness. Somewhere, a single leaf still clings to a stem. Its colour is muted now, a quiet echo of what it once was. Snow gathers along its thin edge, weighing it down, just enough that it no longer flutters. Even this last small movement has joined the rest. Breath moves through the body like a slow wind through this twilight garden. It touches one corner, then another. It pauses in the hollows, then moves on. No rush. On the in-breath, the garden feels just a little wider. On the out-breath, it settles again, as though the paths are sinking a fraction deeper into the earth. There is a sense that the garden has known many days. Bright mornings, hot afternoons, busy hours of tending and growth. All of that is finished for now. What needed doing has paused. Tools have been set aside, somewhere out of sight. Gates have been closed with a soft click. The work of shaping and trimming and watching has ended with the light. What remains is only this. Beds resting, paths resting, the thin, steady fall of snow, softening every outline. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space, like distant paths that once led to tasks and plans and questions. Now they are simply there, untravelled, fading gently under the same quiet covering. Along the path, small details appear and disappear in the dimness. The curve of a stone, half buried in snow. The faint imprint of a paw, already filling in at the edges. The delicate architecture of a dried flower head, catching the last of the light. These small things do not ask for attention. They are content to exist at the edge of awareness, part of the background hush. In this garden, time has a different shape. Day and night are not separate things, only different shades of the same slow turning. Twilight stretches out, unbroken, like a long, gentle exhale. The body follows that shape. Muscles loosen the way soil loosens after frost. Joints rest like stones that have finally found a place where they do not need to roll or shift. There is nothing to fix along these paths now. No plant that must be moved, no bed that must be cleared. The garden is exactly as it needs to be for the night. Somewhere near the edge of awareness, a gate stands closed. Its latch holds. Snow has begun to dust its top bar, softening the line where wood meets air. Beyond it, the world waits, but it does not press in. Inside the gate, inside the low walls, everything grows quieter still. Even the air seems to thicken with calm. Sounds, if they exist at all, are small and muffled. A tiny creak as a branch settles. The almost sound of snow landing on snow. The sense of me and garden begins to blur, as though the body is one more bed in this space, one more shape under a light, patient covering. The outline of the legs softens like rose seen through deepening dusk. The chest rises and falls, slow and steady, like a gentle slope under winter plants. The face becomes just another quiet surface, like a flat stone gathering a thin layer of snow. There is no need to walk these paths now. No need to choose a direction. The garden holds itself. The body is held in the same way. Somewhere, a small lantern might once have burned at the turn of the path. Now its light is out. Only a faint warmth remains in the air where it used to glow. That warmth lingers in the centre of the chest, then spreads very slowly into the arms, the hands, the quiet curve of the belly. Above, the sky is only a pale suggestion through bare branches and drifting snow. Below, the ground is steady and sure. Between them, this enclosed world breathes in its own rhythm. Here, in this twilight garden, paths that were once clear are gently buried, not lost, just resting under the soft hush of snow. The mind follows those paths only a little way now, then stops. Edges fade, destinations dissolve. What remains is the simple nearness of the ground, the cool, kind air, the slow, unhurried settling of every living thing into night. In this place, in this hour, the garden and the body share the same quiet mind, rooted, covered, at ease in the deepening dark. The room holds its quiet. Walls stand close, steady and unmoving, like a calm pair of hands, cupped gently around the night. Soft light rests in the corners, not bright, not asking for attention, just a low, warm glow that brushes the edges of things and leaves the middle in shadow. The ceiling hovers above, like a pale, silent sky. It does not press down. It simply waits there, patient, unchanging, a familiar shape above a resting body. Air in this room has its own stillness, a faint coolness near the floor, a softer warmth gathered where the blankets lie, layers of temperature settling over each other, thin and quiet as folded cloth. The bed has learned the weight it holds. It remembers the curve of shoulders, the line of hips, the small heaviness of heels. Fabric gives just enough, then stops, like a door gently closing against a latch. Around the bed, the room is a simple field of shapes, a line that might be a chair, a darker block that might be a dresser, edges blurred by the low light, their purposes set aside for now. Here, nothing leans forward, no object waits to be used. Every surface has gone still, resting in its own shadow. The door stands closed, not as a barrier, more as a quiet mark that this space is its own. What belongs to the hallway, to the world outside, stays there. Here, only this small, enclosed night remains. The window holds a faint suggestion of the sky beyond, glass cooled by the dark, a thin border where outside cold meets inside warmth, and both agree to stay on their own side. Light in the room has settled into a few gentle pools, a soft glow along the wall, a dim wash across the ceiling, a pale band where it brushes the blanket and fades. The body lies within these pools and shadows, like something placed carefully on a shelf, not stored away, just set down for a while, where nothing will bump it, where time moves slowly around it. Breath moves and the room receives it, a small rise under the fabric, a quiet fall that seems to sink into the mattress, into the floor beneath, into the deeper dark under the house. Every exhale thins the distance between body and bed, between bed and floor, between floor and the wide, resting earth. Inside this small sanctuary, the night has been gathered into walls. Spread out field, turned inward, folded into a single, gentle space. Snow outside, room inside, sharing the same hush. The tasks have stepped back. They wait beyond the closed door, somewhere in the longer corridors of tomorrow. They do not knock here. The mind may still murmur. Its quiet talk drifts along the ceiling, then fades into the dim corners, like breath that has gone as far as it needs to go. Furniture stands like calm companions in the half-dark, each piece rooted where it is, doing nothing, asking nothing, just adding its silent shape to the feeling of being surrounded. The blanket holds to the body the way walls hold to the room. Not tight, just sure. A soft border, warmed from the inside, cool on the outer surface, where it meets the air. In this enclosed space, distances shrink from pillow to wall, from wall to ceiling, from ceiling to floor. Everything close, everything familiar, everything already known. Hands rest where they have fallen, palms turned however they chose, fingers neither gripping nor reaching, just lying in their own small pockets of warmth. The weight of the head on the pillow leaves a shallow, quiet hollow. Fabric curves up around skull and jaw, cradling each contour without comment. The pillow remembers and keeps that shape, a small imprint of presence, held in softness. Shadows in the room grow thicker as the eyes grow heavier. Edges that were once clear become suggestions. Lines that once separated one thing from another blur into a single, gentle tone. Here, in this quiet room, time folds in on itself. Moments do not need to be counted. They gather like dust motes in still air, suspended, barely moving, content to hang in the soft light. The walls do a simple, steady work. They hold out the wider world. They hold in this small warmth. They keep the night at a distance and bring it close at the same time. Inside this sanctuary, breath is the only steady sound. A low, repeating whisper against the silence. Faint fabric, rustling with each rise and fall, then settling again. What needed doing has paused. The list waits outside this room, folded and left on some distant surface. Here, there is only lying down, only being held by this quiet space. The room itself seems to breathe in rhythm with the chest. On the inhale, the air feels a touch fuller, as though the walls lean a fraction farther away. On the exhale, everything gathers in again, closer, cozier, more contained, somewhere near the floor. The coolness stays undisturbed. Somewhere near the blankets, warmth deepens with every passing minute. Between them, the body rests exactly where those two layers meet. Light thins, thoughts thin. The boundary between room and field, between ceiling and sky, slips out of focus. Here, in this small, sheltered night, the last sharp edges of wakefulness soften and drift like faint outlines in a dim room, slowly fading into the gentle, holding dark. The field is covered, the house is held. Inside, the bed is its own small clearing, a quiet place at the centre of all that white. The blankets lie over you like another soft drift, light as snow, sure as ground. Outside, the open field stretches in every direction, a wide, unbroken hush, the kind of silence you came here for. Snow still falls out there, slow and steady, not in any rush to be seen, just doing what it does best. Each flake lands and disappears into the softness beneath it, weightless for a moment, then goner, folded into the whole. Your body knows that feeling. The way it sinks into the mattress, the way its edges blur into the warmth around it. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is far away now, somewhere beyond the white rim of the field, background, like a faint sound under snow. Here, at the centre, there is only this easy heaviness, this slow, simple breathing. Air moves in, air moves out. No effort. The room is still. The walls keep their quiet watch. The door stays as it is. Nothing presses in, nothing leans on you. All the corners of the day have been rounded, all the sharp places covered. What was crowded has opened. What was loud has gone soft. The field holds its shape without needing your attention. The sky leans close over it, low and kind. Snow bridges the distance between them, flake by flake. In the same way, rest has been bridging the distance in you, from wakefulness to something deeper, from effort to ease. There is no work left in it now, only gravity, doing what it knows. Muscles slacken a little more, jaw loose, eyes heavy or already closed. Breath moves like a small animal, sleeping in its den, curled, safe, hidden under layers. Whatever the day asked of you has gone quiet under the snow. The lists, the noise, the bright, crowded hours, they lie somewhere out beyond the field, under their own soft cover. They will stay there. They are not needed in this room. Here, the only task is to be held by the bed, by the blankets, by this deep, surrounding hush. Rest is no longer something to reach for. It is already here, under you, around you, inside your chest. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. The open field does not hurry the snow. The snow does not hurry the field. They meet in their own time until everything is one colour, one softness. You are part of that now. Not separate from the hush, but inside it. The house rests in the bowl of the field. Your room rests inside the house. Your body rests in the warm, held dark. Layer under layer of protection. Layer under layer of quiet. There is nothing to manage in this. Sleep will find its own path across the snow. It always does. For now, the weight of your body is answer enough. Heavy where it lies, trusted to the mattress, breath in the warm air, breath out into the stillness. Outside, the wide, white world keeps its gentle promise. The soft hush of falling snow on open fields.
All those little moments from today are probably still sticking up in your mind like small hills on a long horizon. A sentence you said and wish you could smooth over. A task you did not finish that keeps catching the light whenever your thoughts pass by. The day is technically over, but its edges still feel sharp against you. Maybe it feels like your mind is a whole range of low, uneven ridges right now. Every replayed conversation, every almost sent message, every half-checked box on your list rising up like another bump in the land. You lie here, but inside, it is as if you are still walking that terrain, feeling every little incline. You reached for something to soften that. Instead of scrolling through more noise, instead of letting the hills grow steeper in the dark, you chose a quiet voice and a gentle story to keep you company. That is not a small thing. It is a way of saying, even if only in a whisper, that you deserve a softer ending to this day than the one your thoughts were offering. Nothing about this has to be done perfectly. You do not have to listen closely or follow along with every word. You do not have to push your thoughts away or force yourself to relax. If your mind wanders off, if you drift in and out, if you only catch pieces of what is said, that is not a problem. That is part of how this works. Think of this as a quiet path laid out beside the one your thoughts are used to taking. You can walk it for a while, or just sit down next to it and rest. Sleep might come quickly, or it might take its time. Both are completely okay. Your only job right now is to be here in this one small patch of night, and let the words move around you like weather. Start by noticing the simple fact of your body, right where it is. The way the mattress holds your weight, steady and unhurried. The way the pillow shapes itself around the back of your head or under your cheek. Fabric touching your skin in familiar places. Along your shoulders, across your chest, over your legs. The air has its own quiet presence around you. Maybe it is cool against the tip of your nose or the skin of your hands. Maybe it is warm and still, a soft layer between you and the rest of the room. Somewhere nearby, there might be the faintest sound, a hum, a distant car, the creak of a settling wall. Ordinary gentle noises that remind you the world is continuing on without needing anything from you right now. Your shoulders might still be holding something from the day. You do not have to change that. Just notice the way they rest against the bed, or the way they hang if you are on your side. Notice the curve of your back, the way your spine follows its own small line, like a path over a hill. Notice where your body feels heavy, where it feels light. Your hands have done so much today, even in small ways. Right now, they do not have to hold anything. Feel where they are resting. Against the sheets, against your own body, tucked under a pillow. The quiet warmth in your palms. The simple weight of your fingers. Without trying to adjust it, become aware of your breathing. The way air comes in and then goes out again. The rise of your chest or your belly, almost like a slow tide. You do not have to deepen it or count it. Just feel that gentle, repetitive motion, the smallest of rhythms, still going on its own. As you notice these things, the day outside your bed can begin to feel a little farther away. The emails, the errands, the decisions, the moments that snagged your attention. They are not erased. They are just not here, in this small circle of blankets and air and quiet. They can stay outside the room for a while. Imagine just for a moment that your thoughts are like that rolling land at the end of the day. All the bumps and rises of what happened stretching out in every direction. Not dramatic mountains, just the unevenness of an ordinary human day full of small highs and lows. Now picture a cool, pale fog beginning to gather at the edges of that landscape. It does not rush in. It does not cover everything at once. It drifts the way real fog does, low and patient, slipping into the dips between the hills, softening the lines where one ridge ends and another begins. You do not have to force your mind to match that image. Just hold it loosely, like something you are watching from a distance. The hills are still there, but their outlines are less harsh. The sharp corners blur. The bright, stinging details of certain moments grow quieter, like shapes seen through mist. As you lie here, your bed can be the solid ground beneath that scene. Steady, familiar, not asking you to climb anything or figure anything out. The blankets are like a gentle layer of earth over you, holding you in place. The pillow cradles your head the way a soft slope might cradle a stone that has finally stopped rolling. Thoughts may still rise up, the way a single hill might stand a little taller than the rest. A memory, a worry, a to-do. When you notice one, you do not have to push it away. Just imagine that same fog drifting around it, wrapping it in a thin, cool veil. The thought is still there, but its edges are not as sharp against you. With each easy breath, that inner landscape can feel a little more distant, as if you are not walking over every ridge anymore, but watching the whole scene from a quiet vantage point. The hills, the valleys, the paths you took today are all out there, and you are here in this still, small place where nothing new is being asked of you. The room around you holds its own kind of stillness. The walls keep their shape. The door is closed, or partly closed, marking a boundary between you and everything beyond. Whatever waits for you tomorrow can stay on the other side of that boundary for now. It will be there when the light returns. For tonight, you can let this be enough. Your body resting on something that holds. Your breath moving in its unhurried way. A gentle story of hills and fog beginning to form at the edges of your awareness, ready to carry you further in. We will walk more deeply into that mist together soon. For now, you can simply lie here, feeling the day's ridges begin to soften, the sharpness easing, the outlines blurring. Just this quiet beginning, just this gentle drift. Twilight has settled over the hills now. The soft fog that wrapped around you has drifted outward, spilling gently into a quiet garden that lives in this evening light. The air here is cool, but not cold. It brushes over your skin like the back of a calm hand. Barely there, just enough to remind the body that night is here. Around you, the garden holds its hush. Shapes are softened by the early mist. Bushes and low trees are only gentle outlines, their edges blurred, as if someone has drawn them in charcoal, and then smudged the lines with a fingertip. Beneath you, the surface that holds your weight is like a long wooden bench tucked into this garden. Smooth, steady. It receives every ounce of you without question. Notice the points where your body meets that support. The back of the head, the curve of the shoulders, the length of the spine, the heaviness of the hips. Each place rests as if on warm garden stone that has given up the heat of the day and now simply holds a gentle, even temperature. The weight of your heels is clear and simple. They press down, and the fabric beneath them gives just a little, like soft soil under a late evening step on a garden path, yielding, but still firm enough to hold you steady. Overhead, the sky is a deepening blue-grey, and the first veils of fog are beginning to gather on the low hills. Beyond the garden walls, they slide down the slopes in slow motion, thin at first like breath on cool glass, then thicker, more sure of themselves, softening every ridge and hollow. The garden breathes with you, When air moves in, the chest widens, and the plants seem to stand a little taller in the dim light. When air moves out, everything settles again, petals relaxing, leaves loosening, the whole space sinking a fraction deeper into stillness. Somewhere nearby, there is the faintest scent of earth. Not sharp, not strong, just a quiet reminder of soil that has been turned and tended, now cooling under the touch of fog. It reaches you in soft waves, like a memory that drifts in and then slips away again. The fabric under your hands has its own small texture. Maybe it is smooth, like worn garden wood. Maybe it is softer, like a blanket brought outside. To watch the last light fade. Notice how your fingers rest there, no need to grip or hold. They lie open, as if each finger were its own small root, settling into the surface beneath it. In the distance of this twilight garden, a single sound might reach you. Perhaps the faint chirp of a night insect, or the soft rustle of a leaf shifting as the air moves past. The sounds are gentle, unhurried, and they arrive as if wrapped in cotton, muffled by the growing fog on the hills. The tasks have stepped back. They wait somewhere beyond the garden gate, on the other side of these low, mist-softened walls. Here, only this moment is close. Only this breath. Only this body resting. Along the edge of the garden, a low stone wall marks the boundary, between where you lie and the open hills beyond. The stones are old and rounded, their roughness smoothed by years of wind and weather. In this twilight, they look almost like sleeping animals, curled side by side, keeping quiet watch as the fog lowers itself over the slopes. Your shoulders respond to this quiet company. They may drop another small degree, as if they have been invited to lean back. Against that steady line of stone, the muscles along the upper back loosen, like climbing vines that have finally found something solid to rest their weight upon. The air at your face is gentle and steady. On the in-breath, it has a slight coolness, like walking past a shaded patch of garden, where the sun did not quite reach. On the out-breath, a hint of warmth lingers, as though the fog itself is taking in your breath, warming it and folding it into the night. In the flower beds of this garden, shapes are dim but present. Rounded mounds where blossoms once were bright, now muted to soft greys and silvers. Leaves that would show their veins in daylight are now just smooth silhouettes quietly drinking in the moisture that gathers in the air. Your chest rises and falls, and the fabric over it lifts and settles. Like a curtain at an open garden window, moving only with the most patient breeze. There is no rush in this movement. The body knows the rhythm. It has known it all along. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Those soft threads of thought drift somewhere. Beyond the hedges, wandering the paths, and then wandering away again, while the part of you that rests here stays close to the feeling of weight and warmth. Notice the curve of your neck, how it is supported, how the back of the head is cradled, as if in the palm of the garden itself. The jaw loosens a little more, like a flower bud that has stopped trying to hold its shape, and now simply hangs, relaxed, in the evening air. Across the garden, the first small beads of moisture begin to collect on leaves and petals. In the same way, a thin layer of ease collects along your muscles. It gathers along the arms where the fabric touches skin, a soft, even pressure that asks for nothing in return. Your legs lie heavy and quiet like long garden paths that no one is walking now. No footsteps, no hurry. Just the solid presence of them stretching out beneath you, held by the ground, outlined by the gentle touch of cloth and air. Farther up on the hills, the fog thickens into real veils now. They hang between the garden and the world beyond, like sheer curtains drawn across a wide window. Through them, the shapes of the hills are still there, but softened, distant, as if the land itself were drifting towards sleep. Here, close to where you rest, the twilight has its own soft glow. Not bright, not dark. Just that tender in-between, where colours have quieted, and everything is content to be a shade of itself. The room around your body mirrors this, walls holding their calm corners sinking into shadow. No sharpness anywhere. One ankle may feel the gentle contact of the other, or perhaps they rest apart, each with its own small island of pressure against the bed. These tiny details are like small stones, set along the edge of a garden path, steady markers that say, here is where you are. Here is where the body meets the earth. Nothing to fix, nothing to improve. The garden is complete in its twilight state, and so is this resting shape of you. The night air continues to thicken with mist. It slips quietly between branches, threads itself through the spaces in the hedge, settles low along the ground, until the garden feels like a shallow bowl, filled with silvery breath. Your belly responds to this deepening quiet. On the inhale, it rises gently, as though the garden were drawing in a slow, shared breath. On the exhale, it softens and sinks, like soil settling after rain, finding its natural level again. Nothing asks that you hold anything up now. The bed rises to meet every curve. The garden around you holds its shape, without needing your attention. The hills beyond soften under their veils of fog, content to disappear a little into the evening. Somewhere near your hand, imagine the cool edge of a stone left from the day's warmth, but now slowly surrendering it to the night. It does not hurry this change. It simply releases heat grain by grain the way your body releases the day, breath by breath. The first stars might be above the mist, but from the garden, they are only a faint suggestion, like thoughts you once cared about, and now barely remember. What is clear, what is close, is the feeling of fabric under your body, the gentle weight of the blanket, the slow, steady pull of gravity, drawing you down into rest. Here, in this twilight garden, at the foot of misty hills, everything has softened its voice. Leaves whisper instead of rustle. Stones keep their silence. The air carries only the quietest sounds, and even those seem to drift away before they can reach the center of you. The body understands this language. It hears the invitation in the stillness, and it answers in its own way by growing heavier, by loosening its grip, by settling more completely into the place where it is already held. The veils on the hills grow thicker, and the garden grows quieter as your breath moves in its slow, familiar rhythm, and the night gathers gently around you like soft leaves closing over the day. The light has grown just enough now that the outline of a path shows itself. On the slope in front of you, it is a pale, narrow ribbon, winding gently upward along the hillside, disappearing and reappearing as folds of mist drift across it. The ground beneath your body is steady and cool. The surface that holds you in this room meets you in the same way the hillside meets the path. Solid, patient, completely willing to take your weight. There is no rush to stand, no hurry to move. Just a quiet sense that the land is ready for a slow walk, whenever the body is. When you imagine rising, it happens without effort. The body feels heavy in a pleasant way, as though every limb has a soft weight. That belongs exactly where it is. Feet find the beginning of the path. In your mind, the soles meet the ground, the way your heels meet the mattress or the couch. a gentle pressure, fabric or earth giving just enough to hold you without question. The first step is slow. The path is slightly damp with dew packed firm beneath a thin layer of moisture. It has that faint, springy feel, like a rug over solid floor. The air around you carries a coolness that brushes against your skin. It moves lazily through the mist so that each step forward is like walking into a new pocket of soft, moist air. The fog hangs low along the hillside, clinging to the grass and to your legs. It gathers around your ankles like a loose, weightless fabric that trails and swirls with every movement. Your breath falls into the rhythm of this slow climb. Inhale as one foot lifts. Exhale as it settles again. The chest rises and falls, in time with the gentle slope beneath you. Each step is small. Nothing in the body needs to work hard. The path does not ask for effort, only for presence, only for this easy, unhurried pace. The hillside leans upward in front of you, but the incline is kind. It is the sort of climb where the legs move more from habit than from will, where the body knows what to do, without any instruction at all. Mist curls across the path in slow streams. Sometimes it thickens, and the way ahead becomes only a pale suggestion. Sometimes it thins, and you see a little farther, the curve of the path bending gently to one side. When the fog draws close, sounds soften even more. There might be a distant rustle in the grass, a faint shift of air along the slope, but everything is muffled, as if wrapped in a soft blanket of quiet. The surface beneath your real body mirrors that steadiness. Where your calves rest, where your back touches down, there is the same dependable support. As the hillside under your imagined feet, as you walk, the fabric beneath you seems to learn the shape of your weight. It cradles the curve of each shoulder, the back of the head, the relaxed heaviness of your hands. On the hillside, your fingers might brush the air just beside your body. The mist is cool and faintly damp, touching your skin like the lightest breath. It leaves no droplets, only a memory of coolness that fades almost as soon as it arrives. Your arms, resting where they are now, grow heavier with each slow step you take in your mind. The muscles along the upper arms soften and lengthen. The weight of each hand settles deeper into whatever holds it. The path curves gently to the left. As you follow it, the world behind you slips into thicker fog. The slope ahead is all that matters. This small stretch of ground, this next quiet step. The tasks have stepped back. The list waits outside this room. Only the hillside remains the path, the soft climb through silver air. Every few paces, the mist parts just enough to show the grass beside the path. Each blade is tipped with dew, tiny droplets lined up, like clear beads on a fine thread. In your mind, a bare ankle brushes the edge of the grass. There is a cool kiss of moisture, a brief, delicate chill. Then warmth returns as the leg moves on. Your own feet, wherever they are resting now, grow warmer, more relaxed. Toes loosen inside socks or under blankets. The arches yield to gravity. The heels sink a little deeper into the surface beneath them. Step by step, the climb continues at this same unchanging pace. There is no need to reach the top quickly. The path itself is the comfort, the feeling of being carried forward by the simple act of placing one foot, then the other. The mist thickens again. Now the path just in front of you is all that is clear. Everything beyond a few steps ahead is softened into pale grey. This makes each movement simpler. There is no distance to measure, no view to anticipate. Just this next patch of ground, this next easy shift of weight. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faintest echo of your footsteps, absorbed by the damp hillside. Your shoulders respond to this quiet climb. They drift downward, no longer holding themselves up against the day. The upper back spreads wider against the bed, as if the hillside itself has flattened gently to meet it. Ahead, the path grows slightly lighter, as though a softer glow has settled over the higher slope. The fog carries that glow, turning it into a gentle, milky brightness that never stings the eyes. Your eyelids grow heavier, mirroring the weight of mist on the land. They might already be closed, or they may drift shut. The way the fog drifts across the path, gradual, easy, without any need to decide. With every step, your breathing grows slower. Inhale. The chest lifts, like the foot lifting from the ground. Exhale. The chest sinks, like the soul settling back into the soft, damp earth. The hillside path feels familiar now, as though you have walked it many times before. Each gentle rise beneath your foot is like a remembered touch. The body trusts it. Without needing to see far ahead, the air cools a little as you climb. A faint, earthy scent rises from the ground, rich and damp like soil that has been resting all night. It fills the space around you with a quiet, grounding comfort. On your skin in this room, the temperature is just right. Where the blanket covers you, warmth pools and gathers. Where skin meets the open air, a softer coolness lingers, like the touch of fog along the hillside. At one point, the path narrows slightly, threading between two thicker banks of mist. They stand on either side of you, like tall, pale walls, but they are made of nothing solid. Only vapor, only softness. Passing through them, there is a moment when the world feels very small. Just the ground under your feet, the breath in your chest, the quiet beat of your heart, the same smallness settles into your body here. The room grows simpler, the bed, the pillow, the steady rise and fall of your breathing. These few things are enough. Soon, the path widens again. The mist opens just a little, and you see a smoother stretch ahead, less steep, more like a long, gentle ramp of earth. The climb eases. Your steps grow even slower. It is as though the hillside has started to walk for you, carrying you upward, with almost no effort at all. What needed doing has paused. Tomorrow holds its own questions. For now, there is just this slow, moonlit path, the quiet pressure of each step, the comforting weight of your resting body. Somewhere far above, hidden behind the fog, the sky is still deep and blue. A pale moon hangs there, its light filtered down, through layer after layer of mist, until it reaches you, as a soft, silvery glow along the ground. That glow brushes the tops of your feet, the backs of your hands, the line of your cheek against the pillow. It is not bright. It is more like the memory of light, a gentle suggestion that the world is watching over you. Without asking anything in return, the path continues its slow, patient climb. Each step grows quieter, less distinct. The difference between standing and resting, between walking and lying down, begins to blur. The hillside holds your imagined body. The bed holds your real one. Both are steady. Both are kind. Both are here, rising and falling in time. With the easy rhythm of your breath, the rise beneath your feet begins to level out. The path eases, and the hill beneath you feels broad and steady, like a great resting body stretched out under the sky. Above, the night has opened, wide, quiet, deep. The mist thins just enough for the sky to show itself, not sharp, not bright, but a soft dark dome scattered with gentle hazy stars. The hills around you curve and roll like the slow rise and fall of a sleeping chest, breathing under the blanket of night. Each inhale moves through you like the sky drawing in, cool, spacious, easy. Each exhale drifts out like the land settling, the hills sinking a little deeper into their own weight. The ground beneath you is broad now, more like a wide back than a narrow ridge. There is a sense of lying across something solid and kind, even as you stand or rest. The earth holds its own stillness, like a body that has finally found a position where nothing aches. Breath settles into a simple rhythm. In, out. As the air moves in, imagine it sweeping over this landscape of hills, a soft, invisible wind gliding along rounded slopes, brushing over gentle valleys, skimming the tops of quiet ridges. The whole scene breathes with you. When the air leaves, the hills seem to sink. Muscles within you echo that sinking. The weight of your legs grows more honest, more heavy, like low hills at the edge of night, no longer needing to stand tall. Notice the back of your body, wherever it meets support. Mattress, cushion, chair, or simply the idea of it. Imagine that support as one long, smooth hillside, cradling the length of you. Every curve of your spine rests along that slope, like a small path laid gently over a sleeping giant. The night sky above is wide enough to hold every breath. There is no hurry in it, no strain. Stars rest there like slow, quiet heartbeats, scattered across a dark, velvety chest. With each inhale, the space behind your closed eyes feels a little more like that sky. Spacious, dim, peaceful. The forehead softens first. Muscles across the brow loosen, as if a breeze has passed over a hilltop, smoothing the grass. Any little furrows or lines begin to flatten, like snow settling after a long day of wind. The skin there rests, calm and still. Around the eyes, tiny muscles release their grip. Lids grow heavier, like leaves that have finally decided to lie flat against the ground. Behind those lids, the darkness is not empty. It is like the night above the hills, full of quiet depth, full of room. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space, while the inner sky simply watches, unbothered. Cheeks soften next, sinking slightly toward the pull of gravity, like gentle slopes under moonlight. The jaw loosens, as if a small valley has opened there, relaxed and quiet. Teeth rest without effort. Lips meet, or not, without needing to do anything at all. The breath moves past the throat. That passage feels wide and smooth, like a narrow valley between two low ridges. Air slides through without catching, without asking anything of you. With every exhale, the valley feels a little more open, a little more at ease. Across the shoulders, imagine the land stretching wide, rounded hilltops, smooth and unbroken, lying under a soft, dark sky. Muscles there have carried so much, like high ground holding storms and sun. Now the weather has passed. The air is mild. The shoulders drop a fraction, then another, as if the hilltops are slowly sinking into a deeper layer of earth, finally resting. The weight of your arms has its own quiet gravity. Upper arms lie like gentle slopes descending from the shoulders. Elbows are small, rounded knolls. Forearms are long, easy ridges leading down to the hands. Hands themselves feel like little valleys at the edge of the hills. Fingers curve and fall wherever they wish, like grasses lying in different directions after a soft wind. There is no need to arrange them. The landscape is beautiful exactly as it is. With each breath in, Imagine a cool, clear night air flowing over this resting body of hills. It brushes over shoulders, glides down arms, pulls softly in the palms. With each breath out, any leftover effort seeps down into the ground like water sinking into deep soil, disappearing from the surface. Across the chest, there is a slow rise and fall, like a long ridge under a blanket of fog. Inhale, and the ridge lifts slightly, barely enough to disturb the mist. Exhale, and it settles back, the fog smoothing out again, undisturbed. The rhythm is so gentle that, after a while, it feels like the hills are breathing you rather than the other way around. Deep inside the chest, the heart moves at its own unhurried pace. Imagine it as a small, steady glow beneath the surface of the land, like a single, warm light in a distant valley. It does not need to be seen. It does not need to be bright. Just steady, quiet, reliable. The middle of the body, the soft belly, feels like the low ground between hills, a sheltered place, a place where mist gathers and stays. As air moves in, this valley gently widens, the belly softening outward. As air moves out, the valley narrows again, not from tension, but from ease, like a slow tide of fog drifting in and out of a hollow. Hips and pelvis are the deep, solid base of the landscape, wide, steady, unmoving. The weight there feels ancient, like stone that has been part of the earth for a very long time. Muscles around the hips unwind, layer by layer, like old roots releasing their hold in soft soil, no longer needing to brace against anything. Down through the thighs, the sense of hills returns. Long, sloping, patient. Thigh muscles soften like grassy inclines under dew, no longer ready to climb or run. They simply lie there, part of the resting body of the land. Knees are gentle bends in the terrain, rounded and quiet. Calves are the lower slopes, easing toward the ground. Even the small muscles along the shins and ankles begin to feel less like separate pieces and more like one continuous shape, one smooth descent. Feet are where the hills meet the earth beneath them. Heels press down with a clear, simple weight, like stones that have found their final place. The arches feel like tiny bridges between ground and sky, relaxed and easy. Toes are like small pebbles scattered at the edge of a path, each one settled, each one still. Above all this, the night sky continues to watch, calm and vast. Stars seem to breathe with you now. On the inhale, they brighten just a little in your awareness. On the exhale, they blur and soften, as though the mist is rising to meet them. The space behind your eyes mirrors that sky, deep and dark, yet gentle and kind. The whole of you feels less like a separate figure and more like part of this resting landscape. Head like a quiet hilltop, torso like a broad, steady ridge, arms and legs like long, sloping sides. The breath is the night air moving over it all, again and again, smoothing, softening, settling. What needed doing has paused. The tasks have stepped back from the edge of this night. The only motion that matters now is this slow, even drift of air in and out, like a breeze gliding over sleeping hills. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Its sounds are like far-off echoes in another valley, heard only faintly from where you rest. Here, the body is the land, and the land is at peace. Each inhale gathers a little more calm from the sky above. Each exhale releases a little more weight into the earth below. The hills of the body lie still. The sky of the mind grows wide and dim. Breath moves between them, a gentle bridge again and again, until even that motion feels softer, slower, almost like a dream of breathing, carried on the quiet back of the night. The quiet of the valley thickens, and slowly, almost without noticing when it began, the world around you becomes a study in light and shadow. Not bright light, not hard shadow, just a soft, shifting play of pale glow and gentle dimness, as if the fog itself is learning how to shine and how to fade at the same time. Breath moves in, and there is a faint sense of brightness behind the eyes. Breath moves out, and that brightness softens, as though someone were slowly turning a dimmer switch down, just a little, just enough to ease the edges of the day. Behind your closed lids, there might be a faint wash of grey, not quite dark, not quite light, more like the inside of a cloud, where everything blends. Shapes from the day that once seemed sharp now feel like silhouettes, far away, losing their outlines in the mist. The body rests like a hill at dusk. There is a gentle slope from forehead to throat, another from shoulders to hands, another from hips to feet. Each curve has its own quiet line of shadow, its own soft edge where light fades into grey and grey melts into deeper calm. Notice the space behind your forehead. It is like a wide, hazy sky just after the sun has slipped away. Thoughts that once flashed like bright streaks now move more slowly, like faint, distant lanterns seen through fog. Their glow is muted, their outlines blur. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. As you breathe in, that inner sky brightens just a shade. As you breathe out, a gentle darkness folds over it again, kind and cool, the way evening folds over a landscape, softening every contour. The muscles around the eyes begin to loosen. Where there were tiny lines of effort, there is now a smooth, shadowed softness. The lids rest heavier, like curtains drawn halfway, letting in only the most muted light. Behind them, the world is reduced to tones and gradients, pale to deep, glow to hush. Follow the breath down to the cheeks. On the in-breath, there is a sense of faint illumination, as if the fog around the hills of your face catches a little more light. On the out-breath, that glow dims, and the cheeks sink a fraction deeper into stillness, like slopes disappearing into low-lying mist. The jaw is another ridge in this landscape. At first, it may hold a clear, firm line, like a hilltop in sharp contrast. Then, as breath moves out, that line softens. The hinge of the jaw releases. The teeth rest without effort. The strong edge becomes a gentle curve, half hidden in the haze of relaxation. Light and shadow move through the throat with every breath. Inhale, and the throat feels a little more open, as if a pale band of light slides down the front of the neck. Exhale, and a cool shade settles there, protective and quiet, like the shadow of a hill rolling slowly over the valley floor. The chest is a broad, rolling landscape of its own. With each inhalation, it rises like a slope catching the last light of evening, expanding, lifting the ribs, spreading gently apart. With each exhalation, that light recedes, and the chest settles back, sinking into a deeper grey, a more restful shadow. Notice the very top of the breath. There is a brief, delicate pause, like the moment when the sky holds both day and night at once. Not quite one, not quite the other, just a thin line where light hovers. Then the breath turns, and the exhale begins, and the shadow lengthens inside the body again. The rhythm continues, steady and unhurried. Light drifting in, shadow flowing out. The body becomes a quiet series of hills under a sky that is slowly, patiently dimming. No rush, no urgency. Only the natural fading of edges as night approaches. Feel the weight of your shoulders. They were once like clear ridgelines, held up, defined, working to stay in place. Now, with each breath out, their outlines blur. The muscles that once clung to bone begin to soften, like steep slopes eroding into gentler curves. A faint inner light moves across them on the inhale, then slips away on the exhale, leaving only ease. Down the arms, the same pattern continues. Upper arms, forearms, wrists, hands. Each segment a smaller hill, each with its own play of brightness and dimness. At first, the hands may feel distinct, separate, with clear edges against the surface beneath them. Then, as the minutes pass, those edges feel less precise, as though the fingers are slowly dissolving into the soft shadow around them. Even the spaces between the fingers seem to fill with a kind of quiet dusk. Not empty, just calm, just shaded. The bones of the hands rest inside that dusk like small stones in deepening evening, no longer needing to stand out, no longer needing to be seen. Return to the breath at the center of the chest. Imagine it as a gentle lantern, its glow very low, its flame steady and small. With each inhale, the lantern brightens just a little, casting a faint milky light across the inner landscape. With each exhale, the light softens, spreading wider but growing dimmer, until it is almost indistinguishable from the surrounding grey. The tasks have stepped back. Inside, there is only this slow shifting of light and shadow, this quiet turning of breath, this gradual blurring of once clear lines. Move awareness down to the belly. On the in-breath, it rises like a rounded hill catching a soft, pearly glow through fog. On the out-breath, it falls back, and a cool, gentle darkness settles over it again. Muscles that once held tight begin to release their grip, as though their sharp edges have been worn smooth by the repeated wash of breath. Deep in the center of the belly, there is a sense of weight. Not heavy in a troubling way, heavy like the earth itself. A dark, steady presence, grounded and sure. Around that center, each breath draws in a subtle light, then lets it fade again and again, polishing the edges of tension until they lose their shape. The hips and pelvis rest like broad, low hills at the base of this landscape. They carry so much, so often. Now their outlines grow softer. The joints sink a little more into the support beneath them. The muscles along the sides of the hips, the tops of the thighs, begin to feel shaded, as if a large, quiet cloud has moved over them, taking away any glare of effort. Down the legs, the gradient continues. Thighs, knees, shins, ankles. Each part another slope, where light thins and thickens with the breath. On the inhale, a faint brightness traces the front of the legs. On the exhale, it slides away, leaving behind a deeper, more restful dimness. Notice the weight of the heels. They press down, small and definite, into whatever holds them. At first, that contact might feel sharp, a clear point where body meets surface. But as the body settles, even that sharpness begins to blur. The sensation spreads, like a shadow lengthening from a single stone, until it becomes a wide, soft area of contact, comfortable and sure. The toes, too, begin to lose their separate edges. Instead of 10 distinct points, there is simply a gentle, hazy awareness of the front of each foot, wrapped in quiet, wrapped in a kind of inward twilight. Now the whole body feels like a range of hills in fading light. The higher places, like shoulders and knees, once stood out clearly. Now they are only slightly lighter shapes against a darker ground. The lower places, like the small of the backs of the thighs, the curve of the calves, are pools of shadow, deep and soothing, holding the weight of the day and slowly dissolving it. Behind the closed eyes, notice again that inner sky. Any remaining brightness has softened into a uniform, velvety grey. There might be the faintest suggestion of lighter and darker patches, like distant clouds overlapping. They drift without meaning, without story, just shapes in haze, coming together, pulling apart, and then blending back into one quiet field. Breath continues its gentle work. In, a touch of light moves through the body, tracing the familiar paths. Out, that light thins and fades, leaving behind a little more shade, a little more rest, a little more of that deep, comforting dimness that asks nothing of you at all. The edges of thoughts, the edges of muscles, the edges of the day itself, all grow less distinct. What was separate begins to feel connected. What was bright and demanding becomes soft and far away. The body lies here like a landscape at the very end of dusk, where light has not fully gone, but shadow has taken the lead. In this gentle in-between, rest gathers, not as a sudden drop, not as a sharp change, but as a slow, patient fading of edges into haze, until all that remains is the quiet rhythm of breath, the soft play of inner light and shadow, and the steady, grounded presence of a body ready to drift deeper into the night. The glow around you settles, softer now, as though it has followed you down into a quieter place. The mist does not thin. Instead, it gathers in gentle folds, drifting and pooling, until it feels as though you have arrived in a wide, sheltered valley made entirely of quiet cloud. The air is still, but not empty. It has a kind of hushed presence, like a room where every surface has been covered in soft cloth. Sound does not travel far here. Even the faintest movement of breath is held close, wrapped in the tender walls of mist that rise around this valley. Each inhale moves through this hidden hollow. The breath enters as if it is walking down a gentle slope, following a path that curves slowly inward. On the way in, it brushes along the inner sides of the ribs, like fingers trailing along a soft, fog-damp hillside. On the way out, it glides back up, slower now, carrying any leftover effort away into the open air above. All around, the valley of mist rises in quiet shapes, not sharp peaks, just rounded, cloud-soft slopes that lean inward, forming a natural container. They do not close in. They simply stand, steady and unmoving, like a ring of stillness that holds everything that needs holding. Inside this ring, the body rests. The weight of the back, the weight of the hips, the weight of the heels, all settling into their own small hollows. Imagine the surface beneath you as a valley floor of thick silvery fog, dense enough to cradle, gentle enough to give. Wherever the body presses down, the mist gathers under it, rising to meet it, shaping itself to every curve. Breathing follows a simple rhythm here. Inhale, and the valley seems to fill, like a shallow bowl receiving a slow, steady pour of cool air. Exhale, and the bowl empties again, without strain, without hurry. The chest widens and softens. The belly moves like a low, rolling hill under a blanket of cloud. The space behind the eyes grows very quiet. It feels like a small, hidden hollow in the center of this valley, a private cove of mist where light is dim and kind. Lids rest gently, as if a thin layer of fog has settled over them from the inside. Behind them, everything is soft, grey and distant, like far-off ridges seen through deep haze. Notice the way the jaw hangs now, a little looser. In this valley, there is no need to hold the mouth in any particular shape. The tongue rests heavy and easy, like a stone at the bottom of a still, cloud-filled basin. Cheeks slacken, temples smooth, and the muscles around the ears stop listening for anything beyond this quiet place. The mist here has weight, but it is a kind, supporting weight. Picture it gathering around your shoulders, not as a burden, but as a gentle, padded cloak of cool vapor. It drapes over the collarbones, spills down the upper arms, and folds itself along the sides of the neck. Every place that has carried the day's effort now feels cushioned by this thick, tender air. Along the spine, the valley deepens. Each vertebra is like a small, rounded stone resting at the bottom of its own little hollow. The fog settles into the spaces between them, filling every gap, every tiny curve, so that the back feels nested, fully received by the ground beneath. Even the muscles that usually stay alert along either side of the spine begin to sink, like slopes softening after a long, gentle rain. Arms grow heavier, as though they have been laid down into narrow side valleys of mist. Upper arms, forearms, wrists, and hands all find their own resting places. Fingers curl or lengthen in their own way, like small, quiet paths that no one needs to walk right now. The fabric beneath them accepts their shape, and the air above them hangs still and mild. Deep in the center of the body, the valley floor feels wide and open. The area around the stomach and lower ribs becomes a broad, calm basin, lined with soft, fog-damp earth. Each inhale fills this basin from within, rounding it gently. Each exhale smooths it out again, like a slow breath of wind passing over a hidden hollow, leaving the surface even more settled than before. Hips and pelvis rest at the lowest point of this inner landscape. They are the stones at the heart of the valley, steady, grounded, unmoving. Around them, the mist curls in layers, as if building up soft banks of cloud to keep them company. Any tightness there loosens, the way packed soil softens when the fog has been sitting on it for hours. Thighs stretch out like long, quiet slopes, leading away from the center. They feel heavy, supported from below by the valley floor, and wrapped above by the low-lying haze. Knees rest like small hilltops, no longer needing to hold or bend for anything. Calves and shins lengthen down into the distance, disappearing into thicker bands of mist. At the far edge of this inner valley, the ankles and feet lie like gentle foothills. Notice the particular weight of the heels, that simple, honest pressure where bone meets surface. The fabric gives just enough, like ground that has learned exactly how to hold that weight without complaint. Toes relax, not reaching, not bracing, just existing as quiet shapes at the edge of the fog. Here, in this valley of quiet mist, time feels different. Moments do not stack up. They spread out, like thin layers of fog settling over the same ground again and again. Each breath is another layer, another soft veil that makes everything more muted, more distant, more peaceful. What needed doing has paused, and the world beyond these misty slopes waits somewhere far outside. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet, the way wind in a distant ravine fades as the fog thickens. Thoughts drift along the upper edges of the valley, never quite reaching the floor where the body rests. They move like faint shadows on the ridges, easy to ignore, easy to forget. In the center of the chest, imagine a small hollow, like a shallow bowl carved into the valley floor. With each inhale, a cool silver mist pours gently into this bowl. With each exhale, warmth rises from within and mixes with the coolness, creating a soft, balanced glow. This quiet exchange continues on its own, a simple, steady rhythm that does not ask for effort. Nothing to fix, nothing to manage. The valley holds its own shape. The mist knows where to settle. The breath knows when to rise and fall. Around the throat, the air feels especially tender. This narrow pass between the outer world and the inner valley softens, widens, relaxes. Breath slips through it, like a thin stream of fog, passing between two low hills, unbothered, unblocked. Each swallow is slow and easy, then forgotten, as the throat returns to its soft, open rest. Even the skin seems to understand this place. Every inch of it rests like ground under a long, quiet, overcast sky. No bright glare, no harsh chill, only that gentle, even touch of cool, damp air. From scalp to soles, the outer surface of the body becomes one continuous landscape, wrapped in the same muted light. Here, nothing asks that you stay alert. Nothing presses in. The valley walls stand watch so that the center can loosen. What was held simply rests now, like a hillside after the last traveler has gone home. Breath by breath, the inner valley grows deeper and softer. The slopes smooth out, the floor widens, and the mist thickens just enough to blur any remaining edges. Awareness settles closer to the ground of the body, closer to the slow, steady rise and fall at its center. In this sheltered hollow of quiet mist, the whole of you rests, contained, cradled, and very gently drifting towards sleep. The fog around the hillside thickens, then softens again, until it feels less like weather and more like a place made of air and quiet, a place that holds your body the way gentle hands might hold a feather. Breath moves in. Breath moves out. With each slow inhale, the mist seems to draw a little closer. With each easy exhale, it spreads itself around you, as though it has all the time in the world to settle. The trunk at your back is firm and steady, yet the space in front of you feels weightless now. The fog hangs there, suspended, almost still, not falling, not rising, just quietly floating in the cool air, as if the whole hillside has become a sky, and you are resting inside it. Notice the way your chest expands. The front of the ribs presses gently against the inside of your clothing. As the breath leaves, everything softens, and the fog seems to lean in, matching that slow release. Like a soft, grey cushion, it holds the space around your body, filling every small gap. The air is cool against your face. It touches your cheeks with the lightest dampness, like a breath that never quite becomes a drop. Even the tiny hairs on your skin feel wrapped in this delicate moisture. As the next inhale arrives, the mist enters with it, a coolness that moves from nostrils to throat, then down into the center of the chest. Inside, the breath feels almost like its own kind of fog, a gentle cloud drifting through the hollow spaces of the body. It rises beneath the breastbone, then sinks again as the exhale flows out, soft and unforced. Over and over, a slow, floating rhythm. Around your shoulders, the air hangs in quiet layers. There is a sense of being padded on all sides, as though invisible cushions of mist are stacked gently around you. Shoulder blades rest more heavily into the tree. The muscles across the tops of the shoulders loosen, like knots softening in warm air. The neck follows, one small muscle at a time. The weight of the head becomes clearer, yet somehow lighter, as though the fog has taken some of that weight into itself. The space just under the ears, where tension sometimes hides, begins to feel roomy, open, surrounded by cool, suspended air. behind your closed eyes, another kind of fog gathers. Not heavy, not dark. Just a soft greyness, like the inside of a cloud at dawn. Shapes blur there, edges dissolve. The space behind the eyelids feels wide and quiet, as if thoughts have stepped back to give the eyes their own private sky. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Those small movements of thought drift somewhere beyond this inner mist, like faint shadows on the far edge of a foggy field, barely noticed, already fading. Breath continues its gentle work. Inhale. The chest rises a little, the belly follows. The fog seems to brighten just a shade. Exhale. The belly softens, the chest falls, and the mist around you thickens into comfort again. A slow, repeating tide of air, but made of cloud and coolness instead of water. Notice the weight of your hands now. Where they rest, the fog gathers around them, as though it is curious about their shape. Fingers loosen, palms soften. The small spaces between each finger feel filled with cool, quiet air, as if each hand is gently floating in a shallow pool of mist. Your arms rest heavier against your sides or across your lap. Yet at the same time, there is a sense that they are suspended, supported not just by the ground or your own body, but by this soft, invisible substance all around. Like branches held in a low cloud, their weight is there, but the effort of holding them is gone. The curve of your back against the tree is clear and steady, but inside the spine, inside the muscles that run along it, there is a feeling of drifting. Each vertebra sits where it needs to be, while the spaces between them feel like tiny pockets of fog, cool and open, giving the back room to breathe. Lower down, the hillside cradles your hips and legs. The contact with the ground is firm, yet the air that clings to your clothing is soft and light. It is as though the lower half of the body is resting on the earth, while the upper half is gently suspended in mist, half held, half floating. With each breath, that floating sensation spreads. It reaches into the thighs, where any remaining tightness loosens like a knot in a ribbon. It moves into the knees, which no longer need to brace or bend. The fog curls around them, cool and quiet, as if it has been waiting there all along. Calves grow heavier against the ground, yet lighter inside. The muscles there, so used to carrying you through the day, now feel as though they are resting in a hammock of air. No effort, no push, just a gentle, suspended stillness. Even the feet begin to feel different. Toes soften, spreading just a little inside socks or against the air. The arches relax, no longer lifting, no longer holding. It is almost as if the fog has seeped into the space around each toe, turning them into small, quiet shapes floating in cool greyness. Here, in this mist, gravity feels softer. The body still has weight, but it is a comfortable weight, like a stone resting at the bottom of a cloud. The fog wraps around every outline, rounding sharp angles, smoothing corners, until you are less a figure and more a gentle presence in the air. Breath continues, steady and unhurried. Inhale. The inner fog brightens. Exhale. It settles and thickens, like breath on a cool window that never quite clears. Each cycle of air moves through you and around you, weaving your body and the mist into one slow, shared rhythm. The tasks have stepped back. Time feels stretched, as though the minutes themselves have become part of the fog, wide and formless and kind. There is nothing to chase here, no edge to reach, no line to cross. Only this soft, suspended moment, repeating itself as long as it needs to. Somewhere in the distance, the hillside still exists, but it has become vague, blurred, almost imagined. What is most real now is the cool touch on your skin, the gentle weight of your body, and the sense of floating inside something larger and softer than thought. The border between skin and air grows thin. Where the fog presses against your arms, your face, your legs, it is hard to tell where you end and it begins. As the next breath comes in, it feels as though the mist is breathing with you, entering, leaving, moving through the same slow pattern. In this quiet, the whole body becomes like a shape drawn in fog, clear enough to feel, soft enough to blur at the edges. The solid tree at your back is the only firm line, and even that seems partly wrapped, partly hidden, partly drifting in the same grey hush. Breath by breath, you are becoming part of this suspended world. A figure made of warmth resting inside a cool, gentle cloud. No effort, no strain, just the natural ease of floating in place. Now the fog feels less like something outside and more like an extension of your own calm. It holds the space around your body the way your lungs hold air. It moves as slowly as your breathing moves. It waits as patiently as your muscles rest. Inhale. The inner and outer mist rise together. Exhale. They soften together. The difference between them grows fainter, lighter, almost unimportant. Here, in this quiet suspension, the body knows what to do. The breath knows where to go. The fog knows how to hold you gently, steadily, as you drift deeper into this soft, weightless rest. Becoming for a while, one more quiet shape in the mist. Breath moves in and out, slow and quiet, like a soft weather passing through an inner landscape. Somewhere behind the ribs, hills rise and fall, not made of stone or earth, but of feeling and space and breath. Gentle slopes that swell with each inhale and sink back with each exhale. The mind spreads above them like a wide, pale sky, open, spacious, not needing to be bright or dark, just a soft, endless ceiling over these inner hills. Each breath is a mist that moves across this place. On the in-breath, a thin fog gathers, cool and silvery, drifting in from nowhere in particular. On the out-breath, it spreads, sliding along the rounded shapes inside your chest, filling hollows, softening edges. The body rests where it is, but awareness is free to wander here, to stand at the crest of one quiet inner hill, to feel the slow rise beneath it as the lungs fill, to feel the gentle settling as the air flows out again. With every inhale, a hill inside the chest lifts just a little, barely, like the smallest swell of ground beneath a blanket of fog. With every exhale, that same hill eases down, disappearing under the mist again. The air that moves through the nose is cool at first, then warmer as it leaves. Inside, that change in temperature feels like a shift in weather. A faint chill brushing over the tops of the inner hills, then a mild, comforting warmth pooling in the valleys as the breath goes out. Some hills are nearer, clear and close. The rise of the chest, the slow expansion of the belly. These are the foreground slopes, easy to sense. Farther in, there are softer hills, the quiet curve of the back, the rounded line of the hips. They feel like distant ridges under thicker mist, present but less distinct. The mind, like sky, simply hangs above it all, wide, unhurried, cloudless, or full of faint shapes. It makes no effort either way. It just stretches out, giving room for everything that rises and falls beneath it. Here, inside this breathing, time loosens. Moments do not stand in a row. They blur like footprints on a damp hillside, smoothing out as the fog drifts over them. What was a second ago and what is about to be? Both soften into the same gentle now. The tasks have stepped back. They stand somewhere far beyond these hills, outside this inner weather. Out there, the world might still have sharp angles and clear lines. In here, everything is rounded, muted, kind. Notice the way the breath seems to move under your skin like a low, rolling fog bank. It slips beneath the collarbones, along the inner slopes of the ribs. It curls around the base of the throat. It settles in the quiet valley of the abdomen. With each exhale, the mist inside grows a little thicker. Thoughts, if they wander through, become faint silhouettes on those inner hills. They stand for a moment, then dissolve as the next breath moves past. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Edges begin to blur. The line where chest becomes arm, where back becomes bed, grows less certain, as though the hills at the edge of this inner landscape are fading into the same soft sky that hangs above them. Body and space, land and air, slowly forgetting where one stops and the other begins. There is a gentle weight to these hills, a heaviness that feels comforting, like soil holding moisture after a soft rain. Muscles sink into that weight. Bones rest like bedrock under the mist. At the same time, something grows lighter. The sense of being tightly packed inside the skin loosens. Awareness floats a little above the inner slopes, like low cloud just barely touching the ground. Not separate, not clinging, just hovering in easy contact. Breath by breath, the inner hills rearrange themselves. A small ridge of tension in the shoulders slowly flattens, as though the fog is gently eroding it. The steepness in the jaw softens into a long, smooth slope. Even the tiny muscles around the eyes feel like distant, quiet hills, no longer needing to hold any expression. Somewhere deep in the center, there is a broad, low hill. It rises with every inhale, barely perceptible. It sinks with every exhale, almost disappearing. This is the hill of the heart's resting place, wrapped in mist, steady and calm. Above it, the sky of the mind stretches on, vast, unbroken. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space, like faint smudges that never quite take shape. Mostly, there is just open, quiet air. The sense of inside and outside softens, as though the skin is no longer a sharp border, but a region of thin fog where inner hills meet outer air. Breath passes through that region easily, moving both in and out, belonging to neither side completely. Hands rest where they are, but in this inner landscape, they feel like small, rounded hills at the edge of the map. Feet are like distant, gentle rises, almost forgotten under a thicker layer of mist. The center of you is where the breath moves, and everything else leans toward that center, relaxed and unhurried. Here, nothing needs to be named. A tightness is just a steeper slope. A warmth is just a patch of sunless light in the fog. A cool place is simply a shaded hollow where the mist lingers a little longer. The night asks nothing. There is no need to hold yourself together in any particular shape. The inner hills can slump, soften, even blur into one another. The sky of the mind remains wide enough to hold every change without comment. Sometimes the breath feels short, like a low hill barely rising above the ground. Sometimes it feels longer, like a broad swell that takes its time to climb and fall. Either way, the mist follows, patient and slow, always ready to spread and thin and gather again. The longer this continues, the more the sense of a single me standing on these hills begins to fade. It is as though the watcher has stepped back and become the sky itself. Just this open, quiet expanse, noticing the rise and fall without needing to be separate from it. In this place, even the idea of direction grows hazy. There is no clear forward or backward, no up or down. Only closer and farther, softer and softer still. Like walking into a fog and realizing that every step feels the same, gentle and welcoming. Breath keeps moving. Hills keep rising and sinking. Mist keeps drifting. The rhythm is simple, ancient, and kind. Soon, even the words for these things may feel distant. Just a slow inner weather moving on its own. Just hills inside your breathing, resting under a sky that has all the time in the world. The ridge ahead has grown softer. Its line is no longer sharp against the dimming sky. It feels closer now, as though the land itself has leaned in, then begun to bow gently downward on the far side. The highest point has already been passed. There is a sense of cresting, of reaching the quiet top of something, and now, without effort, of beginning to descend. The ground beneath you tilts almost imperceptibly, not steep, not sudden, just a gradual easing, a slow invitation downward along the slope. The body understands this angle, this natural pull. Air on this side of the ridge feels different, cooler perhaps, heavier with mist that has gathered and settled in the hollowing land. Each breath carries that soft weight, and the chest responds by loosening. As the path turns down, the world above seems to drift away. The sky feels farther, the ridge behind you already dim. Ahead, the hillside falls gently, like a long, slow exhale drawn into the valley. The fog thickens as the descent continues. It clings closer to the ground, curling around stones and tufts of grass. Edges blur, shapes soften until they are only hints, suggestions in the pale grey. The body too begins to lose its hard lines. Where it touches the bed, the contact grows deeper, more complete. Where it lifts away, it feels less defined, as if the boundary between skin and air has begun to melt like mist along the slope. Each step down the far side of the hill is quieter than the last. Sound is muffled by the fog that rests over everything. Even the smallest movement feels cushioned, absorbed into the softness of the descent. Gravity does the work now. There is no need to climb, to push, to reach. The land gently receives your weight and guides it downward, like a hand resting on the small of the back, steering without pressure. On this side of the ridge, time loosens. Moments stretch, then fold over one another, like layers of mist sliding down the hillside. What was a clear sequence becomes a soft, overlapping, a slow blur. Somewhere above, the ridge still exists, but it is already part of another world. Up there, things were clearer, more defined. Down here, the fog is thicker, kinder, more forgiving to edges and outlines. The slope carries you deeper into this gentleness. The angle of descent is so easy that the body barely notices the shift. It simply follows the pull, like a leaf following the shape of the land as it settles. Breath follows the same downward curve. Inhales arrive on their own. Exhales drift out a little longer, as though they are sliding along the hillside, taking their time, touching every soft rise and dip. The further you move down, the quieter the ridge behind becomes. Its details fade first, then its shape. then even the memory of its height begins to feel distant, like something seen long ago. The fog around the lower slope grows denser, yet gentler. It wraps the hillside in a pale, velvety hush. Grass bends under its moisture, beads of damp clinging to each blade, catching what little light remains and turning it into a soft, scattered glow. Your sense of where the body ends and the air begins becomes hazy here. Arms and legs feel less separate, more like part of the same slow downward flow. The outline of the self thins, as though it too is made of mist. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint echo somewhere high on the ridge, softened by distance and fog. Down here, the hillside cares only about weight, warmth, and the simple pull of downward rest. The path, if there is one, is barely visible. It is more a feeling than a line, a sense of direction held in the tilt of the land, the way moisture gathers thicker in certain hollows, the way the air cools as you sink. Even the idea of forward begins to blur. The descent is not about getting anywhere. It is about surrendering to the shape of the hill, allowing the land to decide the angle, the pace, the gentle curve toward the valley floor. Some parts of the body may still feel outlined, still holding a little of the ridge's clarity. A shoulder, a hand, the curve of the neck. As the slope continues, these places soften too, as though the fog has finally reached them and laid a cool, quiet hand there. The tasks have stepped back. They wait somewhere on the other side of the ridge, in that clearer air. Here, on the downward side, there is only this slow, unhurried movement into deeper softness. Every exhale seems to sink a little further into the hillside. Muscles yield, joints loosen. The way to bones feels simple, honest, without the need to hold anything up. The valley below is not yet seen, only sensed. A wider, lower place where the fog settles even more thickly, where sound barely travels, where the land finally levels out and rests. The body moves toward that place without needing to know when it will arrive. As the descent continues, even the idea of body feels less necessary. There is warmth, there is heaviness. There is the gentle slide of awareness downward, like dew sliding along a blade of grass until it reaches the tip and falls. Thoughts, when they stir, feel like faint shapes on a distant ridgeline, half hidden by fog. They are there, but the details are lost. They do not ask for focus. They simply rise and fade in that far-off pale horizon. Closer in, what remains is sensation. The pull of gravity, steady and kind. The support beneath, receiving every ounce of weight. The slow, downward drift of breath and awareness together. The hillside here feels endlessly patient. It does not hurry you. It offers its slope, its gentle angle, and allows whatever is still held to settle in its own time. Somewhere above, the crest of the ridge disappears completely into the fog. There is no clear line between up there and down here anymore. Just a soft gradient of height and mist, like the fading of a memory as sleep comes closer. The air grows stiller as you sink. Even the faintest stir seems to quiet, as though the fog itself has decided to rest. Moisture hangs in place, tiny droplets suspended, not falling, not rising, simply existing in the hush. Within this stillness, the sense of I begins to feel lighter, not gone, just less defined. More like a presence moving with the hill than a separate figure upon it. The slope continues its gentle gift, carrying you down the far side. No effort, no climb, only this steady, almost imperceptible surrender to the pull of the valley. Words grow softer here, like the land itself. They thin out, leave more space between them, the way the hillside opens into wider, quieter ground as it nears the bottom. There is nothing to manage now. The descent is already happening. The hill knows how to carry you the rest of the way, downward, and softer, into the waiting quiet below. The curves of the land grow closer now. The wide hills that stretched away in the dim light draw in, gently, like a hand cupping something precious. The mist that once roamed the open fields begins to gather. It settles along a smaller rise in the earth, a rounded, quiet mound. A hill that is not grand or distant anymore, but near, familiar, almost domestic in its size and softness. This little hill feels like a nest the land has made for itself, a place where the earth curls in, folds over, and tucks its own edges away. No sharp slopes, no straight paths, only curves, easing into more curves. Around this hill-shaped nest, the fog thickens just enough to blur every border. Fence posts, once clear, now appear only as faint, rounded shadows. Any path that might have led here is softened out of sight, as though the ground has smoothed its own footprints. The air near this small hill is still and sheltered. It feels like the quiet of a room that has just been tidied, then left alone. Nothing moves quickly here. Even the coolness settles in slow, gentle layers. At the base of the hill, the ground rises in a soft, steady swell. It is the kind of slope that does not ask for effort, more like the gradual lift of a pillow under a resting head. Barely there, and yet completely supportive. The mist wraps itself around this mound in loose, pale bands, not in straight lines, but in loops and arcs, like threads laid down by a sleepy hand. Each band of fog overlaps the next, until the whole shape feels padded, cushioned, rounded from every side. In the quiet around this nest of earth, the usual sense of distance begins to loosen. Far and near feel almost the same. Everything important has gathered right here, in this one small curve of land. Imagine this hill as a simple, welcoming form. A low, steady rise, like the back of some resting creature, breathing slowly under a soft blanket of mist. It holds its shape without effort. It offers its roundness without asking anything in return. The body knows this shape. The way the hill lifts gently from the ground echoes the way the mattress rises under the weight of shoulders, hips, heels. Every place that touches support makes its own small hollow, its own private valley. Within this nest-shaped hill, there is a sense of inside and outside, but no hard line between them. The fog drapes over the top, then slides down into the shallow dips around it, like fabric slipping over a cushion. Edges blur until it is hard to say where the hill ends and the air begins. Here, the idea of straightness fades. Thoughts that once moved in narrow tracks begin to curl, to wander, to soften at the corners. They do not arrive in sharp points, but in gentle arcs that dissolve before they land. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint pattern woven into the mist around this hill. Present, but no longer the main shape. The tasks have stepped back. Out beyond the fog, somewhere on the other side of this small rise, the day keeps its own quiet distance. Inside this rounded space, only rest is close. This hill-shaped nest feels like a room without walls. The fog does the holding instead. It gathers in a loose bowl around the mound, its edges higher than its center, so that everything within feels gently cupped. Above, The sky arches over this small curve of land, another vast, tender bowl, one curve nested inside another. The hill, the fog, the sky, all sharing the same soft, rounded language. Breath follows that same language. Each inhale rises like the slope of the hill, easy and unforced. Each exhale settles like mist sliding down into the hollows, pooling quietly at the base. The sense of the body's outline begins to blur, just as the edges of the hill have blurred. Where the fabric touches skin, there is only gentle pressure and warmth. Where the air meets skin, there is only cool, quiet space. Between them, the exact border is not so clear anymore. In this place, straight lines do not matter. Schedules, lists, plans, those belong to the world of angles and corners. Here, everything is curved toward rest. The small hill seems to lean inward, as though it is listening to its own deep stillness. It does not need to travel anywhere. It has become its own destination, its own home. Around the base, tufts of grass bow under the weight of moisture. Their blades no longer stand upright. They arc and bend, forming tiny arches that mirror the larger curve of the hill itself. Even the smallest details join in this quiet rounding. The more the mist gathers, the more the sense of scale begins to soften. Is this hill large, or is it just a gentle rise beneath your hand? Is this nest the size of a room, or the size of a thought that is curled up to rest? The mind stops needing to measure. Inside this fog-held hollow, time loosens as well. Moments no longer line up in a row. They collect instead like soft folds of cloth, layered but indistinct, one curve resting on another. There is a feeling of arriving home, but the home is not made of walls or doors. It is made of contours, of the way the land has chosen to tuck itself in, creating a sheltered dip that receives everything without sorting or judging. In this nest of earth, the weight of the body feels welcomed. Heaviness is not a burden here. It is simply how the hill knows where you are, how the ground understands what it is holding. The rounded slope beneath the mist seems to echo every slow breath. A gentle rise, a quiet fall. No rush between the two, only the soft swing of a pendulum that has forgotten to count. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. Like faint shapes moving behind frosted glass, they are there, but not quite reachable. They curve away before they sharpen, turning back into quiet before they can become words. Here, in this small hill-shaped nest, the world has reduced itself to essentials. Soft ground, cool air, a curved shelter made of earth and fog and darkening sky. The longer this image rests in awareness, the more the body seems to take on its shape, rounded, supported, edges relaxed, as though every limb has learned from the hill how to be simply what it is, without holding itself up. No straight spine of effort, no tight jaw of intention. Just a natural curve, like a comma in the long sentence of the night. The nest of land does not close. It just settles. The fog grows a little thicker, like another blanket drawn lightly over everything. Not to hide it, only to soften it. In this softened place, the sense of outside becomes faint. The room, the walls, the ceiling, they are somewhere beyond the mist, near enough to trust, far enough to forget. What remains is this simple, rounded presence. A hill that is also a home, a nest that is also the earth itself. Curves within curves, holding the body, holding the breath, holding the last waking fragments of the day as they grow dim and distant. Soon, even this small hill will feel less like a picture and more like a feeling, a memory of being gently cupped, of being held by something quiet and kind. For now, it is enough that the land has made this shape, that the fog has agreed to stay, that the night has curved itself around this nest and around you in one slow, seamless embrace. The night has grown very quiet now. Even the light seems softer. The silver glow that once spread wide over the hills has thinned, like music drifting toward its final notes. The fog still rests over the rolling land, but its movement is almost gone. Just the smallest, slowest swirls remain, like the last lines of a song held in the air. The hills breathe so gently, it is hard to tell where the breath begins and where it fades. Somewhere high above, the stars keep their calm watch. Their light reaches down in long, patient threads. Those threads touch the mist, then loosen, then fall away, as though the sky itself is growing drowsy. The moon's brightness softens. Edges blur, then blur again, as if the night is slowly closing its eyes. What was once a clear glow becomes a quiet haze, a lingering whisper of light resting on the fog. Across the hills, the silver sheen grows dimmer, but more tender. It is like the last chord of a lullaby, held just a breath longer, then slowly released into silence. The land seems to listen as that chord dissolves. Breath follows the same pattern. In, a gentle arrival. Out, a long, easy release, like a sound trailing off into the dark. Then a pause, where nothing moves, and yet everything is deeply at rest. The mist has its own kind of silence. What once shimmered now simply exists, pale and still, wrapped around every curve of the hills. It feels as though the fog has settled into its final shape for the night, content to stay exactly as it is. Far sounds have stepped back. No rustle, no distant call, no stirring of grass. Only a soft, nearly hidden hush, like the faint echo of a melody that has already finished. The land's breath grows slower. Each rise of the unseen slopes is like an inhale. Each gentle sinking is like an exhale. Even that rhythm is fading, becoming more like memory than movement. Light follows breath. On the in-breath, the fog seems to brighten just a shade, as though remembering the moon. On the out-breath, it dims again, sinking into the deeper blue of night. Soon, even this subtle flicker will be gone. The body answers this quiet without effort. Heaviness gathers where it meets what holds it, as naturally as mist settles into hollows of earth. The small muscles that once tried to stay awake have grown tired of their work and have put themselves down. The tasks have stepped back. Tomorrow holds its own questions. Here, the only work is this slow, simple breathing that happens, whether it is noticed or not. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Each thought is like a tiny note played far away, softer with every echo, until it blends into the background hush of the hills. The fog's brightness continues to fade, but it never feels lost. It is more like a lamp being turned low, then lower, until the glow is only a memory on the air. The memory is enough. The land remembers it was held in light. Some patches of mist grow almost invisible. Others keep a faint pearl tint, like the inside of a shell seen only in the corner of the eye. Together they form a thin, quiet veil, hardly moving, hardly needing to move. In that still veil, the last hints of sound seem to rest. The imagined music of the night has reached its final, gentle note. It lingers there, without strain, without effort, then stretches out so thin that it becomes the silence itself. Nothing needs to change. Nothing needs to be watched. The night has taken over the watching, and it is unhurried, and it is kind. The hills lie under their soft cover, deeply settled. The fog has relaxed into every dip and rise, no longer drifting, simply present. It feels like the land has drawn one last long breath, and is now content to hold the exhale. In this quiet, even time seems to grow drowsy. Moments lengthen, then blur at the edges, like distant lights seen through thickening mist. The line between one breath and the next grows softer, easier to cross without noticing. The last threads of moonlight slip gently out of the fog. They do not vanish all at once. They thin and thin again, until they are more suggestion than light, more feeling than sight. What remains is a deep, tender dimness, a soft, steady dark that holds everything. Hills, mist, stars, breath, all gathered into one quiet resting whole. Here, the land's music has faded into silence. Here, the breath of the hills has slowed to almost nothing at all. In that barely there motion, rest settles fully in, and stays, and stays, and stays. The hills are very still now. Their wide, rounded bodies have settled. All the slow shifting of the day is over. What remains is their deep, steady weight beneath the fog. That same weight is in your own body. Quiet, unmoving. The mist has thickened into a soft, resting breath across the land. It lies low in the hollows. It smooths over every rise and curve. It rests over you in the same way. A gentle pressure, barely there, yet somehow holding everything in place. The ground does the work of carrying. The fog does the work of wrapping. Nothing is waiting to be done. Breath moves slowly in the chest, slowly out again, like a small echo of the hills breathing under their blanket of mist. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is only background now, like a sound from another valley, too far away to reach this place. Here the body is simple, head resting, neck soft, shoulders heavy and warm. The long slopes of the arms and legs lie where they are placed, like quiet ridgelines under cloud. They do not ask to move. Around you the fog holds to the hillsides. It has found its place and settled there. Your own shape has found its place too. The surface beneath rises to meet every curve. Nothing is falling. Nothing is slipping away. The world outside these hills feels distant now, as if it belongs to another kind of weather, another kind of time. Here, time has slowed to the pace of mist, almost still. You are allowed to be this still, to let the weight of your body sink as deeply as it wishes into the support beneath. The breath does not hurry. It does not reach. It simply arrives and leaves. Like a faint tide, no one is watching. Thoughts settle on their own. Like dust in a room, no one is walking through. The great body of the hills lies quiet. They have taken their final shape for the night. Rounded backs against the sky. Fog folded over them like a soft, pale sheet. Your own body has taken its shape for the night as well. Whatever it is enough. No part of you needs to hold the day now. The hills have been holding days and nights for longer than memory. They know how to keep what is given to them. Let them keep this one. Breath in, the faint coolness of air touching the back of the throat. Breath out, the whole body easing a fraction deeper into its resting place. The edges between you and the land are hard to find now. Back like a gentle slope. Chest rising and falling like a small hill under fog. Limbs stretched out like quiet lines in the grass. The mist that met you at the beginning, light and new, has finished its drifting. It has come to rest over these rolling hills, over you. The day's sharpness is gone. The sounds are far away. The air around your face is soft and still, nothing to solve. Only this slow, heavy comfort. The hills do not move. They do not plan to. Their stillness seeps into muscle and bone, into breath, into whatever part of you is still listening. Soon, even listening grows drowsy, like a hillside disappearing under thicker cloud. The fog holds the hills. The surface holds your weight. Sleep comes the way mist comes to a valley that has gone quiet for the night, unhurried, complete. Rolling hills under a settled sky. A body at rest beneath a gentle drift of fog